And we're live. How's it going, everybody? Happy Friday. Hello, everybody watching. Hope you're all doing well. It's been a while. We've got Alan from Let's Talk Metal and Melanie from Melanie Loves Death Metal. New kid on the block, and it's good to have her around. So what's been going on?
I got a lot of stuff in the mail today.
That's always fun.
You're addicted.
I feel like that's kind of the routine these days, since all I do is sit at home, work from home, listen to music,
Buy music.
buy music.
Isn't
I always
that
feel
nice?
at least half of record collectors, it's really just an addiction to receiving mail. It doesn't matter what you get. You just want something in the mailbox, and it just happens to be CDs or vinyl or something.
That's that best feeling. You open up the mailbox or something there. It's like that warm feeling, and you're like, oh. Yeah.
I mean, the mailman knows me. Like, he walks up to my door and he's like, "All right, here you go. See you tomorrow."
Yep.
Did they ever ask, what is all this stuff I keep bringing you? Because I'm sure they're not supposed to.
They
but
know. They
They
know.
probably
Oh,
wonder
they
after
know.
a while.
Yeah,
Okay.
especially when there's a sticker on the box that literally says like phonograph, do not bend, stuff like that. They figure it out after a while.
Then they're like, oh, what do you listen to? And expecting one thing, and then you're like,
Yeah.
oh, well, you know.
Yeah, exactly. That's also fun when people at work ask me like, "Oh yeah, you collect vinyl, so it's like the Beatles, Led Zeppelin." It's like, no, it's like Dying Fetus and Death." And they're like, "What?" So
So I'm curious, Melanie, where do you kind of jump into the, I see, some more modern type metal, but also a lot of like newer, modern, old school style death metal. I mean, where do you kind of jump into the pantheon of this stuff?
yeah, I mean, so for me, I did the whole new modern old school death metal is really new to me. It's something that I probably ignored for several years. And it both basically was just like, I started getting into $20 spin releases, and that's pretty much where it started. And then when Blood Incantation Star Spawn came out, I started getting into it a little bit more then. But prior to that, it was always bands like, Death, obviously, Autopsy, Cryptopsy, the normal, like, stuff like that. And then like Cattle Decapitation was probably one of the newer, quote unquote, newer metal bands that I was really into. So this wave of new old school death metal really fully started for me with Tumult, which I feel like is a big name that everybody throws out there now when they say that. When they released Manner of Infinite Forms, like I really got into it then, and then Mortiferum and those kinds of bands really started to get me more into that newer death metal scene, because I was pretty stubborn in my ways where I only listened to like the normal ones like Slayer and Death and Entombed and stuff like that, and I just only collected those things, only listened to those things, and then just really started opening it up when I started going from label to label of like $20 spin. And then I found Life After Death, which is, only been around for a year now. And like Caligari and Head Split Records and like the whole tape collection just really opened up more of pathways of music for me.
Man, I really hate that tapes are taken. that was a medium that really just needed to die, stay dead. But
I know. I was thinking about that today. I bought my first like tape for the first time since I was a kid, probably about a year ago, and it was strictly just like a bundle package for a pre-order, and it came with it. I think it was the Black Dahlia Murder that I got. And I kind of was like, I'm never going to play this. Like, this is just going to sit on a shelf for show. And then I bought another one. And I was like, okay, I'll support the band and I'll buy the albums that I really, really love in the tape format and just kind of display them because they're cool and they're nostalgic. And then it just kind of got out of hand from there. Like within the last 6 months, I got a tape deck, I got a little boom box. And so now I'm doing that. And on Bandcamp, like I'm finding bands that release EPs and they only release them on tapes. And of course, like that's what gets you, honestly, is the demos and the EPs and the compilations.
Yeah.
So for me, that's pretty much how it started. And I was definitely one of those people that was the same exact way. Like I'm only going to collect vinyl. I'm going to buy digital copies. I moved strictly over to like the streaming platforms. I'm not going to buy any other format. And then, of course, you know, the tapes came along. So,
well, that's cool to hear that you've got some. Because I was wondering. I mean, you're showing a lot of newer stuff, and I'm thinking, I wonder if she's like, been like, I brought stuff to show that I've been listening to. I've been trying to. I like this band.
oh yeah,
and
for sure.
But I don't think this is as good as their older stuff.
No.
And there is nothing on this album that would take me away from Into the Grave or You'll Never See from Grave, to be completely honest. I think this new school has got a really killer, sick, old sound. But when it comes down to it, the old school wrote better songs. It was more riff dominant, better structures, more interesting music going on, more catchy, this sounds killer. I'm not going to bitch about this album because I think it's good. I like some of the earlier stuff a little better, and I just think the sound is more of the focal point, not necessarily what they're doing.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, that's the thing that with death metal is that I've seen a lot of like comments about it. Like there's not enough like riffs. It's like the same normal riffs throughout the songs, or not enough like soloing, stuff like that you would probably hear like on earlier Autopsy. Like you can absolutely hear like the bass lines in those albums,
Steve
stuff
DeGorgio
like that.
on the early stuff, he crushed it. It was amazing.
Yeah, a lot of new bands are very good at getting the atmosphere and the aura right. But yeah, sometimes it takes a lot longer to start to really latch onto specific songs because the reasons y'all are quoting there.
Well, the new school has got decades of source material.
Yeah,
they can model their sound after whatever band they want to, whereas the early bands were modeling their sound after punk and other weird influences. I should probably include people here. Hold on.
Yeah, it's easier when you have people to copy, but then you also run the risk of just copying those people. So yeah, it works both ways, I guess.
Which there's a lot of that,
Oh yeah.
It's like this. Everybody's ranting and raving about Sanguis Sugar Bog. That shit is like super expensive. Some Century Media. They're signed to Century Media, and their shit is just super boring. It's just not. I don't know. It's a sound. The sound is interesting. Okay, good, but the songs are just I don't know.
They've definitely grasped onto that like gore metal image, that shock value. They put out like really obscene song lyrics, and they have the shirts that have the really like grotesque vocal stuff like that. But yeah, the Century Media stuff, that's funny that you say that, because I bitch about how expensive their vinyl is all the time. And in fact, it's pretty much strayed me from buying certain releases for that reason.
So, I'm not, I have a label. I put out records. Records aren't cheap to produce, but you don't want to go over a certain price, or people aren't going to buy it. You're just not going to do it.
Yeah. Is there a certain price you've noticed, Marty, that's kind of a threshold where you got to keep it below? Or
two LP sets are typically going to be $25. That's just the way retail. That's just the way it is, because there's, depending on what kind of, if you use the poly liners, or if you have an insert, or if you have a gatefold. I mean, every little thing you do, or if there's a hype sticker on the front of it, it drives the price up. I mean, the more your unit price is, the less money you're going to make. And not that, we all want to make the high mighty dollar, but you got to make money to pay for it and move the ball forward, know. And if you're selling shit for $1 or $2 above what you paid to have it made, you're not doing shit. You're just being a cool guy, Which I've done that too, and it sucks, and it just piles up shit. So
yes. So I'm seeing somebody commented about the Frozen Soul release that came out this year and how it costs way too much, and then the resale of it is ridiculous as well.
Yeah.
And for me, it was definitely one of those things where I bought the tape first, because if I'm like, I don't know if I love it that much to own it on vinyl and spend over $30. And then for me, I just got lucky and found a record store on Discogs that was actually, they were up in Michigan, and they were actually selling it for like $25.
Who was the seller? Do you remember?
I don't remember. I'll have to look. I added them as a friend on Discogs. But yeah, like otherwise I probably wouldn't even bother to try to get that vinyl. Like just so there's Century Media is just it's expensive, which is along the lines of similar to a big part of the reason why I started collecting the newer metal, old school death metal is like $20 spin is like it's literally $20. And like you rarely ever pay more than $25 if you're just doing media mail shipping, you know.
Right.
So
and they do a good job. I mean, they put out some good stuff, and they, they're kind of riding high on the trend, but they put out some good stuff. I mean, Dave's got a good ear for that stuff for sure. And but yeah, I don't know. I just, dudes like me and Alan came from the old school, and I'm still finding bands that I missed back in the day. And it's still fun to find that stuff. I've been on a big thrash kick and other things too. It's fun to keep it diverse,
I think that's a big part of the reason why I love Ken's Death Metal Crypts channels, because he posts a lot of the older like 90s demos and bands.
He's got some great stuff.
Yeah, he's definitely exposed me to a lot of older stuff that I obviously had never heard. I'm only 36, so from like the 90s, like, and I was pretty young when 90s old school death metal was really starting to get big. So it's always fun. Like I love watching those types of YouTube channels, because for me, like I love digging into the older stuff and collecting it. And it's something that I've started doing a lot, especially this year, is trying to find a lot of the older stuff and adding it to my collection. But unfortunately the tape collection is not showing that too much, but
they
definitely
don't give the old
vinyl
stuff away, even whether it's CD, tape, or LP. None of it's cheap.
Yeah, no, not at all. I've been trying to find Death on cassette tape just to have it, because it's it's obviously one of my favorite bands, and $30 tops for one cassette, and
it's probably fucking trashed.
And it's a bootleg. Like that's the thing that you're finding. I'm finding too, like Russian bootlegs are big on eBay. So I haven't pulled the trigger on any of those, because again, like who knows how many times they played it? Does this really sound good? Stuff like that. So
I got some decks fixed here a year ago, and it got me all inspired to buy tapes again. I'm thinking, I'll start picking up these old thrash tapes that I missed, and I've gotten burned so many times where it says tested, in the description, tape tested, which I have translated what that means. They take it out of the case, put it in, hit play, the wheel goes around for 10 seconds, they take it out, it works, woohoo! I'm selling this for $30. They put it up, and there's garbles in the middle, or the tape's fucked. I mean, I'm so sick of tape sellers online. I've like told myself, no, I'll find myself searching through the thrash section, the new arrivals. I'm like, no, put it away. I'm done getting fucked.
Yeah. No, that's always been a problem with that format, is there's no way you can't physically look at the item and tell what condition it's really in.
Right.
With a record or CD, it doesn't guarantee it's going to play right, but you can look at it and see, is it scratched, is it marked up, and you are relatively sure how it will or won't sound. A tape, as long as the casing's intact, just like, well, it's there. What are you going to do? Sit there and spool through it with a couple of pencils, and examine each frame?
Yeah,
no way to tell.
But I'm sick of that. But a lot of the old stuff is being reissued, or just about everything I'm looking for in thrash is available through Russian means, which shocks me, because I mean, some of it's pretty obscure, and the fact that the Russians are keeping that up on the obscure titles kind of tells me that they're metalheads steering the ship in that department. But I don't know, I could be wrong.
They have a really, really big metal scene, and I know that it's pretty frowned upon over there too. So but yeah, I've just randomly stumbled upon some random Russian bands like through Bandcamp and stuff like that. And I was surprised. Like, I don't know why I was surprised, but I was surprised just to see like how much, like they have a lot of distros and stuff like that too. So, but unfortunately the shipping cost just is not worth it to have it shipped here. So
the part of it is it's sad. I feel sad for the legit labels there that probably are doing things on the up and up, but are getting, if I see, something from Romania or Russia or Belarus, I'm not buying it. I'm just not doing it. Unless super cheap, and I'm going into it knowing it's a bootleg. I'm still kind of want the original pressing, even though legit original pressings aren't cheap. But CDs to me are still my preferred medium, but I love vinyl. But every time you put a needle on a record, it's degrading it. But I still have my Kiss records from when I was a kid, and they sound like shit the same way they sound like shit when I was a kid, but they still play.
Yeah.
So I don't know how big of a deal that degrade is.
It depends on your equipment. If you take good care of your records and you play them on a halfway decent turntable with a halfway decent needle, they will never noticeably degrade in your lifetime unless you're one of those people that can sit there and hear like, oh, that sparrow sitting across the field is like half a note flat today.
Yeah.
No, I mean, like, my parents, have records that are 70, 80 years old at this point, and they sound like they were made yesterday. Yeah. Because they've taken care of them and they play them on. We're not talking $1,000 stereo or anything. It's my dad used the same turntable for 45 years. Change out the needle every few years with something that was passable. And they're absolutely fine. So you got to almost work at it and try to take bad care of the records before you're going to notice them start to degrade within
a short flopped down, and I had to put quarters and shit on the head to make it not from skipping. So it's amazing that those Kiss albums you can't see through them because the holes that would bore into it. But they still play.
Yeah, I mean they make insane turntables now.
Crazy.
Like I know somebody I follow on Instagram that has a $10,000 turntable, and I would never buy that. Unfortunately,
death metal on it.
yeah. I mean, that's primarily most of his collection too.
Yep.
But I obviously, if I had the money, maybe. But no. I mean, I've had the same turntable for 10 years now. I got it as a gift, and that was when I pretty much started collecting vinyl. It was about 10 years ago. And it's just a plain Audio-Technica LP60. It's before they even made the USB or the Bluetooth version. And it's perfect. It works completely fine. It's fully automatic, so I know people hate that. Like they prefer the manual turntables, and
I prefer the push it.
Yeah,
mine's manual, but I would rather have just a push a button.
Yeah, I'm just at this point I haven't thought about upgrading it yet. But maybe someday, maybe with the new stimulus checks. But no, I mean, for me, like mine is just more so of having the vinyl and playing it, every once in a while. I do have some that I play frequently, especially if they're newer ones that I just get and I get really into it. But for the most part, I do my best to try and take care of it. I haven't changed the needle yet, so I should probably look into that now.
You usually will start to notice a little bit of a change in sound quality when it's time to change the needle. And you don't have to be the super audiophile type to notice that. You'll just start to notice like something sounds slightly off, and you'll try like another record and be like, that sounds off too. It's like, okay, now it's time to change the needle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some people will change them like every year by default or something, but I don't see the need for that myself if you're bored and have the time and money, sure, but I don't think it's necessary that frequently unless you're playing the heck out of it.
Yeah. And the other thing is my speakers that I have are actually like a really old stereo cabinet that I got from my grandparents that they had in their living room. So it's the one with the open up. Yeah, it was a furniture basically, but it was in perfect condition. And when they both passed away, like my dad asked me, like, do you want this? Like, you're collecting vinyl now. I was like, yeah. So that's actually my setup. Like
it might be actually a really good. What brand is it? It might actually be good shit.
I think it's from Sears. Like that was the last. So like it has like a tag on the back of it. I'll slide it out and look.
It all depends on who Sears was working with that year.
Yeah, but it works perfect. Sounds great. I mean, I've had it for a while now. I think about 8 years now. It's traveled across the country with me twice. So yeah, I mean, and that's my setup. And I've never really thought about getting any crazy speakers or anything like that because it works perfectly fine for me. So, but I do have some friends that are really into the gear and they spend the money and they go through, like they buy like the clip speakers or whatever, something like that. And it's just, I'm not there yet, but maybe someday.
There you go, Alan. You have a comment about that?
Yeah, some of it's pretty stinky to begin with, Jeff, regardless of the needle. But yeah, you can get decent equipment that will give a decent sound. You don't have to spend thousands of dollars. The last time my dad was looking at changing his turntables, probably about 10 years ago, and he'd kind of resigned himself to I guess I'm gonna have to pay like $1,000-$1,500, and he was starting to look at listings and stuff. I'm just like, look at this. And it's real similar to what you described, Melanie. It was when the Audio Technica is one of the first generation ones with the USB plug in it. I'm just like, try this. It's like $250. I've heard them. It sounds fine. I think it'll be just fine for what you need.
That's
I don't think
exactly
you
what
need
I
extra
have, by the way.
$1,000 on it. If you don't like it, I will buy it from you because I will take it off your hands. I'll pay you what you paid for it. You've got basically return it to Alan in 30 days money back guarantee. I was like, oh, okay, well, sure. And she's played it and she's like, this is perfect. Wow. So like, yeah, see, you're fine. And yeah, he's loved it. That's what you've got, Marty?
Yeah, the Audio Technica with a USB out, which I've never plugged in my computer. I never will, but it's a nice turntable. It's solid. It's heavy. It's not a belt. It's a direct drive, which, I don't want to mess with changing belts. Just turn on and go.
Yep. Yeah, it's a nice turntable. I've used the USB on those a bit. It works pretty good now. The earlier generations of the Audacity software were pretty buggy, but they got that worked out after a couple of generations. So it's pretty easy and intuitive now. So that way I can put all that stanky new wave of British heavy metal onto my iPod and just listen to it that way.
Did y'all bring some music you've been listening to?
Yes, Mr. Rick Tonin. I did my homework as assigned.
I have stacks behind me.
I'm used to getting the homework. I'm not used to getting the homework. That was weird.
I had to change it up a little bit.
No, that's cool.
Who wants to start?
Alan, you can go. I've been talking a lot already.
Okay, let's see.
That's the point of these, to talk.
So to the audience at home, Marty informed everybody to bring 5 things that they've been playing recently to show off tonight. So first one that's picked up recently and been playing a lot. Arch Matthews' second album from 2019, I think. Winter Ethereal.
I think a very wise person told you to get that.
Yeah, some crazy guy who's been spending a couple weeks on a couch in a basement from what I hear. But yeah, really enjoying it so far. Still kind of getting used to it. It's
a busy record. There's a lot to process on that record.
There is, but it's pretty easy to get the overall hang of. You play it a couple of times and you definitely understand the songs. You are starting to remember parts of it and stuff. So it's nice because it does work as I can put it on as background listening and still enjoy it, but then I can also sit down and just listen to it and really get into it too. For fans of John Arch, he sounds amazing on this. It really is a great product just to listen to his voice.
Do you have Sympathetic Resonance?
Is that the first one they did?
Yep.
I've heard it. I don't have
It's way better than that album. It's a little less complex, so it's a little more memorable. And he sounds fucking amazing on it. But yeah.
Yeah. I listened to it when it came out, and I remember it was one of those things where I was like, that's pretty good. I'll probably circle back to that. And I just haven't circled back to it. I was not listening to stuff of that style much, so it didn't quite ever get back to the top of the list. But yeah, I'm sure I will now. So yeah, for John Arch fans, it's very good. My only little complaint, and Marty, you can correct me about this if I want. The last song, Kindred Spirits, which is good tune. It's meant to be this sort of slightly longer, epic-y sounding thing. But I think he's basically singing about his dog, which is a little just kind of weird. That the song is basically about his dog.
And I mean, it's friend after all,
Yeah. It's just you're not expecting to pick up a heavy metal album with a song about Lassie, which is what it seems to be about.
Right on.
And I mean, Arch is always very allegorical and poetic. He's very, very good at writing lyrics, which I don't think he gets enough credit for. But it's pretty clear it's about the dog.
I've never checked that. You're more perceptive on that than I have been.
If it's not about the dog, then it's just going right over I did not do well in poetry interpretation class, so I could be completely misreading this, but wow, I think.
What else you got?
Am I doing everything, or are we going to rotate through? Let's rotate through.
We'll do a couple, and then we'll move on.
Okay. other stuff I've been doing, I've been coming in batches. So, for example, you mentioned things getting reissued lately.
Yep.
So I've been getting some reissues.
I have a few of those coming. So
I didn't know they had.
My favorite.
I did not know they had been reissued. I just stopped by one of the local stores recently, and they had decided to stock a bunch of these Relapse reissues. And I'm just like, oh, my. Dear friend, credit card, how much room do you have? The guy, literally, when I checked out, the guy behind the counter was thanking me profusely for like coming in and shopping with them and stuff. I'm just like, he's like, that's so cool. You came in and bought all this stuff, man. We didn't know if anyone was going to buy that. And just like, order more. I'll come back. They did, and I have. We'll get to that stack later. But this was a band I never did check out a lot back in the day. Their music was always a little on the... I like the slower material they do. When they start cranking it up faster, that's where it gets a little on the borderline for me.
Well, John was always very much Autopsy inspired. I mean, that doomy essence is very much Chris Reifert.
Yeah, and I like that. And when they're in that Autopsy mode is when I really like them. I've played these two a good amount so far. I haven't really gotten to Golgotha.
Diabolical Conquest. I love Daniel's vocals on that album. So
yeah, this one is a little more my speed. This one was interesting because I'd never really sat down and heard it before. But really deep album. It's my initial reaction after hearing is just like, why did they even bother trying to come up with lyrics for that? Because there's no fucking way anybody's ever going to understand what the hell he is saying.
Craig's brutal as shit for sure.
Yeah, but they were always a band that interested me. I always thought the cover art was just really, really interesting, creepy, messed up all at once, but good. It wasn't just the shock value, Cannibal Corpse kind of cover. I mean, it is kind of shocking, but it's just like when I've sat and looked at these covers, just for 30 minutes at a time, and you still pick out little details. So really cool artwork. And working my way through the early Incantation catalog.
Nice. What you got, Melanie?
Nice. All right, so I'll start with 2 tapes. Sorry, guys. But I recently got the first Malevolent creation on tape, 10 Commandments.
That is the best Malevolent creation.
It honestly is, and this is probably one of the first real true death metal albums that I ever heard as a kid. So I got it, but I fully plan on hoping to get their vinyl discography as much as I can, but it's expensive. But this is definitely one of my favorite albums, and I've been listening to this a lot just because I saw it on tape and I got it. Another one is a band that maybe some people don't know too much about, but it's Gutted.
Oh, they're awesome. I saw them live once.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame that they're not together anymore because
one of the guys died.
Okay, so I didn't know the history of that. I just know they weren't together anymore. Shrill Cries put this out on their distro page a couple of weeks ago, and I picked it up and been listening to a lot of this. So this is pretty
catchy fucking record.
That's cool.
It's very, very good.
That's what I'm talking about with songwriting. I mean, that's what this modern era is more sound and not. I mean, like that Gutted record. It's riffs for days. Super catchy.
Yeah. That's when I had the original press of the CD back in the day and kind of liked it. It was better than average. At some point I traded it away, and when it got reissued, everybody's just like, oh my god, I'm so glad it's reissued. It's worth I can't ever afford it. I'm just like, huh? And then I looked it up and I'm just like, holy crap.
What did I do?
I'm pretty sure I traded it for a Manowar CD about 20 years ago.
Oh wow.
I think. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it went to Michigan in exchange for Warriors of the World.
Oh, no, not that one. The Disney album.
The Disney one.
You're back, Melanie. Sorry.
Sorry for interrupting.
And then as far as the vinyl goes,
good ones.
I've recently started really getting into black metal. So, and I know I've talked about that on my page, but I recently got all the Immortal represses from Season of Mist.
Nice.
So,
with that cover. Interesting.
Oh, yeah. I like that
it's Battles in the North. Yeah, I think
wasn't that like the promo?
Yeah. So these are really nice. I've been listening to this, and then obviously the Diabolical Mysticism, their first full length. And then another thing that I recently got, I I talked about a little bit on my channel is I bought the whole entire Proclamation, all their albums off of Nuclear War Now when I saw that they got repressed.
I got into a thread very similar to yours when I did the same thing with Archgoat.
Oh yeah,
I bought all these Archgoat reissues, and then I'm sitting there looking at what I'd done. I'm like, why did I fucking do that?
Yeah, the black metal thing has been a little bit of a strange addiction for me because I didn't ever see myself really getting into it, and then of course I did, and so now I'm kind of getting deep into it. And the stuff I've been buying recently has been black metal. And the other day I told myself, I was like, I gotta stop, I gotta slow down. Like I'm striding too far away from death metal, and my channel is gonna turn into a black metal channel if I don't slow down. So,
well, awesome. I'll show off a couple things here. This here is probably one of the best things I've gotten. My buddy Zoller bought this for me. This is Megaton's Sword, Blood Hails Steel, Steel Hails Fire. This thing is amazing. Amazing album. I don't know exactly where these guys are from. It's not the US, but their singer is probably one of the best epic metal singers I've heard in ages. Very melodious, inventive, unique style, even though it's very familiar. Very unique singer. And the music is simplistic but very powerful and lends a lot of space for him to decorate those. I totally lost my train of thought. I was looking at a comment. Anyway, check out this Megaton Sword, Blood. I can never fucking remember the name. Blood Hails Steel, Steel Hails Fire. Awesome. Best album I've heard in a while. I've been listening to the crap out of this. I'll show two more. This thing is great. This is Just Before Dawn with Tides of Blood. Basically, there's one or two guys that write the music on this, and it sounds like Bolt Thrower. And Dave Ingram from Benediction sings on the bulk of this, though there's a ton of singers that came in and lent their pipes to it. Also a bunch of guitar players that wrote some solos for it. But this is a great album. It sounds like it could have followed up for Victory by Bolt Thrower. It's fucking, the melodies on this are so well written. The songs are just completely crushing and well recorded. Super heavy, great album. Next up is an old one. I got this off of Discogs, and it's a legit copy too. Anesthesia with Exaltation of the Eclipse. I used to have this back in the day, and for some reason thought it was boring and got rid of it, which I kind of kicked myself for because it's really good old school death metal on Black Mark. Really well written. Nothing groundbreaking, and it's all about the prepubescent awkward stash. Like this guy here, he's been, you could tell it took all he could do to grow that.
7 months later, he was ready for the photo.
Best I could do for the photos, bros. But yeah, this is really good old school death metal. Anesthesia, check it out. Good stuff. And I will relinquish. I got more shit, but we'll talk about that later.
Good deal. Well, Melanie, I wanted that Immortal album is very cool, and it clears up something that's bugged me for about 20 years. Because when that album was coming out, I had a review of it in this.
Was there 10 fucking skulls?
Yep. And actually, they reviewed it, but then they also had one of the ad pages had a picture of it. I'm trying to cover the other page because it's a review of like splatter horror movies that some folks may not want to see. But so they had the little ad clip here also from the label about it, and just like that sounds cool from the description. And so eventually I ordered it, and it confused the hell out of me when I got it in the mail because it didn't have that cover. I was expecting it to have that cover with kind of the snowy night sky. And instead, I literally remember opening that package. I think I got it in July 97. I opened the package, take it out, and I look at it, I'm just like, what's with these two assholes in the snow? What's wrong with the cover? So I was just like, shit, they must have changed the cover at the last minute or something. That sucks because I liked the cover I saw in the ad. And so right away, I was off on the wrong foot with that album before I even got the shrink wrap off of it. So, okay, it's nice to know that there's a version now that actually has the right cover. Maybe I'll pick that one up.
Actually, their music videos actually turned me off for the longest time because they're just they're so cheesy and terrible. And like, I don't know how anybody could have taken them seriously. And then, of course, after listening to it, I was like, well, now I'm a fan. So unfortunately, but there's, you find there's a pretty big cult following with that band. So made me feel a little bit better about myself.
Yep.
But Alan, that's cool. You, get this album. Holy shit.
I've heard a few songs, and once interesting, going to rotate back around to them. Just got to find the time.
The singer is the focal point. He's a great singer. Great. Super unique.
Got to get through these Incantation CDs first.
A lot of passion. Yeah.
I also got to get through these CDs.
Oh, here we go.
What we got? Oh, there's Rick.
Oh, Razor. Oh, nice.
Oh.
These also have been reissued.
Yeah, they have.
I've got the Shotgun Justice reissue.
Yep. I didn't actually have hard copies of any of their stuff. I used to, traded them at some point, had never picked them back up. So working my way through these.
Well, your kid's inheritance is getting cooler and cooler by the minute.
Yeah. He's pretty much only interested in the Pokemon cards right now, though. The records is like, eh.
Yeah.
He did come in today while I had something else I'll show later and made a comment, but we'll save that. But yeah, always liked this one a lot by them. That opening scream on Martial Arts is just one of the classic thrash moments. I had never heard Shotgun Justice.
It's really good. It's really violent.
It is very violent. Initially, I'm not that keen on it. The change in vocal obviously hurts it. Going from Sheepdog to
it's not that bad though.
It's not bad, but I'm going to need to give it some more time. This one I'm liking a little better on first impression.
I have not heard that one.
It came after Shotgun Justice. It just sounds it's a little sharper sounding than Shotgun Justice was on first impression. Again, I've had all these 2 weeks, so still getting used. And I'd never actually heard this one. Yes, Brian. Anything with a chainsaw has to be cool for sure, but not as cool as playing
like Jackal.
Yeah, with using a razor blade as a guitar pick on your cheap what is it, Ibanez Flying V or something?
Oh, that's probably it. That looks like it. No, maybe it is because that's different for a Gibson pick card.
Yeah, but yeah. So this is their original one. If anyone hasn't heard this and is thinking about picking it up, it is much less thrashy. I mean, this is from '83.
Yeah, it's their first album.
Yeah, and. Yeah, it's the first thing they put out. It's kind of like listening to Overkill, Feel the Fire, or Anthrax, Fistful of Metal. It's still fast, it's still heavy, but it's not the same kind of full blown thrash attack they would do later. Most of these songs got reworked for Executioner Song, and you can tell they had really upped to the ante by the time they redid a lot of these. They don't sound bad here, but I mean it very much sounds like a very early '80s band. Getting their footing, listening to a lot of Judas Priest and doing it themselves.
Australia represent. What's up, Simon?
Hey, what's up?
How you doing?
Everything is safe at the Koala Farm?
And I'm leaving, see you.
I mean, I love you.
Yeah, all good. It's hot today, which sucks. It's autumn or fall, as you call it, and we're still hot, so it's annoying.
I'd ask you how hot, but you're going to tell us in Celsius, and none of us are going to understand.
No one cares or knows what that means. So
I'll just spare us all the embarrassment and nod in agreement.
Metric system's the tool of the devil, is it?
It is.
Let me just look it up for you in old person speak.
You need to figure out some sort of air conditioning in that garage, man.
It's not going to work. 92 Fahrenheit. There you go.
Wow.
That's
okay. Yeah, that's hot.
Hotter than Florida today.
Yeah, that's not too good for the middle of March, but yeah, I do. Yeah, it'd be nice to get aircon in this room, but it's you can't really insulate it, so it'll all leak out. Cost me a lot of money.
Right. That sucks. And that's where you spend a lot of your free time, isn't it?
99% of it, yeah. Pretty much. It's my
Tell you what, man, you've been killing it with the shit. I don't know what magic you're using down there, and how the hell that stuff is ending up in Australia. But wow.
Yeah, I'm gonna show one of them. I know it was in my update, but I'm gonna show it anyway because I still was puzzled how it ended up in this country.
Oh, the Infernal Majesty.
Oh no, that was killer. But the Czech Republic band, I don't know how that ended up here. I'll show that one.
Crazy.
Oh, God. They're called cockatoos. They're not that exotic. They're just like pigeons, but big and white.
Did you bring anything to show that you've been listening to, Simon? Now's the time.
I did. I followed the rules. All right.
Just show. Let's see. We've all been sharing.
The first three are from my video, so if you've not seen it, well, you're now going to see some of it.
I'm leaving.
The new Nazul, which I was stoked that they released. It's called Urkala, Irkaalla, Urkala. If you've not heard Nazul, Sydney, atmospheric symphonic black metal, really on the heavy side. Been around since like 1994.
Forever. Yeah.
Forever, yeah. The main guitarist and songwriter lives 20 minutes from me, so it's pretty easy to get their stuff. Yeah, it's just I'm in a cool red sleeve, which I hadn't seen.
That is interesting. I would thought that was really strange. I'd never seen it available.
Cool art, really good. But yeah, like if you've never heard them, then it's a good place to start. Like it's 24 tracks, but they're very long, 2 each side. It goes for like 35 minutes, so it's not a hugely long album, but the tracks are long. Got Moyen to do the art, so
that doesn't look like a Moyen piece, really, which is kind of interesting.
2014, it's got on the tag, so it kind of looks like a Herrick, but I guess it's just he's refined his style.
That's cool. It's not a typical Moyen piece. I don't know.
It is a bit different.
There's no Jesus in a gas mask.
That's true.
There's a gas mask, I guess, over there in the corner there. Yep.
Maybe she's got one on. We can't see it.
That could be.
So yeah, that's really good. Recommended. What else? So yeah, Infernal Majesty.
Crushing.
Now that's a cover.
That is a cover.
Yeah, that's a cover. Oh, the rear though. That's how you do it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know that mascot had a name too. I wish I knew what the name of it was.
Where is it? Mr. Axe there. It's fantastic. This one I had to go into a bit of a bidding war for, which I haven't done in a long time. So this was eBay. So some new local seller seems to be dumping his collection, like 5 LPs a week.
Nice.
The first week I tried and failed. He listed Sarcophago Inri first press, Holocausto first album first press, and I was just, this is going to go for way too much. And they went for 300 each.
Jesus.
So yeah, that wasn't going to happen. But this one I got for like $1 under triple figures, and I was happy enough with that because it's a bit challenging to find. It's the original
wow
Road Racer.
It's in good shape too.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Mm-hmm.
The playback is perfect. So there's the Road Racer. Mm-hmm. The guy must have been a proper collector because all of his stuff was written up, like he'd write VG plus and then tell you about every single defect and problem. Mm-hmm. It all went through an ultrasonic cleaning machine. He put them in disc keeper in a new sleeves. So yeah, it wasn't just some guy just selling off his crappy old things. It was a proper collector, so I was happy with that. And it's absolutely killer. 3-sleeve on a live string.
You're all exploded for that too. Nice technique. Yeah.
And just wait for me. And this is the one that I just couldn't believe. Anyway, it's just soak in this cover.
That's great.
Debu Stroll, Neuropatholog, band from Czech Republic, 1991. Apparently still going. Haven't heard the new stuff, but 1991, still the Eastern Bloc. Yeah. Copyright infringement, who could care less? They don't. Just Kids though, check it out. Just Kids.
Yep.
Yeah, they're not even trying to do the stash yet.
Nah, that's bad. But like all the songs are in Czech and the lyrics are all in Czech, so I got no idea what's going on. One of the songs is called Protest, and then in the chorus they just go Protest. So I assume they're protesting something. But this is raging stuff. It's like I said in my update. It's all your early German thrash and early Sepultura, and then Dash Slayer and Bang. That's what these kids were emulating. It's so good. Yeah, I really dug it. That was cheap, so I was happy with that.
52 viewers. Congratulations, everybody. Thanks for showing up.
What else? Yeah, I was happy with it. So here's the CD that'll get the live stream banned. I got that one.
I just got that recently too.
It's cool.
It's actually quite good.
There's some ham, just some sliced ham. Yeah. So this is their first album, I think. I think it's their first one. I much prefer this to the one after it. The one after it's great, but I think this is.
I used to own the second one, and I got rid of it. I can't have that cover in the house. I gotta draw the line. I gotta draw the line there.
Yeah, I understand. I'm not going to be. As I said, like I got these. They could have gone on the update video. I didn't feel compelled to do it, but you can all see it now.
Yeah, you ruined my channel. Thanks.
I'm not going to get demonetized.
I'm going to show it here eventually too. So it don't
there's
matter.
a brain CD. So yeah, filthy, horrible, guttural Mexican death metal.
It's quite a little underproduced, but it's good shit.
Yeah, I like this one more because it is just more raw, more underproduced a little bit, but like less ridiculous.
Yeah.
The second one was more ridiculous. It was getting to like Last Days of Humanity kind of ridiculous. Not quite as bad anyway, but this one, just brutal death metal is good. And I'm always playing old favorites, and I've shown these before, but these are always in the tape deck, the Neuropath tapes.
Oh, okay.
So these are the Australian death metal band from 1995. They did these two tapes. That's it. Nefarious Vivisection, which is the first one, 4-track demo, and Desert of Excruciation. And that's 3-track demo. That's on old Warhead Records, who were a pretty big Australian label for a while.
Yep.
Till about 2000-ish, I think is when they sort of stopped. Armored Angel was signed to Warhead.
Yep.
Lord Chaos, lots of bands like that. It's a shame these guys should have gone on to do a full length, but I don't know, just didn't happen. They all went to different bands. I think the guitarist from Neuropath went into Lord Chaos, and I don't know, it all went over the shop. Didn't end up as full length, but I'm always playing those tapes, and awesome. That's what I've been listening to.
Sweet.
Cool.
Ben is trying to get his laptop to do the stream thing, and it's archaic at best. Anybody else have more to show? Go right ahead.
Has anybody picked up the Metal Blade represses of Merciful Fate? I recently got these.
Oh, cool.
I've got OGs of those.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I don't. So I was happy that.
Man, they're so good, and he kept it true to the original, which is great.
Yeah. So I've been enjoying the fact that they've been doing that. They put a couple out every couple months or something like that. So
some of the best music ever made, right there.
Yeah, and that this one is probably a top 10 album for me. Like this is.
Oh God, so good.
That's way
yeah, I mean, my brother is quite a bit older than me, so he's the reason why I listen to metal, and that's probably one of the first albums I ever heard where I was like, yeah, this is the music I'm going to listen to.
Mm-hmm.
When I was in high school or earlier than that, and I heard that for the first time, I was pretty sure the devil was real. Of course, he isn't, but still, I thought I listened to that shit and I felt evil.
Yeah, the first time I heard Merciful Fate was that album, and I bought it blind. I showed up at a used record store. I was like, yeah, took it home, put the needle on. Just within like the first 10 seconds, that first little riff on Dangerous Meeting, I'm just like, this is going to be one of my favorite albums ever, and I've only heard 15 seconds of it. Yep. I just knew instantly, I'm just like, oh shit, this is going to be it.
Yeah, I mean, I think I even hid it from my parents when I bought it on CD. Like, I didn't want them to know I was listening to that kind of music.
My parents never cared, which made me feel incredibly lucky because I had
Yeah,
friends.
same.
I had friends that parents were like throwing their Kiss records in the garbage, and
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, they don't care
Nice.
now, but when I was younger, I was worried they would.
whatever. Ken,
Oh, okay.
Oh.
How can you
My
say that,
goodness.
Ken? I don't believe in anything anymore.
he's
I'm
kidding.
gonna sell my metal collection. Go listen to New Kids on the Block. I'm so disillusioned, Ken.
I just shouted your channel out earlier too. Jeez.
Cancel Ken. Cancel Ken.
Instant thumbs down on every video he posts from now on, or at least until 11 o'clock tonight.
How's it going, Ken? Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is a. Whoa. God.
Brian,
Hot take.
Shit stir.
see me after class, Brian.
All right, I'll show a couple more here. I have a few more things here. I went over 5. This is another one of those albums that Zoller sent me, and man, this thing rips. This is a Butcher 666 Goats Carry My Chariot. This thing.
Oh, that's
I've
pretty
been curious
fun.
about that.
Fucking
That's
rules.
a fun listen.
It is a fun listen. It's like R noir, but in a lot of ways better. I think the songwriting is way better. There's a little bit of Destroyer 666 in here as far as like triumphant style riffs. You know,
Mm-hmm.
Destroyer's got a very triumphant style about him. This is kind of in that vein, but along the lines of the rocking black thrash of R noir.
Yep.
I was very surprised by this. It's really well written. The vocals are amazing. The riffs are amazing. 666 Goats Carry My Chariot. A lot of people were showing this on the on vinyl last year, saying how great it was, and I just didn't. It didn't click with me until I got it for free and listened to it. Went, ho, very good. Here's another one. This is an Alan Conquest. See his Running Wild video made me realize I had a few holes, so I have been trying to fill those holes. And is this their best album? It is not, but is it a really good album? It really is. There isn't a bad song on this thing, to be completely honest. And if you like Running Wild, you like Rolf's delivery and songwriting style, it's that's what you're getting here, completely from start to finish. Not breaking any ground, but I listen to this shit and it feels like it's early 90s, late 80s. And I love that because I'm old. This will probably be the last one I show. Sacrilege, Behind
nice.
the Realms of Madness. This is a reissue. Relapse did. It's got the album, and there's an 86 demo, and then there's a new track, and one remake, and 2 live tracks. And, this is a band I had early on when I was a teenager, and I never really clicked with Tam's vocals. I don't know why, but now I put this shit on, and if you don't hear almost a direct influence to Bolt Thrower, early Bolt Thrower, you're crazy, because that's where that came from, is this stuff right here. They're all friends, and this is a big influence on Bolt Thrower, and you can really hear it in those down-tuned, weird, punky type riffs. Very good. This is excellent. Check out that cover art. Isn't that fucking awesome?
Cool.
Totally cool. But yes, definitely check this out.
Yeah, I remember hearing some of their stuff back in the day, and I had the same reaction where the vocals were always just a little. They were a stumbling block for getting into it, and I never really followed up on them much after that.
I'm past it, and because the music is so good, it's really well written. Listen to that early Sacrilege stuff, and it sounds like early Bolt Thrower, straight up. That early earache, crusty UK sound.
Cool. Ooh, call on me, Mr. Rick Doning. Call on me. Ooh,
Go for it. What do you got?
2 more piles. Again, things have been coming in batches of 3 and 4 lately.
Oh, Ruins.
Nice.
Awesome.
Oh, Ruins. I still have to get that.
I've just got the new one. I haven't listened to it yet.
I haven't even got the shrink wrap off of it, but yeah, the local store, I made sure they were ordering it, and the guy made sure to hold a copy for me until I got over there. But yeah, I'm still listening to this one and liking it so much. I don't feel like I need to open the new one just yet. But yeah, really, I've enjoyed this band a lot since I started getting into them about a year or so ago. And most folks are going to know that, yeah, incredible one-man project, doomy, deathy, blacky, all at the same time. But and the last one, because I keep buying things in piles. Now, time to get a little bit funky. This is a series of compilations put out by a label, and it's all late 60s to late 70s. They describe the collection as hard psych, heavy rock, and proto metal. But it's all these little bands that basically made like singles or one private pressed album somewhere in like Canton, Ohio, or Sioux City Falls, and then disappeared. So it's just interesting. I like digging into some of this sort of stuff that was almost heavy metal or might have been considered heavy metal in the 70s, but never quite got anywhere. So it's just a lot of obscure tunes. They've done 12 volumes so far. And they had like they had a bundle where if you bought the first 10, it was like $6 each. So I'm just like, shut up and take my money. Here you go.
Why we make it so we can spend it, right?
Yep. But yeah, it's interesting. There's some really good tracks buried on here. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff. You can tell these were small bands that had like some of them have a big Deep Purple influence. Some of them were very much into Cream or Hendrix. But yeah, there's some cool tunes scattered throughout it. I'm on the 5th one so far, so I still got about 5 volumes to dig through. But yeah, it's been fun checking that kind of stuff out. That's all I've got.
We just want to watch you stare at your face. Have you heard the pre-Ruins of Beverus band Nagelfar?
I've heard the other Nagelfar. I've never heard that Nagelfar.
The Swedish one I don't recommend too much, but
German one rule.
German Nagelfar, it's got an E in it. Was I think at least one, maybe 2 members of Ruins, and you can really hear the transition from the last Nagelfar to the first Ruins. It's pretty seamless.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely recommend them.
Yeah, I just never came across them. I didn't avoid them. I was aware of them, but never came across them. I like the very first album by the Swedish one a lot. It's very good.
Vitra is very good.
Yeah. After Vitra, the second one had a few songs that were good, but yeah, they didn't hold up as well.
Pretty
I like that first Vitra album. Just is very. It's got a very melodic streak to it. It really has that strong sense of melody. Someone in a review back then described it as like like Keeper's era Halloween if they went full on Swedish black metal 10 years later. And it's just like I can kind of hear that at times. So it worked for me.
I should probably go back and revisit it. It didn't survive a purge, so it's no longer around. That one, yeah.
Yep, that'd be the one.
I will
Enslaved the Astral Fortress. That was the song I heard on it.
Are a little bit dimensionless.
Yep, they were on one of those blackened compilation.
That's right.
I think it was volume 2 with Enslaved the Astral Fortress, and it's just like, yep, I'm gonna have to go find that album. And I did.
It's good. I mean, like I said, Jens Ryden, is that the singer, right? Jens Ryden?
I'm pretty sure that's one of
his vocals are a little dimensionless. I mean, he doesn't really vary much from the full-on scream, but it's a good album. There's a lot of good melody on it. Typical Swedish black metal from that era.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yep.
You got some more stuff, Melanie? I've seen you digging.
Yeah, I mean, I have a bunch of newer stuff. So nothing too crazy old. Hold on, I just got it out. So this is probably one of the newer albums that just came out, Suffering Hour.
Awesome. I need to get that.
Yeah, so it came out on Profound Lore. I think it's pretty much sold out everywhere. I've been listening to this a lot. Unfortunately, my copy came a little bit warped, so the B-side doesn't play too great. Yeah, unfortunately, but this is definitely one of my favorite releases that has come out so far this year. And then today I raved about it on my latest video, the new Pan American Native Front. Little Turtles War. I got this. Luckily, got this because I know it's been really hard to get. Listening to this a lot. Like I said, the black metal stuff has been what I've been swaying towards lately. And then one more thing that I got today, but was listening to prior, is a new Coffin Mulch on Caligari.
That
So
cover is amazing.
yeah, Adam Burke, he's an incredible artist. No relation to me at all, but yeah, he does a lot of artwork for newer death metal bands. So yeah, this is really good. If you're looking for a newer band to listen to, I highly recommend this one.
Got the LP in the post. Hopefully it'll arrive in a week or so.
Yeah, I think they had issues with their LPs. I saw like a post on Instagram where they came messed up from the pressing plant. They shipped them wrong or something, and there were splits all in the covers and stuff like that.
I did see that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was unable to get an LP. I was only able to get a tape because I think they sold out pretty fast too. But yeah, it's really good stuff.
Yeah. Somebody else had that issue with their vinyl recently. I think it was Cinera, the black metal band from Texas.
Yeah.
Ben Brain Smasher had him talked about him recently. It's really good dissection clone.
Speaking
that guy.
Basin.
I said his name 3 times and then he appeared.
Big Juice or Bloody Mary, whichever one.
Bloody Beef Basin.
How's it going,
Ben?
Ben?
I think
pretty good. Good.
Hey Ben, I just recently watched your drunk Q&A videos a couple days ago from like 3 years ago. you're eating nachos and rambling for like an hour.
That's why I don't do Q&A videos very often or at all.
It came up as a suggestion for me, so I was like, "Oh, sure, why not? I'll watch this."
You would have thought I would have done a 5,000 subs Q&A, but 10 maybe. Get it, Simon?
There we go. All right. I will hunt around again.
Mandatory. After that, fuck off.
Damn it. So did you bring some stuff that you're going to show, Ben?
Yeah.
Yeah. One of them better be that awesome thing you showed me earlier today. And no, I'm not talking about your. Never mind.
Woohoo!
Witch hazel?
No.
What?
Coroner.
That's what I showed you earlier.
Yeah.
Did you think that witch hazel was bullshit?
Do I think it's bullshit? No, I think it's really quite good. But after listening to this Megaton sword, it pales in comparison to this. To be completely honest,
that's not my problem.
Actually, I listened to it and it reminded me a bit of Thin Lizzy, like those twin guitar.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very much like Thin Lizzy.
So we were driving in traffic today, and there was this like sporty kind of off-road Jeep kind of deal in traffic, and he had all these like "I ride bikes in crazy places" kind of stickers on the back of his truck, and there was like a bunch of names of all the crazy places that they had been and ridden their bikes in. So there was like Murdoch's Ravine and some rocky place, and one of them was called Beef Basin. So Julian and I thought that's definitely a euphemism for a vagina, and here we are.
You know what? I would not have thought of that. That's actually quite hilarious.
It's so good, right? So what have I been listening to? Depay just
hold on. Let me get
you. Oh
you.
yeah, I have that on the way. I'm super excited. Nice. That's really good.
Bush meat. So like I saw the hype. I read Pete the Guttural Monk has a way of getting me to buy stuff. There's a lot of guys out there hyping stuff, but when Pete hypes something enough, I'm like, all right, fine, I'm doing it. So I kind of blindly bought this, but knowing fully well it's worth it. Total fucking chunky autopsy worship, but I was kind of hearing some similarities in like the riff eccentricities and accents. Are we falling out here? No, okay. Hoping this laptop stays afloat here. But I want to say like my best description of this is like autopsy riffs with a lot of like coroner kind of little like some of those kind of little things. So I realized it had been a long time since I listened to coroner. This is my today now listening stack. But so I busted out Rest in Peace.
Oh, I love that album so much.
Oh, yeah. This was so got into black metal first, death metal first, kind of along the same lines. So like 80s stuff was like, kind of test the waters here and there as young teenagers with like no real guidance for like what to glom onto. So it was kind of like I found Halloween just kind of by way of chance. Stuff like Tankard and stuff like that. But Coroner was like, I don't know, it looks kind of cheesy. Coroner is not really as scary as a lot of stuff that I usually like, but I wound up picking it up on tape when I was about 19 years old and just fucking loved it. And I think it's really underrated, underappreciated, and it's super catchy. Like this band altogether, I think deserves to be up there with.
That's definitely their darkest album too. There's like a real weird old school darkness about that record. It's cool.
Yeah, and just there's no other guitar player like this. Just some of the most unique thrash ever has been. Other than that, I think like Hell Witch is comparable.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Like insane, weird riffing that you'll never hear anything like again. And both bands have a song called Nosferatu.
That song rules.
Nosferatu. Yeah, love it.
Yeah.
Rules.
So, like, this kind of felt like another exactly what I needed out of a Ruins of Everast album. The Peter Steele-isms, it's there. I'm not all that like excited or blown away by it or anything. It's just as good of an album as I expected it to be. But I can't really decide if it's what's new about this is like the massiveness of the tone overall.
Yeah.
It's the biggest sounding thing I've ever heard. I can't fucking wrap my brain around how they got the drums and the guitars and just everything just sounds so thick and colossal and just take up so much space. It's such an immersive sound. Oh, and I saw them live 2 years ago.
Does it translate well live?
Yes. I could see, if you're in a venue that doesn't have great sound or anything, but we were at Reggie's and they were the last band of the whole festival, so they had plenty of time to get their sound figured out. But Reggie's is, I've been to a Reggie show, like I think of Agalock. I wasn't too pleased with their show or their sound there, but over the years I've gotten to like Reggie's pretty well sound wise. Revisited Jester Race. It's been
great album.
Years.
Yeah.
Yep.
Since I listened to that. I listened to it about 3 times in a row.
That's the way it goes with that record. It's years, and then you put on, it's like, what have I been doing? What have I been doing with myself? Over and over. Yep.
I've had this for a long time, and I don't really listen to this band very often, but when I do, it's always this one. Picked up the Lunar Strain a couple years ago. I actually didn't wind up listening to this. I always mean to.
It's good.
Of course, is one of my favorite singers, and he sang on the Subterranean EP, but I've barely listened to that.
It doesn't sound like him on Dawn, though. It's different. He's different style for sure.
Ben, is that the CD person that has Subterranean on it?
Yeah, it's got it as a bonus, and I've got Subterranean separately even. So
I like the Subterranean. I like Subterranean a lot. I got into them when that had come out, and was really blown away by it.
They don't really like. They're just kind of their own thing. I know they came from that whole scene and kind of like sound a little bit like At the Gates, but to me, Jester Race is just like the Jester Race. That thing is kind of a masterpiece. But I don't love it to death. It's not like a 10 out of 10 record for me. I wouldn't say there's any imperfections about it. It's just not really the kind of thing I go nuts about,
Yeah. To me, they always sound more like early Dark Tranquility than At the Gates. They always get compared to At the Gates, but I always thought Dark Tranquility was closer to their sound early on.
The pre-In Flames band, Ceremonial Oath, they're actually quite good as well.
Yeah, I haven't heard Ceremonial Oath in a long time.
the tall guy that went on to Hammerfall and for Stromblad. I think those are the only two. Sure. What's that?
And Crystal Age.
Yeah. See, I need to get that.
No, really.
Age. I suck for not having that.
Yeah,
That's
you
great.
do. You suck. You need to.
That's a great album. Other than the Nocturnus ripoff cover.
That's what makes it half good. The cover's amazing.
Better than Nocturnus.
I'm so forgetful. I got so much shit going on now. You just said Ceremonial Oath, and I went over there and I went, what am I looking for? 6 feet away.
I see the music hasn't been boxed up yet. That's for me. That's the most important part of the move.
Yeah. There's no way I can explain to anyone how the move is going. So just like, don't worry about it.
You'll get there eventually.
I'm gonna start doing collection updates out in my timber, which thankfully I've kind of done before. But the focus shit might not be a problem then. I know the focus problem is a fucking
You
terrible.
need to do a collection update on the rotted out snowmobile. That'd be sweet.
Absolutely.
Totally.
Yep.
Yeah. I've got like a bank of 8 to 10 videos in my back pocket that I can just fire off at any time. But I've also shot 2 or 3 more. I'm still editing those together. But I'm kind of liking having like just a bank of stuff to sit in there so that I can take a week or 2 off and
I wish I had that when I did need to take a week or 2 off. I wish I had a bank of them just to pop up.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So it's nice to just kind of fuck off without fucking off totally.
Yeah.
I should probably get into the habit of doing that.
Yeah, I've been trying to
You're
keep like at
getting
least.
advantage. You're just starting. You can show old stuff too. You don't have to show just new shit.
Right.
I know. I had a little bit of moment of panic the other day where I was like, I don't think I'm going to be getting anything for at least a week or 2. Most of the stuff I have is pre-order stuff. I was like, what am I going to do for a video? So like, well, I haven't showed you my collection, so I'll probably just do collection showing.
That's when you do a room tour.
Yeah. Oh, my room tour would be
I
like
haven't
a
been getting a whole
3-minute
lot of
video.
stuff.
Alan, I've been meaning to talk to you about this, but did you see the very mini clip that they released of Starfall for Halloween?
No,
Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh, it's going to be album of the year material. I'm telling you.
Really?
Have you seen the cover that they released?
I saw it go by. I don't remember what it was. I think Melissa showed it to me. She's like, "Hey, here it is." Like, okay, great. Hey,
It's
Dean,
a really cool cover.
putting that in your mouth.
Sick.
Nice.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I haven't listened to it yet.
Yeah.
It's so
Mine's in
good.
the post somewhere.
But I did an interview with them and it just came out in Arcane Archivist.
Let's take a look.
I wish I could get that thing. Doesn't have any distribution I can get it from yet.
We'll figure it out, I guess. I'm
Hmm.
totally not on the business end of things. Jesse does a great job of handling all of that. But I think he printed 1,000 copies. 500 went to Europe and 500 here in the US. So I got to think that Euro distribution should kind of get people pumped up about it enough to where
Yeah. Okay.
it'll kind of get down into the southern hemispheres and all
Who's
that.
distributing it in Europe?
There's like 5 different distros. Cult Never Dies. There's like 2 out of UK. Something else out of Germany. I could check, but I can't really remember. Cult Never Dies was 1 out of the UK.
Right on.
I'll go check them. Yeah, I've got some LPs from Cult Never Dies. UK shipping's not bad at the moment, but I've got 4 LPs from Germany that were sent 8 weeks ago, and the tracking just sort of stopped.
Simon, I've been meaning to send you a package, and I'm kind of waiting for the mail situation because I'm not going to spend $1 million to send you a package and only for it not to get there. So let me know when you notice a shift in the shipping.
Well, from the US, it's been pretty good. The tracking works end to end. It's just been mainly parts of Europe. It's been a bit sketchy. Just like parts of Europe. Boom, boom.
Yep.
And yeah, Canada's really slow. I don't know why. I mean, it's the same damn continent as the US, but that's really slow.
Canada, so
Canada's historically slow, even to the U.S. back and forth.
Oh, really?
and
Yeah.
it's expensive, which is stupid.
Yep, it's never made any sense, but yeah, it will take 3 weeks to get something from here to Canada.
And I've had 2 packages go lost there in the last 6 months.
Mm.
Oh
What are you doing
no!
with them?
I've got a really rare CD coming, like one on eBay on January 26th. It still hasn't showed up from Canada yet.
Oof.
Yeah.
I got a
distros I'd never heard of, so whatever.
I got a vinyl from France a couple of days ago. It was that New Forest vinyl that I showed off. and it came in a week.
Wow.
But my package from Life After Death, which was 3 tapes, was shipped over 2 weeks ago from Ohio, and I just got that on Monday. So the shipping
Doesn't make sense.
makes absolutely no sense.
Well, Trump tried fucking it up. I mean, he didn't want mail-in, so he told his guy to fuck it up, and they did. And I don't know if it's getting any better or not,
I
but
don't think
the
so.
mail has been the worst it's ever been the last 6 months.
Yeah.
of his-
And he's still at the helm of the USPS.
Yeah, he
Just
is.
because Trump's gone doesn't mean that Joy's not out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's been a push for years, by that sector to try to privatize mail in the U.S. and, hey, make it bad enough and people will sort of demand you take it apart and, turn it into a private corporate thing that somebody can make another, $1 billion off of.
Yeah,
and
just we
then the
need
mail
more people raising the fucking rates.
Yeah, and then nobody will have any control over any of it. They can charge whatever they want and ship it as slow as they want, and you can't do
What are you
anything
going to do
about
about it? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's part of the problem with the Canadian mail system is that it's all privatized, to my understanding, and as such, yeah, it moves slower than frozen molasses wrapped in flannel on a hockey rink.
Oh my God, look at this guy.
I'm trying to get some Canadian things strewn together.
It's
that I
that
don't know
guy
if I
that
failed
doesn't
or
do
not.
videos.
Oh,
I don't even recognize this guy. I thought you were going to come on without his shirt covered in Cheeto dust.
working on it.
Reaching for the Cheetos now.
How you doing, Jace?
What's up? Sorry about that. My speakers weren't on. I couldn't hear shit.
I
just
said I
making
thought you were
fun of
gonna
you.
show up shirtless and covered in Cheeto dust. I'm a little disappointed, to be honest.
No, I put a shirt on because I wanted to match the theme of like half of us.
Right?
We're all black shirts. That's something.
That's pretty much all I wear.
Oh, 3 binder shirts.
Oh, I see.
I took a shower. Can you tell?
Your hair is like Jermac bounced back and beautiful.
Magnificent.
It is magnificent.
Shock white.
Practically Fabio.
So it's like if Fabio, went to Reno for a month and had really bad time at it.
It's like Flabio.
That didn't end where I wanted it to. Sorry.
A little bit like a horse's tail. And that's nice.
I used
I'm
tail.
trying to think of like a fat Edgar Winger joke or something.
Yeah. It's bigger. I have a new setup in here, so it's weird.
Oh, so you can shoot videos?
No, I can still shoot videos. My wife got a new job, and it's like 100% work from home because her office is still shut down. So there's like all this new monitors and shit in here.
Oh,
Like the laptop's on a new thing, so it's like lower. I feel weird.
Did you bring anything that you've been listening to so we can see what you got going on?
Yeah.
Over there?
Yeah, I brought a couple things. First things first, I actually listened to this today for the first time. The new Gate Creeper.
Nice.
So this is a band that also looks like a butthole, not to be weird.
It does. A little
It
dark.
definitely does. So this is a band that I own a split, but I have no recollection of it. According to my Discogs, I own it. So I've been like, it came out on Closed Casket, which is like a label that deals like a lot of like heavier hardcore, like kind of moshy. They dabble in different stuff. So I read about it. I picked it up today. It's 8 songs. 7 of the songs are literally 1 minute long, and they're just like very hardcore riffage and breakdowns, and then an 11-minute slow dirge number. But
Yeah.
it's good. I dug it. I was listening to it in my car like 4:30 this morning. Like, just it was basically my whole ride to work because it's only like it's 18 minutes long. I think not even that, maybe a little less than that. But it really kind of hit me today. So this has been like I probably listened to it like I'm not even lying, probably 4 or 5 times today. I jammed this in my like every single time I had to get in my car, I listened to this, and I dug it. I know some people.
We're converting you slowly and painfully, converting Jason to the dark side.
Well, the thing about this though is like that I think is weird is I think there's gonna be some people who like this is just my opinion, like metal, like people who are really into like certain types of metal are gonna be like this is too hardcore sounding, and hardcore kids are gonna say it's too metal sounding because it doesn't like do the mix of like the moshy metal mix. It's like vocals are gonna turn off hardcore kids, but the breakdowns might turn off more of like the people who lean metal because it's some straight up hardcore like mosh pit breakdowns on this shit like like big time.
Yeah, I think they said they wanted to do like a Death Crust sound for
Yeah.
for the fast side, and then they tried to do like a Death Doom song for the slow side.
Yeah.
Which to me, honestly, like I have that.
Oh, yeah,
This is one to me, actually, the Death Doom song, I think they did it great. So honestly, if they became a Death Doom band, I'd be okay with that because to me, it sounded good. Yeah, it's a quick listen. Is this actually the split that you have? Is it with Exhumed?
Yeah, actually it is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because I own it. And I'm sure I've listened to it, but like I don't know if you've seen, like I hoard. So like I was like, oh yeah, I do own that, but I couldn't even fucking tell you what it sounds like. I'm sure.
Or find it.
Yeah.
How did you?
Let's be honest with
last
each
time
other. You
played
can't
it,
fucking
Jason?
find it.
No, that too. That's part of it, Marty. But yeah, I dug this. I mean, it'll stay in rotation in my car for a while. But the one thing I do hate though is I did have minor complaints. There's a hype sticker that says the name of the band. It's on the shrink wrap, which bummed me out. They should have put it. They should have gone straight to a CD case.
As long as it didn't cover up the butthole.
It did actually. That's the funny part, but it was clear.
Oh, okay.
And then this is going to be like the most like anal nerd shit. So like some people might get mad about this, but like I don't know, deal with it. The CD was like when I picked. They had like 3 or 4 of these for sale, and I grabbed one, and you could hear the CD rattling around inside. So I'm like, oh, broken teeth. It's not broken teeth. They didn't. Whoever packaged these didn't do this.
Lazy.
So they were all just like loose. They were all just like that. And I don't know.
I get them like that sometimes.
But it was every
You don't want to buy a coaster.
Yeah, everyone was like that. And I was like, because I did like the little, like I was in the store being like, because like I'm a loser. So like I just go to the record store and spend a lot of time in there. And I'm like,
Shaking the CD.
So yeah, that's the first thing. I only have 2 things to start off. So that's the first thing. And then if you guys watch the video I made with Eric and Pat, Pat brought up this band, which I'm going to like, I don't speak Finnish. I'm from Massachusetts and I'm ignorant. So it's Sarat Millet.
I think the only people that can speak Finnish are people from Finland because that shit's crazy.
So this is a collection of they did 2 EPs in like 90 and 91, but this is like a crusty punk band, but they're like super, they hate punk and they're like, they seem to be almost militant, like Earth Crisis level straight edge because which is like, for those who listen to punk is like, no, that's like the opposite. But, they just have a whole like little diatribe on the back here where it's like normal people drink. If you're a punk and you drink, you're just normal. We're not made to be normal and stuff like that. And then if you open it up in the middle, they won't print the lyrics because it says lyrics are illegal according to law, so unfortunately not available. So I wonder if that's a weird Finnish censor thing. But yeah, it's just like more like this is just it's very fast. Punk, like I would say, like if you guys like the bands like Tragedy and that, this is like 1990 that era type stuff. But every single song's in Finnish, so I don't know what they're saying. Also, the cover rules because it's a butt smoking a hookah, I guess. Which honestly I didn't realize until later on. Like I thought it was a photo of something, and I was like in my car and I go, "The fuck?" So yeah, I thought it was cool.
So,
Yeah.
so basically, you have a theme here. Both the things you've shown have had weird butt stuff going on.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I'm foreshadowing, man. It's like a Freudian slip, I guess, maybe.
Butt core.
Yeah, but this is really cool stuff, and I got this for $3 off Discogs. So I mean, it's not like you need. I mean, the original press 7 inches, I'm sure, $1 trillion because it hits all the marks. European punk, obscure European punk. So those are gonna be big ones. Yes, there you go. Here we go. Thanks, man. But that's the thing, like the thing that's crazy about it is like every single like all the songs are in Finnish, the titles, but they have a quick translation right here, and it's all just like tobacco as sickness, life as a limit, punk is bullshit, semi-alcoholics, booze rules my life. Why are the birds not singing? But
what the hell is this?
But yeah, but it's definitely cool shit.
I'd rather my $3.
It's a $3 winner. You can't lose with it.
It sounds like they picked some really petty topics to really fucking hammer on.
Well, so there's a little diatribe here. It's just that punks are like most people, a bunch of useless rednecks that just conform to rules without question. When they're told to drink, they'll do it. When they're told to do drugs, they'll do it. No matter how stupid, they'll do it. Being different is out of the question. But now is the time to obey our rules. You can ram your drugs up your ass and fuck off and die. You'll stick to your drugs. We all know it. Just like another slave. So,
Wow.
Huh.
You see the thing on the screen there, Jason?
No,
Oh, yeah.
I haven't heard that yet. I saw all the internet hype about it today, but I have not dove in myself.
It's pretty punkish,
Is
punky
it?
sounding. Yeah. I listened to it. They announced it a couple weeks ago, and I listened to it. But yeah, I think that it came out today actually.
I saw all the Facebook groups and message boards hyping it, which is like, I mean, I'm sure it's the same thing in the metal world where for like a week everyone's going to be like, oh, and then another band will put something out and everyone will forget that existed. Like,
Yeah.
And then it gets reissued 3 years later.
Yeah, well, the crazy thing too about this record is, so this was a surprise, right? They didn't really like hype this; it just appeared.
They announced it like 3 days before the drop or something like that. So nobody knew that they were working on anything at all. So
yeah, it isn't Closed Casket like not the label they normally work with too. So it's like a whole
no. So they were previously on Relapse, and then they announced, I think, a couple of weeks ago that they're now on Napalm Death. I think that's where they are now.
Napalm Records.
Napalm Records, yeah. So they're on that label now. So, but yeah, their previous releases were on Relapse. So Closed Casket was like a side project that they worked on during the pandemic. They like, well, it's still the pandemic, but last year they recorded this and dropped it as a surprise
with 5,000 different variants that are all sold out.
Yeah, so I have the glow in the dark variant, which I've never bought a glow in the dark vinyl ever, but I got it just because I was so hyped up about it. I mean, it plays fine. People told me that it wouldn't play that great or it wouldn't sound that great. It plays
The pressing plant will tell you that glow in the dark shit is typically the noisiest and not that great sound.
Yeah. So I mean, it plays fine. And I also bought the tape too because I was worried about the glow in the dark vinyl, which was just a bad investment on my part. Shouldn't have done it. But so they sold out. It dropped at midnight. So I was one of those assholes that stayed up till midnight to get it. And then it sold out in probably like 30 minutes. Yeah. And then an hour later, they're announced like, oh, but we have 7 other new pressings too that are not out yet, but they're up for pre-order. And they were cooler looking vinyl. And I was like, God damn it, I totally fell for this.
Yeah, that's Closed Casket for you, though. I have a feeling I bought some of the hard, like they did that, I can't remember their name. It'll pop up in a minute, but they did a release for a band that like a power violence band that I love, and it's like, we only have 500 total copies. And of course, they sell out in 4 seconds. And then the next day, it's like, there's 500 more coming on this color. And then until eventually they can't sell out right away, and that's when they just stop. The repress train, stops in its tracks there, but they keep, that there's going to be more pressings. It's just, they just wait.
So yeah, new Halloween. That's what I'm psyched about.
I've got it pulled up on YouTube to watch later, but didn't know about it. I had seen just the cover art, but I got the clip pulled up to check out.
The ripping on that's really aggressive. It's pretty impressive. I mean, I knew it was going to be good. I love their shit, but
I do too.
What'd you say, Jason?
Is that out? Or
no? The Starfall single should be coming out here next month.
Says in April. Yep.
And then they got both versions of that ordered, and then the new album will be out
2nd for the single, and the album in June.
Yeah, it'll be a birthday album for me. Woo!
I am Cloud Merchant. That's what Regional Justice Center. I don't know why I blanked on it. It's been a while since I've done a stream or done a video.
Both.
It's been a minute. That's good. Did you order like a variant, Marty, that they had available?
I ordered. Well, they the Starfall single. They put different tracks on different pressings of it.
Yeah.
So they kind of fucking made you do that.
Reeling you in.
Well, I did it because my kid. That's like one of the few bands my kid will listen to with me. So. Halloween, that's going to be.
It's not the bands; it's the dad.
Whatever.
Oh, that's what I was going to say earlier when we were showing stuff off. I was in here working today while my kid, was doing virtual first grade, and every time they get a break, he's coming over like waving at me through the door. It's just like, "Can I come in?" Just like, yeah. What's up? Come in and he's like babbling. We're doing math and Pokemon's great, and who do I used to be, Giovanni? And he just kind of stops for me and is listening. He's just like, I like this song. I like the guitar. I'm just like, thanks, Betty. I'm like, what am I listening to? Ruins of Bevrast.
Yeah,
Is it legal for my 6-year-old to listen to Ruins of Bevrast? I don't know.
Of course
Adam
it is.
Young.
Perfect.
My son's asked to put on the fast music. Let me listen to the fast music.
No.
Could you be more specific?
So I'll put on like something that's a little bit more easier on their ears, I guess. So like Slayer or something. Like I don't know if I feel good about putting on like some black metal album for them. So
You don't even want to know what I've subjected my 1-year-old to, so don't worry.
My kids heard it all. It's all good.
Yeah, he's probably going to be into like just pure silence when he's older because of me.
yeah, my 3-year-old will hear the music playing and he'll run into the room and like start jumping. And I'm like, please stop jumping. You're going to skip the record. Oh my God, stop jumping. He doesn't get it at all, but like that's how he dances. He just jumps around.
Oh,
Yep. Yeah, my kid doesn't pay a lot of attention when listening to it. But yeah, one day he came in just, again, completely out of the blue. And he just started doing this like, slamming thing with his arms back and forth. I'm just like, that's in perfect rhythm with the thrash metal. Okay.
Yeah.
Weird.
No wrong way to mosh.
So he's like, yeah, you gotta get the elbows higher, son. But, he's not even 4 feet tall, so he's got some time to work on that.
Teach him how to circle pit.
Music with the murder drum. That's so good.
Yeah, my kid doesn't like death metal or anything with aggressive vocals, but he seems to like some power metal, so that's good.
It's a gateway, Marty.
I hope so. My hopes.
Yeah.
You been ordering anything besides the Halloween stuff?
No, my buddy Zoller sent me an enormous box of music.
I was going to say,
Ben and Zoller, I've got so much shit to listen to. There must have been 80 to 100 CDs in the box that Zoller sent me. So
that thing was
9 vinyls, 9 records, and all sorts of shit. So yeah, I've got
Garbage on you too.
there's a lot of good stuff too. A lot of stuff that I missed the last couple of years, and yeah.
I grabbed that new High Command 7-inch, which came out on a label which doesn't really doubt more of a hardcore. Well, they've done some metal stuff, so that's cool. That's about it for me. We got that Stimmy coming though.
It was supposed to be by the weekend, and I haven't got anything yet. I could have used it.
I know some people who said they got it today, and I don't know if they were bullshitting me.
I'll have to go check again.
I've already done some window shopping on Discogs, so there's some stuff added to my want list from the same seller, so I can just ninja in and out that real quick when that money hits the good old account.
I'm psyched. It's going to get us through some months here, so I'm psyched about it.
Good.
Did anybody get the new Creator box set that came
Yeah, that
out?
thing is sweet.
Yeah, I want it so bad.
It's sweet.
Sold out though. I can't find it anywhere.
Really?
What's in it, Melanie?
It's their first. It's like 4 or 5 albums.
Oh wow.
It goes through renewal.
Yeah, goes through renewal. And there's a bunch of other things. Like there's like a little action figure it comes with, and a couple other things. So yeah,
It comes with a hardcover, not a hardcover, but a book, like a history of the band book.
yeah, it's definitely their best album that they released in the box set.
Sounds
So
It's in a really nice, cool box. It lifts, like the lid lifts off of it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I want to try to go to one of the better local record stores next week since I've got a few days off. I'll have to see if they've got it. That's the kind of thing they might have picked up a copy of.
I think right off the bat it was like $100 and some bucks. I can't remember.
150. So
Which really isn't
$150.
bad for all the shit that's in it. It's pretty cool. There's like a
Is it
CD. in it.
vinyl or what?
it's all
format?
vinyl. Yeah.
There's a CD in it too, isn't there?
Is there? Yeah, I wasn't sure about that. Yeah, the vinyl is all the cool color variant vinyl.
The Dark Throne box set looks pretty fucking rad.
Yeah.
Go for it, but I don't fuck with tapes really, but that looks pretty awesome.
Very expensive out here.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
The
what's
$300 sticker price out here.
Oh, that's crazy. But there's a lot of shit in that box.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's tapes, Soulside Journey LP, I think, some live LPs. It's a whole bunch of stuff. But it's got Goat Lord, and I can't stand that thing, so that was kind of like, I'm not going to bother.
Yeah.
Does anybody like Goat Lord on this chat? Because I just can't stand
I liked
You
it.
do?
Yeah.
I think it's the vocals that kill me on that.
They don't bother me. I mean, you could tell they're pasted on at a different time, but that's just an old rehearsal, so it's going to sound
Yeah.
like crap no matter
Yeah, I
what.
know. I think it's
Songs
the
are
time
cool.
I got it. I got it because it was it's a Dark Throne album, and I didn't really realize it was pre-Soul, well, around Soulside and patched together like a quilt. So
Yeah.
it just didn't really work.
It makes the transition between Soulside Journey and A Blaze in the Northern Sky make a lot more sense.
Yeah.
That to me was always like, how did they go from this to this and turn of a dime?
I remember buying Blazing the Northern Sky when it came out on tape, and I was all excited about it because I love Soulside Journey.
Oh wow!
Got the truck and put it in. I'm like, what the fuck? Like I'm looking at it, it's like, is this a demo? What is this crap? You know. Of course, I
You
ended
didn't realize
but the
didn't
initial
realize tapes could go 45 up. Yeah.
Did you literally think it sounded like absolute garbage?
It sounded like garbage. Yeah, I thought, what the fuck is wrong with this? Is it a demo? At first thing I thought, I'm looking at it, I'm like, is this a demo? What is this? And no.
That's what I've heard from like a lot of the elders when they first heard Dark Throne, or like something that was intentionally nasty and cult. They were just like, God, no!
I mean, I basically shelved it. I considered breaking it and taking it back because I used to do that a bit to the Camelot here in town. I don't like something I'd break. I'm like, oh, gee, another defective tape. I don't know what's wrong. I don't know. That's weird. But yeah, I just kept it, and then I've revisited it in 6 months, 8 months, and like, oh, okay. And then at that point, I'd been getting a little more acclimated to early Bathory and realized that was kind of where they were coming from. Instead, listening to it, I'm like, oh, there's a lot of Celtic Frost in here too. That's cool, and it clicked. I mean, but the initial shock is this is fucking garbage, straight up garbage. In fact, I don't think I listened to the whole thing initially. I just couldn't get through it.
Dude, that's like one of the weird perks, though, I would say, about like going back to like all the box sets and stuff, about living in the time that we live in, where things are so somewhat easily accessible over the internet. When they release stuff, they just can't, for the most part, just shit out some half-ass release. So like a cool box with a book and like all the extra bonus stuff is like, I mean, like they've been doing it for a bunch of punk and hardcore bands, and like they have to spice it up, or you're just not going to buy it because you can go and have the whole discography in 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Well, I hope next week to break the internet. I think we're going to unleash the pre-orders for the new Panopticon, Nemorus, and Tavere. So hopefully all three.
Ooh, you're doing a 3-pack?
Yeah, 3-pack with shirts and all sorts of shit. So get ready.
Ooh.
Save your money. Look.
Ooh, right when that stimmy hits. Too.
I've been waiting for that to drop.
It worked out well for us.
Smart for us Americans. Simon's on the outside. He doesn't get, the government just doesn't give him money.
Hey, Season of Mist carries our shit in Europe, so I don't know if that's any cheaper for you, but
I need to look into that. I did do a Season of Mist order directly once, and I seem to remember the price was pretty good for the shipping, the European price.
It's going to be cheaper than it is from here, that's for sure.
They have really, really good customer service too.
I
worked out with with Season of Mist as well. You can get 5% off your order every single time, because every time you go to the site, you make a new account with a fake email, and they give you a 5% off coupon. Just keep doing it every time. That's the guy I am.
Here in the U.S., usually Seasons of Mist anymore has the cheapest prices. They don't always have what I want, but if they have it, it's usually the cheapest. Like that S-Sock Trillium A5 was like $13.
That's good.
There's some good dudes working at this Season of Mist here in the U.S. too. The guy running it's Gordon Conrad. He used to work for Relapse back in the day. He's super, super sweet guy. Super good dude.
I've been buying from them a lot these last couple of weeks. Just I got all the Sayor stuff, and then Immortal. I just pre-ordered Seth, the new Seth album that they announced, which was more than $30, which so I kind of broke my rule, but it's worth it. So yeah.
Jason, you might know Gordon actually. When he was working at Relapse back in the day, he and another guy had a label called Escape Artist. They put out a lot of the Screamo type stuff.
Yeah.
Shit like that.
It took me a second to process, but yeah, I remember Escape Artist. What I want to ask you guys, I mean, I don't want to get off the topic of what we're listening to, but is Relapse like a strictly repress label now? Because You're showing all the Razor stuff. They're doing and they've actually started to do Japanese hardcore, which is like hilarious because they're just printing money with the Japanese hardcore because that stuff was not pressed when it came out. Never made it to the United States. And they just did the Gizm one, and they just did another one. And these are like the first time these have ever been readily accessible, like ever. Like actual releases, not bootlegs, like actual like allowed. Like the band knows these are coming out releases, and now they're doing another one. So they're gonna start running down they're making money on those. I can tell you. For those, I know some people in chat probably know who these bands are. They're making money. Like you don't like you're not sitting on piles of Gizm LPs that aren't selling for sure. That was the first official repress of that record since it came out in the 80s. And Relapse did it.
Did you buy it?
I bought it in the record store. I didn't pre-order it. I bought it at Newbury Comics. I walked in, it was sitting in the new release section, so I plucked one up.
I bet you already had it though, right?
You know what? I think I have it on a bootleg tape of it because that's how like everyone had it. Like you just don't buy, you just don't like. I don't know what to compare it to in the more like black metal world and stuff, but like you just don't find original press Gizm stuff. You don't. It just doesn't happen. Like it literally does not happen. So like that's why it was such a big deal because it's like the first time. Like this is like there's probably people who've known about the band since like the mid '90s, and this is like the first time they've actually seen like a vinyl record of theirs because it's either $1 million trillion or they don't pop and they don't pop up. It's both. You're paying out the ass or you're just not. You don't find one in a used bin like with a corner cut. You just don't. It just doesn't happen.
Well, I'll tell you what, the black metal shit has all become big business. I mean, it got so commercial, it's crazy. Whoever would have thought that would happen, you know?
Yeah, it's hard to get too. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Very limited numbers.
Yeah, some of this stuff that I've tried to get, it's just impossible. And then the flippers on Discogs make it so less enjoyable for trying to collect it.
So Jason, I'll kind of ask you a question. Relapse did just put out that new Incantation. Mm-hmm. There's some like house bands that kind of nobody really cares about. There's Genghis Tron's new one coming out. There's like new releases, but yeah, nobody really gives a fuck.
Yeah, they're basically just making money off bringing back stuff that's kind of fallen out of availability, which good for them. I mean, whatever, like fucking go for it. For those Japanese bands, good for them because now they're gonna. I'm imagining they're gonna make some money off it because their shit is not available. So good for them. You know, I'm not mad about it. But then, of course, like you know, the elitist punk kid is like, oh bullshit. This is only supposed to be on 5th generation tape that you find in a dumpster. You know,
SHI.
Yeah, it makes me wonder. Like when they sign bands like Merker, they're thinking they got the next black metal thing, and then she's gone all folk and like completely distanced herself from metal. I wonder how that's working for them because that's kind of a move that they may not have expected right up front.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, with Bindwood, Marty, like running a label is not easy in fucking 2021, man. Like, there's only real freaks are collecting physical media. Other than that, I mean, your shit. You put a record out, and within a day, anyone who wants it can get it for free somewhere.
This is a generalization, but a lot of people that collect media still are probably mid-30s on.
Yeah,
you know, I think a lot of younger. I mean, this is a generalization. You know, I'm sure there's a lot of young dudes in the chat or whatever that still buy shit, but they've grown up with everything on their phone. You know, so it's.
I know a couple young kids in the punk and hardcore world that still buy vinyl, but it's similar to metal. It's like it's part of it. Like if you're like someone who's like legitimately like, oh, I'm like really into hardcore. It's like a lifestyle or whatever, not to get corny, but like buying records is part of it. Like, so you buy records, like you just, you know, and a lot of those kids, you know, they drop out and they end up, you know, their collections go down. It's like when a straight edge kid breaks edge, you know, you get all their X watch and all their cool shirts have to go for sale, man. You know.
Well, I used to love it back in the 80s and 90s. I had a buddy that worked in a record store in town, and you can tell when people. Well, typically back then when people got rid of their record collection, it was because they got saved. He'd call him. He's like, oh, yeah, another guy that got rid of all his metal. He must have got saved. Or like, thanks, Jesus. And I'd walk in. I'm like, don't put any of it out. I'd go big stack of classic records for cheap. because the lady that owned it, her husband was Bob Seger's tour manager, and they didn't know what the hell they had with metal. So she'd always put everything up for $1.99. Oh, $1.99, honey. I'm like, yes.
Yeah. Oh.
Classic fucking records.
I have a question. Simon, do you know where you're going when you die?
Do I know where I'm going?
Yeah. Are you going to go to heaven when you die? Let's have a talk.
Well, he's in the southern hemisphere, so he's going to have to rotate the other direction to get there.
Yeah, it goes anti-clockwise down here.
Right.
Yeah.
I was just trying to convert Simon so I could get his collection.
No. You have to pay for the shipping.
I think that George's collection is probably going to exclude him from the pearly gates.
Simon, have you accepted Lemmy as your personal savior yet?
I have not accepted. No, I haven't.
I think the last
Feel hardcore.
yeah. Oh, there we go.
Yeah. It's still what I thought of it, that album.
I don't even.
Oh, yeah, it's an obituary album that's early that I don't have. Yeah, how could it go wrong?
Pretty boring.
Oh, yeah, it's boring. Yeah,
Wow.
Yeah.
it is.
Was it just like? Is it just like hardcore? Oh, holy shit! There's a booklet in this. Is it just like hardcore riffs?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I think
Drug
it's
stomp.
really in the vocals too. Yeah, I think you might like it. I just when it's that kind of thing. I just go tough, too tough.
I will say though, I mean, I will personally, I would like to credit Maggot Stomp with this, but there's a whole as an older dude who was going to a lot of shows before the world shut down, there's a lot of younger kids that were into hardcore and they're starting the transition where hardcore's kind of boring and it's like Maggot Stomp. It's just it's like every single youth free hardcore band, and then it's like within a few months, it's like Maggot Stomp's whole catalog. This is my thing now. I'm now a metal, I'm into metal, not hardcore. And it's there's a lot of similarities between the sounds of those bands, but it's just it seems to be the funny bridge out of circle pitting and wearing Sauconys and camo shorts.
Right.
Yeah, I almost feel like I'm too old to listen to Maggot Stomp releases, but I have so many of them in my collection. This is one of my favorite ones recently that I've been listening to. I mean,
they're just churning out release. Good for them. I mean,
there was something that came out today that I pre-ordered. So, yeah,
they're like the triple B of the metal world, where they just put every month they're putting literally 4 or 5 releases out a month, and people buy them. So good for them. I'm not.
Is that the new inoculation, Melanie, that you pre-ordered?
Yeah.
I want to get that. The problem with Maggot Stomp to Australia is I don't know what USPS rate he uses, but it's
ridiculous.
It's a special premium one. One cassette is about 28 Australian dollars shipping, which is not what it costs. So.
And you won't get it for 4 months.
Yeah, and that's not just the shipping time. It seems to take him a while to physically post it. So
yeah, I ordered the Sanguine Sugar Box CD. That's the only Maggot Stomp thing I have, and it took maybe 3 weeks or so.
Yeah, I mean, the one that I just showed was a Bandcamp Friday purchase from February, and I just got it 2-3 days ago.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think he gets so backlogged, though. Like I said, pretty much so much stuff gets sold out so fast.
He doesn't really do distribution either. Some of the LPs go through MSUO.
Yeah, he just started doing some. Okay. Yeah, so some stuff has been popping up in some other distros. But of course, that sells out fast. Night Shift Merch just got a bunch of Maggot Stomp stuff, which is a distro in Florida. So, yeah,
that's helpful.
It'll be interesting to see if they can sustain that pace. I mean, it seems like kind of the classic cautionary tale from a lot of labels that they start small, they get a following, they start putting out tons of stuff, by all these bands, but then they either oversaturate their market or they start putting out stuff by kind of second tier bands that, and then people where they had this reputation for, every release being quality. Within a year or two, the reputation becomes, oh God, they'll put out anything. Yeah. And people kind of move on and then they, are on the decline. Seems like that happens to some labels if they start going too fast with too many signings.
Well, if you think about it, bands or labels like Maggot Stomp and Caligari, I mean, it doesn't really matter what the quality is of what they're putting out because the tapes are so cheap. It's it's almost the perfect medium for this burgeoning new OS DM style. I mean, some of it's killer, Some of it's okay. I mean, when you start getting that much frequency, you're just basically a label that's signing up all the new shit, whether it's great or not.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, but like Jason was saying too, it's if you put out too much stuff that doesn't hit the target for folks, they will start to remember. Oh yeah, I don't have to order this. I just listen to this one online because I don't really like it that much because their quality control's going downhill.
The business model of it's genius because if you're only releasing 50 to 100 tapes, who cares? I mean, they may not sell out in a month, but if it's 6 months later, 100 tapes will sell eventually.
I'm thinking with them too is they've put out so much stuff and it right now it's selling that they're just probably paid for releases 2 or 3 releases away because they're so in the they're so in the black, like they're just making they're like it's like a domino effect of just releases.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think that's what Triple B, which is a hardcore label, does. Like if you look at their output, it's like insane. Like it's wild. Like what they're doing. It's like 5 releases a month, 2 or 3 different variants, like a regular like black vinyl, some color vinyl, and it all goes. It all goes, and it all goes relatively quick. And it's like okay.
Look at like Go to War X. I mean, Simon can attest for that shit. I mean, new releases come out. As soon as they go up, they're sold out.
And the thing, another thing that's wild because of the shit we've been going through is a lot of these bands, like especially in the underground, quote unquote, make their name playing live and touring. And in case anybody's been under a rock, you haven't been able to do that for a little while. And that they're still selling releases. So I don't know if people are just kind of holding the torch, being like, we got to support this because if we don't, it won't exist. But it's just weird to see a band. Like there's a band who just put a record out, sold out every variant. They've never played a live show.
Yeah, that's a maggot stomp.
Played a live show.
Yeah, and Coffin Eyes.
Yeah, they still have that in stock too. So if you want to get it, they still have it in stock.
Yeah, they were talking about them at the start, but then saying Gwizziga Bob and those bands got a bit more hype, and they don't talk about these guys as much, but I think they're awesome.
Bet you that dude in the background's got an IROC. Fucking Trans Am.
Cut off jeans. Look at those. White trainers.
Fucking mullet.
Moulet. It's a moulet.
Moulet.
Oh.
Everybody's pulling out the maggot stomp. Like this is the other one. Sorry for the people that don't like the gore. Like, but Stabbed, like a band named Stabbed.
What a great name.
But yeah, I mean, this is 4 songs, and it sells out everywhere it is. Like and it's just somebody said knuckle dragging death metal. That's exactly what it sounds like. Knuckle
Caveman
dragging. Shit. Yeah, cavernous caveman shit. Yeah.
We can talk about vinyl for a second if you want me to.
Well, fuck yeah.
What I've been listening to. Here's the Drop Dead demos from 1990. They're 91 demos, but they just repressed this onto vinyl, onto sweet vinyl. They actually repressed all the Drop Dead stuff. So anyone who's never messed with Drop Dead, I suggest you go check this out because it's cheap and they didn't half-ass any of it. It's got like super glossy, nice inserts. But yeah, Drop Dead are kind of like a crusty power violence-y hardcore band. Super political, but just fucking sweet.
They're good.
But here's the 91 demos. And it's what this is. It's a demo, so it's not gonna this isn't recorded at Electric Ladyland Studios type stuff here. It's just a grindy, crusty punk band demo. But it's awesome. And all the Armageddon they literally just redid their whole catalog. So it's all available again where it really hasn't been. So I'll go buy it.
So Armageddon put that out or Relapse put that stuff out?
Armageddon put it out because Ben runs Armageddon. The guitar player from Drop Dead owns and runs Armageddon.
Yeah.
So it's an Armageddon label. They literally just did. It was right. I don't know if they were playing. It's kind of an anniversary for the band. They put out their first LP. Well, not their first LP, but their first LP in like 20 years this past year. And I think they probably had a whole year of touring and other stuff planned. So they repressed everything that they've ever done just so they can have a catalog and then COVID. And it's all available. Ben posts photos of it all in his living room. But yeah, this is great stuff. It's good. You know what this is? Is a classic. Like, I'm interested in like listening to like a crusty hardcore. This right here is like the what I would suggest to someone to check out first, and just kind of like a good jumping off point. Providence. So of course I love it. It's Northeast. So
Yep.
Want to see what I'm going to drop a cool hundo on tomorrow?
What's that?
Want to see what I'm going to drop a cool $100 on tomorrow?
Sure.
A
Hold
bale
on.
of hay.
Yeehaw!
A bale of hay.
A 10-foot tall bale of hay.
That's going to be exciting.
Yeah. Delivered to my driveway.
Wait,
I think it's like half a ton or something.
yep.
Oh.
do you have a pitchfork?
Yeah, we got a couple of those.
You get some grass seed.
Nah, fuck grass.
What are you going to do with the bale of hay then?
Spread it all over the garden.
Paint it.
You're like, oh, I know about gardening.
Oh, yeah.
I did some shoot. I don't know if this is going to show up or not. I did some shooting out at the new place a couple of weekends ago. We had a fire, and I wanted to do some stuff for the new intro, where I'm like coming from behind the fire, holding up some LPs.
Yep.
Yep.
But the footage is not going to be usable.
Really, it looks pretty good.
Flames look good.
But I'm too dark, and you can't really see.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no,
Oh, I
that's
can kind
good.
of see you. You're warping
Mix it
the
into an
record.
intro.
Hey, these records are like a salad bowl now.
So now I've got like 20 LPs that smell like smoke. One of them's a Glorious Dead.
Makes sense.
Yeah, we'll reissue them soon enough.
How many you got left? I'm just curious.
Not a bunch. The band's cut. I'm getting close to getting into the band's cut. So yeah, I mean it's sold pretty well.
That fucking rules.
It does rule. Very surprised.
Sent to the Tver. Oh boy. Good
Yeah.
stuff.
I mean, all three of these new releases are really good. They're really good. The new Panopticon's gonna make people shit their pants because it's really good.
Yeah. Wow. I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna do an interview with Tver for the next Arcane Archivist.
Sweet.
You heard it here first, folks.
Leaked.
Cool. Marty, what was going to be the third one on that list? Panopticon, Tver, and
Nemeris,
Nimros.
which is ex-members of Woden's Throne.
Right.
Ooh.
You can really hear the Woden's Throne. It's kind of hard to think of it any other way, I guess.
Basically, Woden's Throne without Brassy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all the members.
Which is weird because isn't he like the one you're closest to?
I mean, I talked to Brassy a bit, but I talked to Ian a lot too, and Michael. So Michael a little bit. I haven't talked to him as much, but I talked to Ian quite often. Ian and Brassy were the two I talked to first when I signed them. So
Did you seek them out or they seek you out?
I seeked them out back in the MySpace days.
Yeah.
Uh,
That was a good way to scoop up bands.
It was a great tool, and the corporations ruined that platform to the point where no one uses it anymore. It still exists.
Still
It's
there.
still up.
Yeah.
Yep.
I can't remember my contact shit, but it's still the Byroom page is still there.
mhm.
I used to run a MySpace page for a band in Chicago. Like just posted their like live pictures and when their concerts were and stuff like that. And I feel like that effect with Facebook is just not the same at all.
No.
And like even Instagram is kind of not the same. I don't know. There's something about that whole MySpace music, like promotion that I wish we still had something similar. I guess Bandcamp kind of is making up for that.
Yeah.
Minus the like live shows, considering we don't have them right now.
Well,
But
the problem with Facebook is they put a dampener on it because they wanted to sell advertising. So basically, if you've got 5,000 people that like your page, if you put up a bit of news, only a small percentage of those people see it.
Yep.
Unless, of course, you pay for, targeted advertising, 10, 20, 80, $100. And then it shows you these crazy numbers, but you don't know who it's targeting. You have no idea. It could be all fucking lies. I mean, you don't know if it's getting to the people it should be getting to. I hate Facebook, but it's so commonplace. It's become such a part of our stupid culture,
Yeah, there's a lot of weird things with that digital advertising that goes on. When they start reporting numbers, some places have figured out they can basically, just like if it's a video kind of thing, they can embed it on like random wiki sites. And as long as somebody's looking at that wiki page and your video's embedded somewhere down at the bottom, they'll count it as a view.
Yeah.
And so they'll come back with these numbers saying, yeah, you've had 500,000, people watch it. And then, but if you double check the actual site where it was originally streaming or something, they never had more than maybe 6,000, 10,000 people watching it when it was being streamed by. The company, doing the advertising was just embedding it on all these other sites where people never even saw the thing, but they count those as actual watches.
Yeah, it's called ad tagging, similar to that. So it's actually what I do for a living is I work for Nielsen, so which pretty much is the TV tracking, but I'm on the digital side. So it's called it's secondary crediting. So like they do the same with Hulu. So if you're watching like an NBC show through Hulu, it credits back to Hulu, but also just NBC gets the credit as well because they're the ones that own the video. So they do the same exact thing across browsers for ads. So they embed like those cookies, and then it tracks pretty much everywhere you go. If you have a Facebook profile and you've logged in like once, like you're tracked for the most part. So,
So Melanie, with the announcement, a little off topic, but with the announcement earlier this week that Google is looking at disallowing cookies on anything, how will that impact that kind of thing?
Yeah. So, so the portion of the company that I work for, we have like a partnership with Google where we're able to work around that with a whole new measurement type, which is actually a project that I have been working on since the beginning of January. So yeah, Nielsen has known about that for a while. So in Google, it's called cookie deprecation. So Google is doing it. And then Facebook obviously changed all of their cookie things.
Isn't cookie deprecation a slam band from New York? Simon has their shit, I think. He found it in fucking Sydney. Anyway, sorry.
It would happen.
Yeah, but all the privacy laws and stuff like that that's going on with tracking people and what they watch and what they click on, it's completely changing the space for the company that I work for, and like including Roku, which we just announced like a huge partnership with Roku. So yeah, for the better part of a year, that's primarily what my main focus has been on, is recreating the wheel of how we'll, track what people watch and put out the ratings and all that stuff like that. So yeah, it's interesting I've been working for almost 10 years now for the media company, and like working with clients like NBC and ABC and all that stuff. And it's crazy how like TV is still very prevalent, even though you would think that streaming would be a lot more. But in regards to like all of that tracking mechanism, like it's completely changed. So yeah, the Google announcement wasn't a surprise to us, but obviously in the marketplace for a lot of clients and other media companies, it was a pretty big bombshell, I guess you could say.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I figured a lot of companies, already had contingencies in place for it long before it was announced. But yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well, with the ad tagging though, there's something similar that happens. I mean, we've talked about this in past streams with YouTube videos for sure, because I've seen videos that have like the content is not mind blowing. The person has a lot of subs; they have like 10,000 subs or whatever, but the video has like 100,000 views. I'm like, how? There's no way. So I don't know if it's just like a way to like robot up. I don't know if there's like a robot watch that just watches your video enough for you to get a view, because then more views equals money. But this dude's showing his favorite. I think I mentioned it in a stream in the past. This person shows their favorite Steely Dan records, and somehow that thing's got 110,000 views. Bullshit. No one's watching.
Or Steely Dan's a pretty big fucking band.
Yeah.
I'm still not buying
Do
it
what
has
you
that
want.
many views.
It's not in metal circles, but
I'm just not buying it though. Like if the guy like fell down and like got hurt, I would say yeah, totally. People are watching that because it's funny. It's just something I'm like, this is the first LP they put out. It is really good, and I'm like 110,000 views. Bullshit. This dude's roboting something trying to get that fucking YouTube money.
Yeah. So we do have like robotic traffic that we will filter out, because there are a lot of, especially overseas, like in the Russia, like Japan areas, they'll put those types of like bots in a site to get the click-throughs and views. Yeah. So like we do have like a robotic filtration. And I just saw that the Dreadful Minutes asked about VPNs, like a similar approach. There's a code embedded that shows when a VPN is being used. But unfortunately, internet service providers haven't figured that out yet. So hopefully they never do.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, there's ways to know, but again, it's not 100% accurate. I think there's like a 70% accuracy rate or something like that, or 80%, 80-30. Yeah, 80. So 80% accuracy rate around like views and stuff like that. Just because there's so many things. Like there are a lot of people in Europe that VPN to watch US shows because they don't have it over there, and vice versa.
It's like those DVDs and Blu-rays with the damn regions on them. God, who cares? Just make them all view.
Yeah.
Well, they did. They finally got around that problem with Ultra HD 4K discs. They're all region free.
Yeah.
But like too little, too late. That's nearly a niche format.
By the time you're spending $80 on the fucking thing.
Yeah.
Well, there's that too. Yeah. It's the war against streaming that I think they're going to lose. It's just people like me that still buy movies on disc. Everyone else is happy to watch it on Netflix and things.
I know I am. I'm never. I mean, I like movies, but I find myself listening to music more than I watch movies. And I have a very small and very stupid DVD Blu-ray collection, and that would be the first thing to go if I need money. Not that anything I have is worth money, but I'm super happy with having Netflix. I'm typically only in the mood to watch shit when I'm sick, which I've been doing a lot of the last couple weeks, and it's great service to have. I mean, between that and Prime, and then of course, I was all excited getting rid of cable, yet I buy Paramount because I need to watch Star Trek shit because I'm a dork. I gotta have the Disney shit because Star Wars shit, and I'm a dork. I gotta have the fucking Hulu because of this cool anime shit that I end up liking. And it's like, before you know it, you got all these new streaming services that you pay for, and on top of Netflix. You're just like, fuck me. I might as well just have cable again,
Just buy the box set if you want Star Trek.
See, I don't need that. I don't need to own the box set on that. As long as I see it, like I got big into Star Trek Discovery. I got big into, the Picard shit was okay, but
Picard was on Amazon. Discovery's on Netflix. So
I'm
not sure what this Discovery is on Netflix.
Oh, it's on. Yeah. It was on CBS All Access. Now they've changed it to.
Maybe it's different over there, but Netflix Australia carries Discovery. I thought Discovery was really good.
I liked it.
Does anyone in here have the YouTube you pay for?
The what?
YouTube Red or whatever it is?
Fuck no.
No.
Isn't Discovery Channel like that My 600-Pound Life? Isn't that on there?
They have like 18 channels, but they've merged it all into one app. Yeah.
Oh,
They're nickel and diming us all.
That's all life is being fucking nickel and dime, man.
Yeah, man. We're all addicted to media. So it's like, I don't know.
We cut the cord for cable like a year ago, and it was funny as hell. They actually, the cable, we have Comcast here. They called us in 2 days, and we're like, we'll give you not everything, but we'll give you almost everything you had for like, I don't know how much. It was a lot. It was like $40 or $50 less a month because we get our internet and all that through the Comcast too. So we just took so I had 2 days of not being able to watch like 90 Day Fiance and Love After Lockup, and then like we got it back, and I was like, yes, and we saved money. So I'm not.
I can find something to watch on YouTube all day long.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was watching YouTube all day today.
I mean, I'll pay for Netflix and Hulu, but I fire up Hulu like once a month.
Hulu doesn't have a footprint out here. We don't have any access to that one.
Really?
We've got Netflix, we've got Amazon Prime, we've got Disney Plus. They've all got Australian arms, but Hulu.
Hulu is pretty much it's Netflix, but it's TV. It's like you can watch like current TV shows on
And
it.
anime. I mean,
There's tons of anime on it.
Attack on
Yeah.
And wrestling.
Titan and, what the hell with this thing? Hero Academia. We're watching now. Me and the kid are watching that. I don't know.
We actually don't have a single bit of any of it. We cut the cable cord in, I think, 2009, 2010. So haven't had cable. We don't have Netflix, Hulu. We have a pair of rabbit ears on the TV. We can pick up like 5.
Rabbit ears.
We get CBS, NBC,
From 1974.
PBS, and that's about it. I just, since we had the kid, I don't have the time to watch anything. And by the time we get him to bed at night and stuff like that, it's like I've got maybe 2 to 3 hours in me to get stuff done at the house, finish work, and then I'm going to spend the time probably listening to music, make a YouTube video, play a couple of games of cards with the wife. It's bedtime. There's no time to watch anything. So
it's hard to fit it all in.
I always start paying more
we
time.
just never picked it back up. So I haven't watched a current TV show in 5-6 years. I have no idea what's out there. I'm sure there's a lot of good stuff, but even if I wanted to, I just don't know when I would do it.
You've missed out on some great reality television.
Oh,
I literally only watch flaming shit on TV. It's awesome. Like just the worst, like Teen Mom OG. Yep, I'll watch this. I'm sitting there.
Jesus Christ.
My other new thing though, Ben, you might take this, is on YouTube. I've fallen in a pit of watching this channel called Stoby the Hobo. You guys, he's dead, but it's a guy that just used to ride trains and videotape it and put it on YouTube. So he's literally just a dude. He's like, it's him like in the woods waiting for a train to hop on, and he's like talking about it's really interesting shit. And then he just takes these most beautiful video of like going through like mountains, like prairies and stuff, where he's just sitting on a train. He actually died because he got hit by a train a few years ago. But all
he died doing what he loved.
But all this stuff's on YouTube. It's really, it's like I'm a real like kind of like weirdo about that. It's like I'll watch this like every day for like a few weeks, and then I just won't watch it like for like a year.
Well, that's when you turned me onto that fucking
white
underbelly shit, man. I was obsessed. And of course, I had COVID, so I was doing nothing but watching one after the other after the other. It's to the point where all the stories ended up being exactly the same.
Yeah.
So then I started liking his interview with the Appalachian folk. I'm like, okay, these are much better. And then even that got old. I'm like, fuck this. And I'm off it now. It's amazing. Like all the drug addicts and prostitution people's stories are pretty similar.
Yeah. The Appalachian ones are the most interesting there because they're literally, the guy who does those interviews is very good because he doesn't judge. And I feel like people think they can talk about stuff because he's not like, you're a dumb idiot from the hills. He's like, tell me about your life. And they get like, but I did the same thing with that, like you do with Marty. I watched it every day, probably for 3 or 4 days, and then like I don't think I've watched it in a week.
No,
there's
so many of them. The feed is just completely flooded with this shit. I'm like, oh my god, enough already. And that's why it's cool to like you stumble across Melanie stuff. It's like a new YouTuber that actually doing a good job and talking eloquently about music that I love. It's nice. It's nice to get fresh people in and doing stuff, and keeps YouTube fun. Like I said, I could be watching someone talk about metal or watching people pop zits for 4 hours.
That's my wife's thing. That's
why not both?
You know, I think
I think you convinced me. I'm going to pick up that Anthems to the Welcome at Dusk, the half speed remaster. I got the In the Night Side Eclipse, and it sounds amazing.
Yep.
It's like a whole new record, and I love Anthems, so I prefer Anthems, but I already have it on Back on Black, so I'm pretty stoked to hear it sound wildly different than I've always known it to.
Yeah, I actually got that on Amazon.
Whoa, really?
Yeah. It was a third-party seller, but it was selling it through Amazon.
I've ordered mine through Amazon, but it hasn't shipped. They apparently can't find it.
After watching the video that Metal Mickey did in the car where he was all exasperated, he's like, look how I got this record from Amazon. He picked up an Amazon record in the shrink wrap, the ship sticker on. They didn't put it even in a box. Amazon just in England just put it on the ship sticker and sent it through. It was all dog-eared fucking corners. And he was like, very British and very pissed off. What the fuck is this? I'm like, wow, why would anybody order records from Amazon? That is scary. You get someone that doesn't give a shit, like, oh, just put a fucking ship sticker on it and send it.
It's random. Like, you just don't know. I've had them double boxed and with an LP box and then surrounded by bubble and then in a bigger box.
That's the person that probably collects vinyl and knows.
Mostly, yeah. But then I've also had the LP in the shrink wrap put only in the oversized box with nothing in it, so it's going like.
Yeah, I had that. I had that once.
That's absolutely shocking. But at least the good thing with Amazon is that, at least here in Australia, is they ship with couriers instead of the post, so it's really fast. Prime is free, even international. And if there's a problem with it, you just say it arrived with a damaged corner, and they just say, "Oh, yes, sir, refund." Okay, cool.
Yeah, I've also had problems with them sending the wrong vinyl. Like I was trying to buy the new Primitive Man last year because I saw that they had a couple of them, and I couldn't find anywhere else, and they kept sending me like these really random like jazz albums, and I'm like, that's not what I ordered. Like whoever, like they did not understand death metal. Like, so then I gave up after that.
That's the universe trying to tell you something.
It can really work in your favor. Like Amazon, obviously everything's based on barcodes. It's all automated, so it's got barcodes. I ordered the reissue of Disgrace Grey Misery just because I wanted the extra bonus tracks and all that kind of stuff. And I just wanted the cheap CD. The CD was like $9. It happened to be an Australian copy. Okay, I'll grab it.
Modern Primitive.
It arrived, and no, I already had the Modern Primitive LP. But the next day it arrived. It was second day shipping, and box was this big. I'm like, oh, they've put a CD in a giant box. How Amazon? They sent me the double LP with the 7-inch instead of the CD. I'm like, okay, I'll take this bonus because it was a lot better than what I was going to pay for. Then I went and read the reviews on Amazon, and the same reviews apply to the entire Amazon networks. Amazon, Mexico, Germany, it doesn't matter. And I saw people saying, I ordered the CD and got the LP. Other people saying, I ordered the LP and got the CD. So they've switched the barcodes, but worldwide. Okay.
I put like Henri things in the metadata for my videos, and one of the things I put in is ASMR. Everyone wants to fucking find ASMR videos and fuck me.
I do the same thing because you sent me your tag list, and I use the exact same tag list. Other than I saw the ASMR thing on there, and I laughed.
I just tag other YouTubers that aren't like me but get 1 million views, so then someone can go watch a professional made video, then stumble across me being like, yeah, this is a fucking hardcore band from like New Jersey and shit, like, all washed out, no graphics or anything like that.
It's really important to put like the band names that you're talking about in your videos, because like, the members of the bands will look for something and find you.
That's how people, a band that I talked about, Parallax Occlusion, which is on Gurgling Gore, he saw my video about it and like shared it on Instagram, and I was like, how did you even find that? And he's like, oh, you tagged me, so I searched YouTube and I found it. So
important to do.
I actually
I
get
don't know
that.
if I want some bands seeing the things I have to say about this.
Yeah. I get that on Instagram a lot. Actually, I'll tag, like I'll sometimes on Instagram I post a record, or I'll post like, I have a video up, go watch it on YouTube, and like I'll tag the band, and like the bands have like shared me in their Instagram stories, and then like I get a little spike in my tiny little viewership. But it's cool though, because I mostly do my videos when I do make them, which I haven't done one in a while. I'm semi-retired because I'm lazy. But like I don't do anything special on I don't do any, like I don't have an intro. If I say something wrong, I'm just like, oh fuck, I said that wrong, and then I say I don't edit anything. It's just like the most like bare bones thing. So like for me, I'm not expecting to get like the 4 trillion. I'm not like one. It's just not gonna happen. I'm just too lazy to be
I
honest.
tell you what, man, and Melanie's probably seen a big spike from people sharing her channel, and you put out like 2-3 videos a week, it favors the YouTube algorithm and it puts you in front of more people.
Yeah.
I mean, I was surprised. I'd never heard of her, and I looked, and she already had like 55 subscribers, and that was a week ago.
I subbed today.
Yeah, I got the notification. Thank you.
I was watching this on my TV in my living room before I came on, and I'm like, oh. And I watch it on the TV, and I commented on my phone with the volume turned down. This is my life. My son's asleep. This is how we live now.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as I subscribed to Ben, a bunch of other channels started popping up for me, and which I was happy about because I primarily only listen or watch metal YouTubers and stuff like that. So, and then I was like, I think I'm going to try this. I have a lot of stuff I can show off, and maybe I'll meet more people that do this, and we can do trades and stuff like that. And it's already happening. Like I already have people messaging me like, hey, how about we trade this and do this? So
Cool.
yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
I also hate watch people like this. That's like my thing. Like there's people like I don't like, but I watch the video every single time it comes up. Every single time.
Everybody hate watches me.
So that's an interesting thing, Melanie. I don't hear a lot of people mention trades. Do any of y'all do a lot of trading with stuff? Or it seems like a lot of folks, everything they get, they keep.
I give shit away. I mean, I'm already planning on the next shit I send out to people.
Yeah, I mean, I just did a giveaway on my Instagram last week where I gave away 3 tapes that I had extras of. I just gave them away. Didn't want any money or anything like that. So, yeah, I mean, the trades, I kind of, for tapes, I enjoy doing it just because I have a lot of newer stuff that I'm fine with getting rid of.
Mm-hmm.
And to get more new stuff that I get sent. Vinyl is not as common. A lot of stuff I buy with vinyl, I typically keep. I don't really sell a whole lot or anything like that.
Where do you live again?
I'm in Florida, Tampa.
Do you have like a lot of record stores near you, or is most of your stuff mail order?
So most of my stuff is mail order. There's 2 record stores that are close by. One of them is predominantly like classic rock.
Yeah.
Not a really big metal section. There's another one that's about 30 minutes from me that is it's pretty much only metal, like they're known for that.
What's it called?
It's called Planet Retro.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're in St. Petersburg. They're downtown St. Pete, and they get a lot of really good, sometimes obscure stuff. They sell tapes. They have a big tape wall. Like it's a bunch of stuff. But with COVID and stuff, like I've been pretty selective about when I go. So it's been mostly mail order stuff. And then most recently I started getting into Discogs, which I was a little bit hesitant about because
That's my
Pandora's box.
yeah, but I've been trying to only support local record stores that have their supply like for sale on Discogs and not buy from like, third party flippers or anything like that. And I found a couple of cool record stores doing that. So now I'm friends with them on there, and I go through their inventory every couple of weeks to try and give them money. So
gone to Vinyl Conflict yet?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I literally think I just bought something from there.
There's one called Sit and Spin that's good too. They're out of Philly.
Yeah, I mean like Vinyl Altar is another one that I go to frequently. They're in Philly.
The cleanest, most organized, nicest record store I've ever set foot in my life was Vinyl Altar.
Yeah, Red Yeti is another one that I've bought a lot from. There's a shop in Chicago called Bucket O' Blood, which they're relatively new. I got Frozen Soul from them for retail. I didn't have to spend an insane amount. So, yeah.
Check out Armageddon too. They're great. See, I'm in the north. I'm in Massachusetts, so I'm spoiled. I have like 50,000 record stores around me.
Yeah.
It's like I can like not go. I have to figure out what store I'm not going to go to. Because, which is like, I mean, it's a perk. We've talked about this in past streams. I'm very fortunate. I grew up close enough to the city where I have had access to any form of subculture that I've ever wanted to be a part of. It's not really. I have to put in the effort, but I don't have to like. Not everything's mail order. Bands come here when we can have bands. Like multiple stores exist. Like it's cool. I'm fortunate. I appreciate it. If I grew up somewhere else, I don't know. I'd probably just be like even more of a weirdo.
I live in Iowa.
If I was out in Iowa.
All the stuff came in the fucking mail.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
All of it. My mailman gets no cookies. Although now that we're living out in the country, our mailbox is like on the other side of the road from our house, and gets like mud flinged on it on the gravel road all the time. And I'm kind of like, But so far, I've ordered a couple LPs, and they actually bring it to the house.
Really?
I know that can't last.
Yeah.
All the time. There's no way. So I'm thinking like, I don't know, get them a gift card, or I don't know, just I'll schmooze them up a little bit.
You have to. I mean, either that or they drop you off go to the post office and get it ticket, which sucks.
Do you have a big mailbox? I bought one of those like you can fit probably 3 LP mailers in my
I might go that route. That's not a bad idea, because I feel bad that they would have to drive all the way up into our driveway, walk up around my garage, and plop it there. I might wind up doing that. Yeah.
I've seen photos of people just getting LPs bent like that to fit into those mailboxes. Oh, God.
It's happened to me before. I have like a
Really?
little, our mailbox is like a big building and where I live.
Oh,
it's like a little 4x4 box.
Oh,
no. The mailman bent it in half and shoved it in.
What did he think was...
I don't know. It was a while ago, so it has not happened in a really long time. But
that's
someone that says "fuck you" to everybody.
Yeah, it really is.
I live on a busy street, but we purposely bought the big mailbox. It's like my wife orders a lot of stuff too, and it's just so much easier.
How dare her?
It's like cartoony how big it is, though. It's fucking funny.
That's true.
The letters are like you're like halfway up the street, and the letters are like this. Like you see Hook. And it's like this big on the mailbox. It's so fucking huge. But all my shit's always in there. So I've had like 14 packages delivered in one day, and they all fit in there.
Holy crap.
Well, I'm not complaining. It just looks dumb. And it's funny, too, because I'm an asshole, so it stands out on the street. So I think
mail dumpster.
Yeah. So I'll have to post. I'll have to take a photo of it and send it to you guys. Because it's ridiculous how big it is. It looks so goofy.
Hey, if it gets the job done.
Yep.
There's a like an extreme metal vinyl group that I'm in on Facebook, and somebody posted their LP literally in the snow next to their mailbox, like not in the mailbox, but like just sitting in the snow.
Frostbite.
And I was like, oh, I'm so glad I don't have that when I have to deal with that issue.
I was thinking that you can get a PO box, but I don't know what your situation is, how far away the post office is from you, Ben. Could you get a PO box or
10 miles?
Yeah.
Oh well. I've thought about getting a PO box, but I don't really see myself going into town that much. I'll be still working in Iowa City, so I'll have a commute. So I'll still be in town here. I'm still reluctant yet to have stuff mailed out there fully.
But when are you guys planning on being there fully?
Easter weekend, we're gonna rent a truck and take all the big stuff out there, and sometime after that, not too far away. It's happening.
Cool.
Happening quick.
Not quick enough. I did just get a promotion at work, so that'll help pad things and make the transition a little bit easier and more stress.
Yeah, you have to go buy a lawnmower though, to mow that lawn.
We'll see. I honestly I'm really tempted to like make videos about what I'm going to be doing in the yard and the process of like managing and taking care of 4 acres and all the upkeep of the house and stuff. But I don't have time to be editing fucking videos.
I was gonna say you should make them with like a metal backdrop. Like people would watch that shit. People would like subculture.
I know.
Dude,
I would
with
appreciate
black metal playing and people watch it. So
if I could just have like a camera crew and people to edit it together, I would fucking do it for sure.
Yeah.
You just need a Russian Jeep and you can be the new Varg.
yeah.
That's fucking right.
I have the Lawnmower Death Metal YouTube channel.
create a live action role playing game, board game there. Just wear camo all the time.
Yeah.
Rick, I think that CD setup is probably going to migrate to the new house. It's pretty
epic.
deconstructible, I would think.
So the basement is kind of a big question right now. I'm going to take over a second bedroom temporarily-ish, but like a year or two. We really need to survive. Well, basically the basement is going to get flooded, and I don't know how bad. And I don't want to build anything in the basement until I know what it can be the worst. And then we're going to need to do a lot of digging to help with drainage and get the water away from the house. So at the very earliest, I may have those walls up this winter, give or take. We'll see. So you're not going to see a man cave really for quite a while. But you know, I'm just looking forward to having something to do, stuff to work on.
Are you going to do a final CD and record cull before you go so that you don't take anything crap?
I already sent all my crap to Marty.
Excellent.
Hey, Ben, have you thought about where you go when you die?
It doesn't matter where I go. It's where this shit goes. It counts.
To the dump.
Yeah.
It happens. It happens. One of my dad's record collecting buddies, we've known for years, when he dies, his wife will take every record he owns and just leave them in Goodwill's, outdoor locker thing. And you're talking thousands of albums. His collection's nuts for like 50s and 60s blues and stuff. There's probably there's got to be 6 figures worth of value of records. And there's no doubt she will just take them and dump them at the local Goodwill as soon as he croaks.
Wow.
What an asshole. Take him to a record store, give him a cut, or just give him to him.
See, I have people. I mean, who knows? But there's people who know what I have, and I'm wondering how long it would take before someone calls Jen. Like, hey,
It'll happen in less than a week.
Sorry, you have all the early Exclaim releases and all that early Discord stuff just sitting around, like the first Warzone 7-inch.
And then they get over there and start digging through it and be like, "This makes no fucking sense."
Hey, that's why I did it, Marty. Joke's on you, buddy.
Take this shit to Goodwill. Fuck him.
Yeah.
I heard you need a babysitter and watch that kid.
Yeah.
I've known record collector like spouses, widows, and such. It's within 2 to 3 days. The vultures are circling on the phone. So sorry to hear that they passed. By the way,
Sorry for your loss, but that rare black metal album.
Yeah, if you need some money real fast, I can take a lot of his stuff off your hands. Yeah, it happens within days.
No questions asked.
I was kind of a vulture a couple weeks ago. A guy who used to run a record store around here had a GoFundMe up, and he's having a hard time finding work. And so I donated to his GoFundMe some money, but then I wrote him an email and I was like, hey, if you got anything you're wanting to get rid of in your collection, he's got old press, lots of old metal stuff. He'll let me know and we can talk about buying some records. But here's a little offering right now. I might call him, but it sounds like he's just got a bunch of dead stock from his old record store and he's not even touching his collection yet. It's like, I know you have good shit, man. You're going to need to get rid of it.
Things haven't gotten that bad yet.
Plus, he lives just down the road from my new place.
Does he?
Yeah.
Dangerous.
I've gotten deals before for I've had friends who've gone through some shit just happens and they're like, and I've actually contacted me and they're like, hey man, like I'm just, I'm in a tough spot. Like, do you want to buy some stuff? And I'm like, Do I?
Oh, yeah.
Like I have a friend who's like he's the most like anti-internet guy of all time, but he's on our level of insanity. Like he just has like everything and like multiple copies of stuff that's like he has like 2 or 3 copies of like a $500 record. And it's just he just got it over. He goes to yard sale. He's a dude who goes to yard sales. And he's like, yeah, look at this box of records I bought, and it's all like original press, like super. He's like, yeah, it was like 50 cents a piece. It just always happens to him, but he has no social media. So like he's my guy. Like whenever something comes up, like he'll be like, "Hey man, what are you doing?" I'm like, "Nothing." He's like, "Yeah, I gotta like fix my water heater. Like you looking to buy any records or anything?" I'm like, "Maybe I am."
Fucking right.
Yeah.
I'll always I'm looking. I'll always look.
Yeah.
For several years, I had a collector friend in Italy. I still go from him from time to time, but his thing was always, he had a very good collection. There was only like a small number of things he still had on his want list, but they were all very high dollar things. Yeah. And so whenever one of them would turn up, he would immediately look to purge some of the other stuff to generate enough cash to buy this big high tier item. And so it was always just like, he kind of, learned quickly. It's just like, email Alan. Hey, Alan, you want to buy a bunch of new wave of British heavy metal things? I'm like, what'd you find on your want list, Mario?
Yeah.
Like, I've got there's only 25 copies of this one new wave of British heavy metal single. I need $3,000 by Friday to buy it. I'm just like, well, let's talk. What you got?
Yeah.
So yeah, he'd sell 50 records so that he could buy this one record.
Yeah.
And he would probably, he could have charged more, but he's like, I need the cash now. Just here. They sell for this. Give me half that. I don't care. I know you'll pay me, right away. So
that's like the same. Yeah, that's like the same thing with me. Like he sold me stuff he knows is valuable. He's like, it's you. You're my friend.
Yep.
And, I just need money real quick, and I'll probably go find 50 copies of it in a fucking basement somewhere anyway. So like, yeah, sure, whatever.
Yeah. Yep. He was the same way. Yep.
That's the thing with me though. With like I battle with my collection is that sometimes I'm like, man, I should just stop buying new stuff and just do like crazy expensive purchases. Like if I start buying my regular run of new stuff for a few months, I could probably buy one like white whale.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't stop. Like new stuff comes out, I'm like, I'm not gonna buy it, and then an hour later, I'm like, I can swim.
Yeah.
I had sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Because I had a random person message me on Discogs because I had a vinyl that they wanted. I didn't have it up for sale. They just saw that I had it in my collection and offered me $70 for it. I didn't sell it, but I'd never had that happen before.
Are they European?
Yes. Yeah, he actually lived in France.
I get it all the time.
Yeah.
Me to scan the image of some J card for a tape that I have?
Nah.
I don't have a flatbed scanner, buddy.
Grease the palm. I do. But you know what? I get it all. I get euros all the time for like punk and hardcore stuff, especially like the 80s Revelation, like the super well known like Youth of Today and stuff. They'll be like, I noticed you have Youth of Today record maybe for sale. Like you can just tell, even their emails are in broken English. Yep. Maybe for sale. Perhaps you think about selling the need for collection. And I'm just like, I delete.
Yep.
Yeah, this was for the Stormkeep album that came out last year. So it's a relatively new album, which I was surprised about. Yeah. But I know it's sold out everywhere. Like you can't get it. But mine was a second press. It's not an original press. So, but yeah, no, I didn't end up selling it because I know what I have. Yeah. I'm not going to get rid of it. It was one of my favorite albums last year. So, but yeah, thought that was interesting. So now I'm like, I'm going to start doing that to people now. Go and look in their Discogs and message them. Hey, you want to sell this?
I had someone contact me about, I'm not going to say what the band is, but I ignored it because they offered a shit ton of money for it. I'm like, this can't be true. Well, the guy got back a hold of me like 6 months later and said, look it, man, this is legit. I'm here in the U.S. I want this and this for this much money. I'm like, well, I've also got a whole bunch of their tapes, and we take everything for $1,500. And the guy's like, sold. So I ended up buying a new amp head. And, was going to buy a guitar with it, but ended up needing it for bills for the rest of it. So, I'm like, woohoo! Goodbye, crappy black metal.
Yeah. Well, well, that's the thing about it too. Is I find like, I mean, Simon might be able to like relate with this. Is like, for me, it's mostly people from overseas because I just don't think it was a pain in the ass, especially if it's a U.S. release, because just shipping and all that, they just never it was out of their range, and now they have a little bit of cash and they're like, oh, I want, I want it, I want to guarantee I'm going to get it. So
yeah, I turned off the public display of my Discogs collection because I was getting people saying, I want this thing, and I'm like, I'm in Australia, and they're like, oh, well, I'm not paying that shipping. Well,
yeah, no shit.
Yep. But yeah, Marty, sometimes folks just make an offer that's too good to turn down.
No, I couldn't turn it down, and it was all rare. It wasn't necessarily good. It was just rare. I'm like,
yeah. I had one of those about 5 or 6 years ago. A guy in Sweden, and I knew this guy. This wasn't a stranger out of nowhere, but we had traded a few times here and there over the years, and hadn't heard from him for a couple of years. And he just popped up out of the blue one day. He's like, "Hey, do you still have this one metal record? I seem to remember you had this in your collection." Just like, yeah, I've still got it. He's just like, I need that really bad. I was like, not really looking to get rid of it. Is the same kind of thing. It's not great, but it's very rare, and I didn't mind keeping it. He's just like, he sent me a list. He's just like, pick anything and everything you want in exchange for that record. And I'm thinking, come on, I'm just like, okay, I'll play along. And he had like a ton of these rare early Swedish metal singles, and all that stuff. So I'm just like, okay, I'll see what we can push. I picked out about $3,000 worth of stuff. I'm just like, I will give you the record for all of this, the whole stack, no exceptions. Yep. It's just like, done, send it to me. I'll have the pile to you tomorrow.
Whoa.
Okay. Yes.
Yes, that's a good trade.
You can have it. I will. It is yours.
Huh.
That's amazing.
I'm expecting shit to get crazy once that money starts hitting accounts too. Once that sweet government money starts hammering the accounts, I think you're gonna start seeing some shit flying.
Look at this.
I was just gonna say something about that. Those are actually like a hot commodity right now.
It's funny because I was in Walmart here before I got nailed with the plague, and I was in their audio video department. I turned on, they had like a cardboard end cap of all these Metallica records. I'm like, look at that.
They sold it in a box set too, so I think
really?
Yeah, it's the first
What's
6
the story
albums.
with those? I mean, the Metallica LPs, you can get them anywhere. Why are these Walmart ones special? Are they blue or
color?
They're colored. First time they've ever been printed on color.
Which is dumb because Metallica owns their own printing press. Anything on the Blacken label is printed on their own press.
Yeah.
So,
that's cool.
And that's great. I mean, they finally earned back their paid to have their back catalog, all the rights to it. So now they can do whatever they want, which for a band of that caliber, like one of the biggest bands on the planet, that's a huge commodity. I don't see why they're not
how
doing
they make money.
Yeah.
It's how they're going to make money. No, it's weird. Are they going to become like the Beatles now, though?
Yeah.
There's like 450,000 pressings of everything.
Well, the problem with Metallica is they could not maintain a good quality of releases like their first 4. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
3.
Yeah, 3. Yeah, the fourth one's debatable, but
yeah,
you don't want to buy
impressed.
You don't want to buy Saint Anger on red pinwheel, angry vinyl or whatever they're going to tie it into.
I just stopped listening when you said Saint Anger. I don't care what.
You know what? I bought that used, and I've got all of Metallica albums other than the Lou Reed one. And I like Death Magnetic, and I like parts of the last one, but it's just they're decent, but they're just old guys kind of trying but not nailing it. I mean, but then you look at like
fire's not really there.
No, you look at bands like Testament and bands like Overkill who are still putting out good albums. Damn it,
Asphyx, they put out a good album too recently.
I haven't heard it yet, but I'm sure.
I haven't heard that anymore.
I'll be right back. I need something to drink.
Get a White Claw. What, hipster tears?
I had one guy 4 or 5 years ago. I used to have on my collection on that Rate Your Music site, RIM. I don't use it anymore. It's a pretty rubbish site. But I had somebody message me on that wanting to buy the Bloodstone CD. It was just before the thing was reissued. And it's pretty good Swedish death metal, but it wasn't top tier. And he wanted to give me $600 for it. So, okay.
Yeah.
And then the reissue was announced like a month later, and I paid $11 for it.
I can imagine you probably must have got a bunch of hits, especially if you from people in Australia, because you probably have shit that they just can't. People are lazy and they just want stuff right away, so they're willing to pay to guarantee they can get it right away. And I'm sure someone like living on a whole separate continent like Simon.
That one. That's the Bloodstone one I'm talking about. It's good, but yeah, Dark Symphony's put out the reissue. And that's fine. Like, I don't need an OG of that, particularly for $590 profit.
Yeah, in a lot of cases, man, the way the Crypt reissues go, I would almost rather have that than an OG if I didn't pay a ton for it.
They're really good.
Hey, by chance, does anybody have the 3 CD reissue version of In the Night Side Eclipse?
I didn't know.
I'm just curious of whether it's worth holding out to get that version versus any other random pressing of it. Because I used to have it, and lost it at some point, and wanted to pick it up. I saw they did a 3 CD version. Like, oh, maybe I'll try to get that. But of course, it's a little hard to track down. So,
yeah, back when all that came out, we had an Australian distributor called Modern Invasion, and they were really hot on the pulse. So we ended up with not imports, but local pressed copies of so much European stuff. So I'll try and dig one out.
I'm trying to find that 3 CD copy. I'm curious to know if there's like old demo stuff or anything on it.
I think there's a demo on it. One of the discs is like a remastered or remixed version of the album. One of them, it has like one of the discs, I think, is the Tribute to Emperor tracks.
So this is the Australian version, right? And they all have this in the spine. Modern noise for modern people. That's sometimes there's a big whopping great yellow triangle sticker on the back of these things, which is stuck onto concrete. You cannot get them off.
That sucks.
But, but they become this thing. Like it's almost a way of proving that it's an original press.
Yeah.
Sure.
But if you find it, I might have one that's around. It'll take me too long to find one, but it's it's definitely a way of telling, oh, that's a real one. It's got the bloody irremovable triangle on the back.
Didn't they just release an Emperor box set too of all of their releases? Maybe it was like last year or the year before.
Something came out recently.
Yeah,
Something just got reissued recently. I feel like it was Anthems, or there may have been multiple ones. I'm not sure. Maybe it was one of the
2020 they did all the albums, looks like, on vinyl music.
Yeah, okay.
And it's like $1,000 if you want to buy it. Like, it's super expensive. Yeah.
Triple LP bonus tracks and rarities.
Yeah.
Some of those things like I was surprised how expensive the Dio box set was, because the local store had that. It's like, oh, that's nice. And then I looked at the price tag and just like, damn.
Alan, you know what the secret is with those? You just wait. Wait. Box sets always start off pinned to the ceiling, and then over time, you see the new sticker over the old one.
That's the yellow triangle sticker. You cannot get these off. It's there.
Why are they there? Is it just like a?
That's just the distributor. He just
At
stuck
least
these
it's
triangles.
see-through. At least it's see-through.
Yeah, it's see-through, but no, that's there.
It's
just one of those jokes in the country now. Like, Modern Invasion sticker.
Which Destroyer album was that, Simon? Just out of curiosity.
Phoenix Rising.
That was Phoenix.
Okay.
Yeah.
Their best one.
Good one.
I need to read.
I've heard Phoenix Rising. I've heard most of theirs, but I don't know if I've heard that one.
Oh, it's great songs on there.
But that's
That's the one.
with
That's my
Australian
favorite.
spine.
Yep.
They just did their own versions of everything.
Cool.
You know, it's amazing. People talk about Destroyer and they never talk about Violence as a Prince of this World. Their first one.
Yeah.
It's like no one seems to think that one exists. Other than Ben, he knows it exists.
I never listened to this shit.
They didn't get really good until their third album.
Huh.
But I still like the other two. Yep,
That's
the one.
These are all I've heard.
Yeah.
They're just okay.
it's not bad, but
It's very Bestial
it gets
Warlord.
better after this. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not my favorite by them, but I always thought Cold Steel for an Iron Age was one of the best album titles I ever came across.
Yeah.
There's
It is
some
good,
good on
yeah.
that album too. There's some crap on it, but there's some good songs on that album.
Yeah, it's not as good as some of the others.
A couple of years ago.
Oh yeah,
old.
I found
That's
that I found that in a Best Buy once upon a time. Bought it new at Best Buy back in the 90s.
Wow.
Best Buy when they started out were especially in the Midwest, Ohio, Michigan area. They carried every weird little metal indie thing you could think of. I bought Sentenced CDs, Desultory CDs, all that
That's
stuff
popular.
came out of Best Buy. It was one of the best places to go for CDs for about 3 or 4 years there.
Ben,
They
is,
had
One of the best black metal logos I've ever seen. I fucking love that.
is that the barbecue
Pretty
shooter
good.
on the cover there?
Yeah.
You're probably one of 10 people in the U.S. that owns that crappy CD.
This fucking rules.
That thing was in Utopia cutout bins for like 6 years. There was thousands of copies of it. Both albums. That one, what was the other one called? Trans Country.
Ah, you gotta love the GIMP masks.
Oh, so funny.
Alan, Circuit City was like that too. Did you guys?
Yeah. Yep.
You
Circuit
must
City
have had
was
some
really
sort of
cool.
weird hookup with a distributor where they would have like super mainstream stuff, and then like for me it was like they would have like semi-obscure punk and hardcore stuff. And it was so weird to find in a Circuit City at the time.
Yeah, Circuit City, anything that Metal Blade put out. I got Spectre Within at a Circuit City in like Greensboro, North Carolina. But yeah, they always had it. But yeah, I got the first Therian album, like original press, at a Best Buy in Ohio in 1995. They carried everything, and just over time, once the chain got momentum going, of course, they quickly phased that stuff out. But it was the best. It was as good as any indie record store in the northern Ohio area for several years.
The Best Buy around the one when they first opened around here too also had a thing where they would carry like trauma movies and stuff, which at the time you just couldn't find it at a store. Like this is pre-internet being everything. To go into like a store and seeing major movie releases and then like obscure horror movies like right next to them, and it was like kind of like, well, it's cool. Like, and then when media kind of started taking that turn, they dropped that.
Yeah,
They used to have a really big anime section too.
Yes, they did. My wife used to get tons of anime there.
I remember I bought a Trigun box set when I was in high school because you couldn't find it anywhere else. I think I still have all the stuff I've bought too.
My wife might have that same box set. I'm not sure, but
Yeah, it was all VHS. It was all imported from Japan. Super expensive.
Yep. There you go, Ben.
Classic.
A lot of people talk about this, but I don't listen to this album nearly enough, and I've been meaning to pull it out and listen to it for years. I think next week is going to be Metal Blade week. I'm going to pull out my best Metal Blade releases.
There you go.
They also just released a box set of all of their history albums, and it's got it's a different artist on every single album. So I think there's a Cannibal Corpse one, there's a Black Dahlia Murder, there's I can't remember other ones. Yeah, and that's also incredibly expensive and hard to find. I think it's sold out too.
Yeah. Everybody's got stimulus checks. It's not just records it's happening to either. Every kind of collectible is just gone nuts this past year in terms of price tag. I play Magic the Gathering a little bit, and all those older Magic cards and Pokemon cards have just quadrupled in price in the past few months. You can't touch them for a sane amount of money anymore.
Yeah, I have a friend who does. This is going to be a niche thing. He does World War II reenactment stuff, like the crazy stuff where they literally go live in the woods for a weekend, and
Oh wow,
you have to live like you can't have a phone and all that.
in the trenches.
And he was just talking. He just made a post on Facebook, like in the last year, he would buy like original World War II issued or like manufactured stuff, and you can get like certain things for anything from a couple bucks to like a little bit like a canteen for like $10 or whatever.
Yep.
Now that same canteen is like $40.
Yep.
He's like, why is it? I'm like, dude, because people are trapped in their houses. They're not spending money, and the government is giving us money. So people are spending. People are fucking setting prices, and people are spending it because they have it.
I was noticing that out here actually. Like we didn't get the big fat stimulus checks, but what did happen was for people that were made unemployed because they're in like retail or food industry or something like that. There was a scheme with the government where the government would pay your company to keep you on. So it was like a trickle down thing. I don't know. So people kept getting paid, but they didn't have to go to work, right? So there was a few 100,000. I think they were able to get that. What I started to see was eBay sales going right through the roof on anything, and the main stuff I saw, VHS market for a solid 9 months was about 1,000% higher than what it should be. Because there were these people that were not proper VHS collectors that were just trying to relive their youth, buying tapes that used to be $10 tapes and paying $800 for these tapes.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely crazy. And then, things started to get better here, and that stimulus type thing stopped. Everyone went back to work, and those tapes are $10 tapes again.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
It's the way with lots of hobbies right now. Yeah, Magic, the cards that you could have bought for like $50 2 or 3 years ago are like $1,000 a piece now.
Wow.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, that Magic stuff or the Pokemon shit is really starting to come back around and be like crazy money. Like it's not even a kids thing. It's adults doing it. Same thing with like any sort of sports card collectible. It's adults. Kids aren't going into a store and dropping $1,000 on like, Tom Brady, football cards and stuff. It's the adults doing it.
Oh yeah, every single Target, Walmart, everything around here within driving distances, they're not even pretending to put the stuff on the shelves anymore. You look like where the Pokemon cards and stuff used to be. They don't even have like, the tags on the wall or anything for it. It's just like this section does not exist anymore.
Yeah. The bubble will burst though. It always does. And every collectible,
they go up and down.
That kid was into that Pokemon stuff for a hot minute and had to buy all the cards, and I tried to show him, I got him the card pack thing. I tried to show him how to organize things and collect stuff and shit. And it just got to the point where he always wanted to go buy the cards, and if it didn't have the fancy card in it, the rest of it just was like garbage to him. He didn't care. Yeah. I'm like, I'm not fucking buying this shit anymore. And then I found his little thing that I spent all the time putting together upside down in his closet with all the cards spilled out. I'm like, I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna pass my OCD shit on to you. Teach you how to take care of stuff if you don't give a shit. I even had him start buying it. If you want it, buy it with your own money. Thinking he would respect it. Nah.
Yeah. My kid pulled a reverse hollow foil Charizard out of a pack a couple weeks ago. So I was like, yeah, there's $100 bill.
Really?
Oh. Yep.
You're kidding me.
Nope.
No, Pokemon cards are insane right now, Mark.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, even
the go dig through my kid's shit.
You should. Even the McDonald's ones, like
Yeah.
McDonald's has Pokemon cards right now in their Happy Meals, and even some that you pull from there are like $50, $100.
My kid has pulled 2 of the $40 foil Pikachus. I've eaten so many goddamn Happy Meals in the past 3 weeks. I'm going to turn into fucking Ronald McDonald.
I worked at McDonald's when the Beanie Baby craze happened. And I remember people used to come in, like grown adults, and they'll be like, "You're only allowed to buy X amount of Happy Meals." People would come in and buy like 100 Happy Meals. So they're coming to go, "I want 20 Happy Meals
Yep.
No food.
Yep. I worked at Burger King when they did the Disney movies would come out, and they'd have all the different Pocahontas and toys and glasses and stuff, and it's always the adults.
The glassware was always the coolest shit from any of that stuff.
Yeah, I had heaps of Coke glasses, but then they kept breaking.
Mm.
The Lord of the Rings, they had the Hobbit goblets. It's they're like the glass
They lit up.
thing on the bottom. You turn on, you lit up your drink. Oh, they're so cool.
I remember my friend and I, a bunch of us got those, and we would go to like shows. It would be like in a shitty basement, some punk band, and we'd just be like, "There's only one," and would be holding up like a goblet with the light on.
Yep. But yeah, I can't tell you how many goddamn Happy Meals we made. It's just the routine. You know, we pull up, you know, the wife is like, "Do y'all have the Happy Meal Pokemon?" And you can tell the poor person listening through the speakers probably been asked that question 5,000 fucking times during their shift so far today. Like, yes. Like, okay, I need 3 Happy Meals.
People used to, I remember, I'll never forget with the Beanie Baby thing. People would get like, they'd be like, "How do you not have like the dinosaur?" I'm like, "Bro, I'm fucking 15." Like, I don't know.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I make $4 an hour, literally.
Yep. I had a person. I was on break one time, just sitting. You know, I'd gone out to the parking lot, put the tailgate down on the truck, was just sitting there on the I've got my 30-minute break. I'm clocked out. And some redneck dude comes just gunning it out of the drive-through lane, and just stops in front of me. Just was like, "Why the fuck don't y'all have the 99-cent Whoppers like the Burger King in Withville?" I was like, "I don't know. Go to fucking Withville, dude." He's like, "Fuck you!" Pulls off. What do you want me to say? I'm paid $4.75 to sit here and make hamburgers for 5 hours at a time.
I want my goddamn Whopper.
You want me to explain to you the socioeconomics of the fact that these are different franchises that are allowed to do their own pricing to you while you're sitting here in your fucking 1988 Mustang yelling at me? Fuck off.
I like when Alan's mad.
Yeah, I could feel that. I really felt that one.
I obviously got over it just fine.
That guy's probably in a fucking maggot stomp band with his mullet. They cut up hole in the knee jeans and high tops.
Here's another Metal Blade release I'm looking forward to revisit.
That's a lot for me.
Don't know that one.
That's a weirdo.
They were a big deal. I mean, they got signed to Metal Blade. They were a big deal back then.
It was too weird for them. I'm going through Discogs looking at all my Metal Blade releases, and I forgot that was on Metal Blade.
I don't know, man. You can't go wrong with Omen and Fate's Warning.
Yeah. So, Marty, favorite Metal Blade releases? Pick 3.
Pick 3. Awaken the Guardian, Warning of Danger. Best of Metal Blade Volume 1.
That's a good comp.
That's a good one. That was a very influential comp in my youthful day.
Is that the one that had Candlemass on it, or was that a later volume?
I think that was a later one that had all the, Lizzie Borden, Omen, Hallows Eve, Slayer, Trouble.
Yeah. I had a few of those, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I had volume 1.
I need more Trouble. All I've got is the skull.
Run the Light's my favorite.
All the early ones are fairly good. They of course changed direction in the 90s, and some people like that and some don't. Yep, there you go, Simon.
Is Candlemass on that? I don't think they are they?
Yeah, I think they were on a later one. I don't think they're on that Battle Axe cover.
No Candlemass in this one. But
had Hyrax on there.
I can't do Hyrax.
Really?
The vocals in Hyrax are shocking.
You're not a Kate.
No, there's no Candlemass on number 2 either.
Man, those comps,
Kato Kalin.
those comps never pop up in the wild either. You never see
them. They keep them.
Yeah.
How often are you looking in the A section of a used bin?
What'd you say?
How often are you looking at the comp section of a used bin? I never do.
I do every time because people hide stuff in them.
You're so petty.
Yeah, I think Canto Mass may have been on volume 3. It was one of the very first records I bought when I started college, when I was checking out all the local stores, and they had the 2 LP Best of Metal Blade in there was the $1.99 cutout bin, and so I just snapped it up. But I think it was volume 3. Not certain.
It's just so weird about those because it's like they pressed a shit ton of them.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I mean, I don't like when I was able to go to stores and stuff. I've been doing this for like over 20 years. You'd think I would just like find one somewhere, and you never do. You never see them. Like,
I got that for $1.99. Mine was, I got home, took it out of the sleeve. It was white vinyl. That one, yep.
I just thought it was kind of cool. It was one of the few things Metal Blade put on colored vinyl back then. They didn't do very much colored vinyl.
Colored vinyl really was kind of a rare thing. Really.
Yeah.
Some did and some didn't. But Metal Blade, they did this, and they did a boxed set of some of the Metal Massacre compilations on colored vinyl, but it was a European-only release of that box set. It was something weird like volumes 1 through 6 or something. But yeah, I'm hard-pressed to think of anything else that Metal Blade did on colored vinyl back in the day.
It wasn't very popular at all. I mean, I remember, I think Morbid Visions, but this was Roadrunner. Morbid Visions came out on purple and Schizophrenia on cyan, sort of light.
Yeah. Except Restless and Wild was on red vinyl. On one of the pressings.
Like when you were talking about the neat pressings of all the Venom shit, all the early neat pressings had like random weird colored vinyl here and there. That's the first I heard of that. Like I said, that is rare for that shit. You got a colored vinyl back in the day. It was like kind of weird. Like, whoa, it's kind of a special deal, you know?
Yep. Yeah, Venom's one of the exceptions where a lot of their stuff was on colored vinyl. They did a lot of variations early on.
Yep. All of my Venom's on color.
Weird.
Look at this sexy bastard right here.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, sit on it, Pod.
Hi.
How's it going?
Good. How's everyone doing this evening?
Good. What's
Doing well.
Nothing much.
How have you been?
Good. I got tattooed today for the first time in a while, so that's cool.
Sweet.
I have a bunch of tattoos, but it's been like 8 years since I've gotten anything done.
Wow.
It's hard to see because it's upside down, but it's the Combat Corps mascot.
Oh, cool.
Guy.
Yep. The skinhead spitting.
Yes.
Yep.
I need that wholesome content on my body.
Was it spur of the moment or
post-vaccine, just going out there and living life?
What's that?
Are you like post-vaccine, just going out there living life like you ought to be?
I mean, I was vaccinated very early on, thankfully, because of my job. So, but I mean, the whole process of arranging a tattoo appointment, like the questionnaire is super stringent, you know, like if you have any kind of symptoms or anything like that. And what's nice to report is like one of the questions is, have you had any contact with anybody that's positive for COVID? And I can definitively say in the past couple of weeks, I haven't, even at my job. So that's a very good sign.
Yeah. I just got my shot yesterday, and I just keep thinking, like, was this so fucking hard?
Yeah.
I get my first one Monday.
It's tough. Like Amanda, has been trying to get hers for the past week or so. She got scheduled for one finally, but it was literally like a friend calling her at like 6:45 in the morning and being like, you need to do this thing right now and like click on this link right here right now. Like it shouldn't be like that, you know what I mean? Like people are like, it's a rare press record. It's like the go to War-X of like not dying, you know? It sucks.
Just wait till they open it up like for everyone.
Oh sweet, my vaccine came with an Obi strip.
Oh sweet, I got a Flexi vaccine from Triple B. Like
this Obi around my fucking arm.
I only became available because they did this. I work for a DPW and so they did the schools and school staff, and I'm considered school staff. So I just like literally yesterday I became eligible.
Hey Amanda, what's up?
Hi.
Hi.
I have a screwdriver.
What?
I'm inebriated. What?
I said I want a screwdriver. You're at the bar. Are you serving them up or what?
Oh, I thought you were talking about a certain musical group. We're like, what?
No.
Anyways.
No, I'm talking orange juice and vodka, which I don't have.
Yes.
Sort of any kind of balance is needed, but
So, what did you find for your picks there, Mister Ground Zero?
Oh yeah. So I want to just grab records because I figure that's like more fun to show off. I have like a gigantic pile of CDs that I haven't. You can sort of see them in the corner there.
Oh yeah.
It's just the tip of the iceberg.
Wait for you.
No, that's all right. I pulled vinyl just to because it's more fun to show.
By the way, that's like my favorite GBH album. It just
Really?
is. Yeah, I love it.
Midnight Madness and Beyond.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, I like this one a lot.
It's heavier
But,
than
like,
shit, and the songs are good.
The songs are good, and they messed with like as a spiky hair punk band that experimented with metal. They did it in a way totally different than like Broken Bones with the Exploited.
Oh, they got real bad though at A Fridge Too Far. That album is kind of crappy.
I like that record. I bought that box set. That's all that stuff, all that Rough Justice stuff, and I like most of it. This is the best though, out of all that
That's
shit.
really
probably
good.
the best record. The single, Sisters of Mercy single for This Erosion.
That rules.
The songs on the B-side, Torch and Colors, really, really good. I have a lot of Sisters of Mercy singles and like EPs, and
I only have a couple.
one or two things that are even unofficial. So this is one that I didn't have. I love that song, This Corrosion. I mean,
Yeah. Hey now.
That
Yeah.
might be the best one on Floodlane.
Oh, that rules too.
Thus my name on this. I'm a
Oh my god.
leopard under the
Oh,
night.
yeah.
Yeah, Rock Brigade. Better watch out for the Rock Brigade. Hey, dude, it's the Rock Brigade. Fuck off. It's the Rock. Whatever the lyrics are. Really, really good. The thing is, I had this when I was a kid, like a child. Like I was 10 or 11 when I bought this from a drugstore because that was like,
You
I
mean
think,
like a pharmacy, right?
yeah, a pharmacy. But like it was like Hysteria, like drop some sugar on me. Was
Pour some sugar on me.
pour some. What the fuck is wrong with me? Pour some sugar on me was the hit on MTV,
Fuck yeah.
and it was one of those things where like this is all that the phase drugs near me had on tape, and I listened to the shit out of it when I was like decades younger than I am now, and I still remember how sick that song "Wasted" is.
Yeah,
Like I
that's a
still
cool
remembered all the lyrics and stuff, which is rad. But I haven't given a shit about Def Leppard in a really long time.
I like your first three albums. They're all good.
High and Dry, I remember being really good too. And
Yeah.
the single was off of, is it Pyromania or Hysteria? That's like
Pyromania is the big hit machine. It's got Photograph and
Okay.
Yeah, Hysteria was the one that really went nuts though, because that's where Pour Some Sugar on Me spent 79 consecutive weeks in like the MTV top 10 videos of the day or something.
And that was a breakthrough for production too, right? Because like Mutt Lang,
Lang did Pyromania too.
right? But yeah, so yeah, I mean that's new wave of British heavy metal. Def Leppard, it's awesome. This is a band called Poison Ruin from Philly. Like it's real weird. Like it's awesome. It's a cool combination of styles that like people haven't yet merged. It's like a little bit of like street rock, like Oi, like kind of boots on the street punk kind of shit, and also post punk like Joy Division as well. And then in between the song, there's like straight up like almost dungeon synth like instrumentals. And they're obviously going for some kind of weird medieval night motif, aesthetically on it, which is cool. Real interesting band. And then I bought this with my own money.
You know what?
God.
If you took the fucking funk shit off that album, it's a good thrash record.
Yeah, there's the Super Freak cover.
Yeah.
And that single
Every Day's the Holiday. Yeah.
But the thrash songs on this are solid. It's
they're
solid.
really solid.
Kind of on the lighter side of like Bay Area thrash. So I spun this today.
Very weird noise records album, but I mean it's
Also
still good.
Were there any other American bands on Noise other than Mordred? I'm trying to think of another one.
Yes. Alan, help me out here.
Camelot, though, they came a little bit later.
Okay.
Oh, I
Their
forgot
first few
about that.
records were on Noise. But for something more vintage, oof. Yeah, I'm drawing a blank.
They got the book upstairs. I'm not gonna all my fat.
Watchtower, the second Watchtower album.
Oh yeah.
Was
Control
on Noise.
Resistance. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good brain. Good big brain there.
That's why they pay me the medium-sized bucks.
So yeah,
You mean this one?
yeah, that record, cool record. It's like the Templars if they like listened to more like Wire and Joy Division and also were fans of Dungeon Synth for some reason. It's cool.
Minus the hot hat.
I might check that out tomorrow. That sounds really interesting. I really like the idea of like several different genres being kind of melded together clumsily or to different effect.
Yeah, it's cool. Like the only thing about it is that I don't like is that the vocals aren't very forward in the mix and there's nothing really striking or like memorable. They're not like forcefully angry or like pure like really emotive in any way. They're just kind of like
There.
they're almost like another instrument. They're just kind of like there, you know?
Yeah.
So but that kind of works with that like cold like post-punk kind of thing, you know, where it's just like shit.
Lazy.
Kind of deal.
This is a self-release too. Urge.
Yeah. They did 2 tapes and they got pressed onto an LP.
Seven Witches was from US, right? No.
Yeah, Seven Witches got that guy from Sabotage in there, Chris Caffrey, right? Am I right?
I think so.
Were they on Cleopatra too? Or am I thinking of a different witchy band?
Wasn't Seven Witches at Chris Caffrey's band?
I don't remember. I'm checking right now.
Bunch of experts up in this piece.
Fucking boo.
Metal Blade release I need to listen to. It's been a long time.
No.
Yeah.
I
Good.
can't remember what I had for dinner last night, but I can remember weird other shit like that. And that's stupid.
Totally. I'm looking at the Noise Records
I'm
disc.
probably completely wrong. Let me pull up the Oracle.
James Rivera was in Seven Witches. Is that who you're thinking of?
Oh, maybe that's it.
That was one of his many projects.
So
I
he
don't see-
wasn't in Sabotage, or was he?
Chris Caffrey was. I don't see Caffrey listed in Seven Witches.
Okay, I'm wrong then. Got wires crossed.
Let me check another way just to make sure.
You ever worried that you're gonna like get into a car accident and bonk your head and like all these facts are just gonna start like rattling out your mouth as you lay in a pile of blood?
Well, I wasn't until now.
The paramedic's just going to be like this. Loser.
That's all I got left. Take that from me too.
Fucking loser.
Something.
No, Marty, Chris wasn't in Seven Witches. It must have been James Rivera you were thinking of.
Must have been.
I'm constantly worried about more important facts that should be in my brain that get replaced by like musical ephemera, like, you know, just nonsense.
Like having to chew each piece of food 36 times for proper digestion.
Yeah.
I don't remember anything because my brain
I forgot how to breathe because I memorized the entire early earache catalog. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know how to like inhale oxygen anymore, but at least I know who Filthy Christians are. You know,
Hey, Mean's a good album.
it's fantastic. I own it.
Me too.
Of course I do.
What about these things?
I'm really like good at remembering stuff and also dumb at the same time. So that means anything. Fathom.
Oh yeah,
All these.
Hey.
I like how
we
they're
got a
all,
bunch of battery tapes there.
they're all sealed. He's never listened to them.
I haven't.
Game.
Does he have a cassette player?
He has a cassette player. Yeah,
I have 2.
he has 2.
You know where they are?
Yeah, this is pretty more.
Do they have batteries? Can I ship you something?
No, I can't listen to Bathroom. I'm too busy listening to the first Jerky Boys
Oh
4.
my god.
Oh god, I
It's
heard that thing
basically
so
the same
much.
thing. It's fine.
That was so popular right about the time I started college. Everybody played that thing nonstop.
Oh yeah.
What about hey, here's a cool band. Let's talk about these guys.
Hell yeah.
Who's that?
Triad.
Or when I bought this tape holder off eBay, it came with these 2 free tapes, which is the Top Gun Vision Quest soundtrack, Dub,
God.
and Skid Row Van Halen.
Nice.
There you go.
That's my favorite Skid Row record, Van Halen.
Van Halen. I don't know if you guys ever heard of this band.
I love that. I love that EP.
I got that tape too.
When I found that as a kid, I thought it like I dubbed it off of a friend, but I thought it was like this coveted secret thing. I was like, I've never seen this before. This is not Garage Days revisited. This is Garage Days revisited. And then I realized it was just the bonus tracks from Kill 'Em All. And I was like, okay, well, still, it looks cool.
We also have some Conjure tapes still sealed.
No, it's
Still waiting for my
still sealed.
Those LPs ought to finally be on their way. To
Yeah, I'm ready for that.
Like, all right, Marty, it's enough. We want to give him 2 more.
I was just taking in your beauty. Sorry. Silver fox. I had to take him in for a minute there.
Yeah, I put conditioner in my hair.
Yeah, you're growing locks with the Bind Rune shirt that really works.
I'm into metal now, guys.
The fullness and body of your hair right now is. I just want to touch it. Run my fingers through it. Call you my Cheeto daddy.
We actually had some warm weather today, so I was like sweating at work, and my hair was so gross. It was like pipe cleaners where I could just like move it and it would stay.
Charge that shit, dog.
So, Pat, what happens when you guys move? Is the channel going to have to change from Ground Zero Salem to Ground Zero, I don't know, Arlington or whatever the hell?
Ground Zero Asheville, Ground Zero Richmond, Ground Zero Syracuse, Ground Zero
South Shore.
Ground Zero South Shore. I don't know, man. I'll probably leave it the same. I don't know. It's
The artist formerly known as Ground Zero.
I feel gross saying that.
If you move to Syracuse, I would elect Gleaming the Q's. That was
Gleaming the Q's would be good. Yeah, for sure. I did think of that myself, like when I named that demo that. So
I figured.
Yeah, if we moved to Erie for some reason, that would
Erie Waters.
Say that again.
What's up?
Erie Waters. It had finger motions. You guys got to get the finger motions.
That's kind of like a inebriated jazz hand, isn't it?
I'm so inebriated. I've had an amazing day, which has been probably the best day in like the last 375, which is weird. So I'll take it. So I let myself get inebriated. I'm wearing polka dots even. How crazy is that?
Good for
Oh,
you.
shit, there's some happiness.
Did your stimmy hit?
What?
Did
Oh,
you guys-
I don't get stimulus. I mean, I'm fortunate that I've been in a good state during the entire pandemic with my company.
You've made good choices in life.
No, I have not. Anyone who's looking for don't follow me, don't look to me for advice. I've made shit choices, but I'm fortunate right now. So we're doing okay, and I'm happy to be where we are this moment in life, and I'm gonna go either get a beer or a THC beverage. My also today. So.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Congratulations on your great day.
Oh, I think Pat told some of you guys, but I got asked today to help curate our metal radio station. And
I missed that conversation.
Pretty rad. And they were like, we might do subgenres because it's pretty shit right now. And I'm like, it kind of is pretty shit right now. So I'm stoked.
That's awesome. Yeah.
It's gonna.
You'll be working at what time? Midnight to 3 is when those shows are being run typically.
Whatever. I'll do the needful. Whoever needs promotions, throw me when I get there. I'll let you know when I'm available too.
Let me know. I'll load you up with records.
Definitely. Anyway, do you need a beverage?
No, I got my buddy, my old friend Dale.
Our old friend Dale.
We're hanging out. I'm good. I'm
on the wrong way. I can't ever do this the right way.
I always screw it up real bad.
I'm on Zoom all day. You think I'd be better at this? I was like, oh shit, it's mirrored. Anyway, come here, get a beverage.
All right, love you.
Love you.
Sounds like a better day than me. Someone clogged a toilet at work.
Was that someone's name, Jason?
No, because if it was me, I just leave it and pretend I didn't know about it. Someone else.
I mean, to be fair, it didn't happen here today, but it happens in this household fairly often. So I feel your pain.
You know.
Well, guys, I'm going to call it a night. I'm on my 7-hour clock for the kid getting up, so it's been very fun. Melanie, it's really nice to meet you. I want to
It's
check
nice
out your
meeting you.
channel.
Good seeing you. Thanks for coming by.
Thanks for the invite. I appreciate it. Y'all have fun for the evening.
For sure. I'm definitely going to drop too because my kids are going to wake up in like 5 hours.
Yep.
So I'm not rude. Hi, Melanie. I'm Pat. I didn't.
Hi, Pat. No, you're fine. Yeah, but thank you so much for having me, guys. This was a lot of fun.
Welcome. Everybody go check out Melanie Loves Death Metal.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Channel jumping up. Check her out.
Thank you.
Yeah, see you, Mel.
See you guys.
Have a good one.
Oh, man.
I gotta do the same.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm the same as well.
Oh my God. They're dropping like flies.
Is everyone
We're going out to dinner.
Is it me?
Going out to dinner?
I thought you smelled pretty good, actually. I don't know what they're thinking.
Yeah. Yeah, so good. All right, it's been fun.
Good seeing you, David. Have a good one.
See you, Ben.
What'd you
There
do?
it is.
It'll be 3 in a minute.
We need to get Jen on here on her own computer so she can discuss her fart ASMR thing she's going to put here.
It's going to really take off.
It's going to take off. You'd be surprised, man.
ASMR is like the greatest thing ever because they pretend like people aren't jerking off to it when they fucking definitely are. No, this is just for like, sounds and stuff. This isn't for like fucking creeps to like whack their bags to in the dark.
What did Jen say?
I hate beans today.
Yeah. I'm totally backed up.
I plugged the toilet at work.
Yeah. Call the dickhead janitor to come clean it up. Fucking
On that note, I'm going to jump ship as well. So.
All right.
It's good seeing you, Simon. Have a good one.
You too. See you guys later.
Bye. Oh. My lighting situations. I don't know if this is the lighting or the camera.
You need one of those circle lights that everybody uses.
So, like I said, like this is this office is all new. So, like my laptop's lower than it usually is. So I feel weird. Yeah, this is now an office again. So, but look at this.
Very nice. Did you pick those for her?
I don't think so.
You don't remember?
No.
So yeah, I don't know if you saw this, Pat, but I finally got this.
Oh, nice. I want to get one of those before they get too expensive.
Well, it was already like $25 through Relapse, so I mean, it was already not super cheap, but
that's not too bad. $25. I mean, like I think I mentioned briefly in chat. Amanda pre-ordered the new Enforced, which is coming out on Century Media. $30, $8.50 in shipping. Almost $40 for a new LP.
A new LP?
Did
Yeah.
you mention the $8.50 shipping? So it's like $40 fucking dollars.
Yes, I mentioned the $8.50 shipping. Yeah.
That's fucking crazy. I didn't even look. I knew that came out today, but I didn't even look at it.
It was the same deal with the Sanguisugabog record and the Frozen Soul record.
All their albums are like super expensive, right? I don't know what the deal is.
And they'll sell too. That's the thing that sucks. People need to stop buying it, so they have to adjust their fucking.
Well, I mean, it's like, it'd be one thing if it was like the level of quality of like even Nuclear War Now or Hell's Headbangers or one of those labels, but like the quality of those vinyl, those Century Media isn't even that great. Like it's nothing to write home about. It's fine, but it's not like Smart Records from Finland or something like that. They had these really nice, like their shit's expensive, mostly because of like import prices and stuff, but like the quality is worth it, if you really like the band. Yeah, I don't know. It's completely baffling to me why a Century Media record would be that much money.
I don't know why, because I mean they probably pressed quite a few of those, I would imagine. A single LP shouldn't cost $38 fucking dollars. Stupid.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I'll just wait. It's Century Media. I'll buy the Newbury Comics in a month or whenever.
Man, I don't know. I bought last year. Century Media had like a $5 CD sale. I bought like 10 CDs.
Yeah.
And waited and forgot about it. I mean, I'm not a guy that keeps my tracking number, so I deleted all that crap. And then out of the blue, like 6 months later, I got an email saying, sorry, some of the things you ordered are out of stock. So they adjusted it and said they sent it out. Never got the package. Never got it. I mean,
Never got anything.
Never got anything.
Nothing?
And now I can't find any of my tracking shit because that's all long gone. And I don't even, I'm not like a member on their site. I just went on and bought the shit. I mean, I can't even, I'm like, God, is this how Century, I mean, Century Media has been notorious, even back in the day, as not being the best distro. They're just not.
I've very rarely ordered stuff from Century Media US or whatever, like bargain stuff, and never had a problem. That sucks. I mean, you should get your money back at least.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like whenever I order anything, I like routinely, obsessively check the.
See, I don't, and that's my downfall. There's been times I'm like, shit.
I have a whole system. I won't delete my emails until my stuff arrives. It's like a weird like OCD thing. I can't. The minute I open it and then I take my phone out and I delete the like my PayPal receipt and all. Any email related to that item gets deleted once it's in hand.
Yeah.
That's how I keep track of like stuff I'm waiting on too.
Ask Jason how many Mind Force flexes he's got.
Hey, Jason, Amanda would like to know how many Mind Force flexies you have now. She had like 5, apparently.
How many do you have?
She ended up with like 5 of them.
They just me one every time.
Yeah. Me too. I have like 3. And I'm assuming when I get my high command record 7-inch tomorrow that I'm going to have 4.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm at 5. I think I'm at 4, actually. 4, maybe.
Amanda, when you start your channel?
I'm getting close now that I'm.
You want to stay off camera, or should I turn?
You can tilt me. It's cool. I'm just drinking beverages. Here we go. Like if I get to do this thing with work, that'd be kind of cool. I think it'd be a good like tie-in. So I don't know. It's been a long journey of figuring out what I want to do online and coming to terms with how I talk. I'm a very high energy person, so I got to figure out the best way to like display my high energy.
That's perfect. I mean, doing videos, being high energy is perfect, really.
Yeah, and I just, there were things I wanted to have in my collection before I kind of like put myself out there of like shit that I had and sold, like because I wanted to get tattooed or I had to move, So I feel like I'm at a good place now where I kind of want to get it started off. So between Griffin, our son, has a channel now. I'm like, all right, so I have no qualms. I should do this. So yeah, I don't know. Soon, very soon, I think it's just coming up with a fun name, right? It's all about the naming convention. So, and having cool hair like Jason. So
yeah. Don't hurt yourself.
Everybody's got cool hair. My time is coming soon. What is it?
At least you have hair.
Tell you what, though, this hair is a pain in the ass at work, man.
I just have hats.
I'm like fixing shit, and like I was like taking something apart, and it kept falling in my face, and I was getting like, I'm gonna shave my head.
Bro, you should fucking totally rock a man bun.
And then I was eating lunch the other day, and I had my head down, and I didn't, and like I had the fork, and I went like this, and like I put hair in my mouth.
Getting hair in your mouth when your hair starts growing out sucks.
But the best thing about
how hot it gets during the summer, like.
See, I don't know how much longer I'm going to last. Once the weather starts turning for real, I'm going to fucking be like, I'm done. I'm going to shave and everything. I'm going to be like, I can't handle this. Especially when I'm working outside and stuff. Nah, nope.
Well, it's like I got my hair cut for the first time since I started growing it out. My hair grows really fast. And I stopped cutting it before we moved in here, before we had Griffin. And then I got it cut for the first time, I think like 6 months ago. And it was down to the top of my iliac crest, down to the top of my pelvis. And like it was shitty. Like it was all like split and stuff. So I was like, I gotta get my fucking haircut. Like, come on. And so I did, and I feel a lot better because it just gets like stuck and shit. I'm like, how the fuck? How did people have long hair for like a really long time?
This is
It's like I had a shaved head for like most of my life, you know, like a crew cut, you know.
This is a year. This is my last haircut. A little bit over a year.
Yeah.
COVID hair.
I also, because the thing is, so my hair is like, it looks like I dye it because of my shit beard is like 3 different colors. And my hair's white and I'm like fucking fat and angry. So it's like cool because people just don't want to talk to me. So like I'll be in the supermarket and some people are like, who's this fucking, this dude is literally like probably just woke up in the back alley and it's like shoplifting so he can eat today. And that's like that's like part of this look I totally appreciate because no one randomly bothers me.
It's a good approach.
They're dirty and stuff. They all got like fucking like slime on them. I'm coming home from work. I'm just trying to run a goddamn errand. My clothes are dirty. My hair fucking looks crazy.
So Eric is getting his butt over here apparently.
Good. Good.
What are y'all?
Nope.
Still 42 people. That's pretty cool. We were over 50 for quite a while. Good shit.
I might hit the head soon myself, though. Hit the bed. I'm tired, man. I had a long day.
Understandable. You get up when? Do you still get up at like 4 in the morning?
I wake up at 3:45 every day.
That's not right.
Christ. That's like halfway through my work day.
It's in New England 3:45. It's not like you're waking up in like warm.
No, it's fucking brutal.
Like 25 degrees.
You don't even want to know. I mean, some mornings I go outside and I'm just like, what the fuck am I doing?
I don't.
Like I walk in my car, I'm like, because it's warm, so I leave my jacket in the car sometimes, and then it's like 1 degree, and I'm like fucking stumbling through my driveway, like fucking hell.
I don't even know who I am anymore, but I like where I'm at.
So when do you usually get out of work? Because we're gonna be down by your way like next Friday.
I get out at 1 o'clock.
Trucks.
What's that?
I get out at 1 o'clock.
Oh, that's cool. So we're gonna be like down in like South Shore.
Where you going?
We're going to like the Gillette area for like a Hot Wheels monster trucks thing for our kid.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But it doesn't start till 3. So
Lunch, dinner, whatever. We'll be in the area, and I'll be half my vaccination deep. So
yeah, I get my first one tomorrow. Yeah,
day.
Well, I might have to be quarantined. I find
yeah, that's true.
Well, we find out we had a close. We might be contact traced right now. So, but yeah, let me know. I should be around.
Yeah, whatever. Well, if not, we'll see you in fucking April, May.
Leo just be walking around.
Well, whenever you're solid too, I want to meet up in Norwood again. And,
we also got to hit up that new store. The one in like water.
There's a new area.
That one hear it or whatever it's called.
Oh, okay. I've heard of it. I think
it's in like a weird. It's not in Boston. It's like this is like super regional record talk. So enjoy, guys.
Yeah. Hey, everyone. You're like.
I was like, what? I don't even know.
Like. Everybody like hearing this, also, especially the weird, presuming European guy that doesn't like the names we're using.
Yeah.
Like, anyways,
it's called.
Yeah, no, I don't even know if I'm familiar with it. I'm stoked because apparently Armageddon's open to like appointments.
Yeah, you can call the day of. So I'm gonna take Pat on his birthday. Hopefully, maybe since I'll be vaccinated, we can eat at a restaurant maybe. Without our kid and record shop. I can't even imagine. I don't even know what record shopping feels like.
I know. Well, I've gone to Newburgh
to do it in person. I mean, I love supporting Bandcamp artists and shit, but like, Jesus Christ, the smell of a record store, feeling it, not knowing, like, fuck, I don't know what this is, but all right, I'll buy it.
I'm convinced they all have killer stock. Like, there's just going to be like an overload of stock in every single record store now.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I went to residency today, and there's like that's hit or miss. Like, but I paw through that guy's stuff all the time. So I've seen records that like I've sold and passed up and everything. He's actually got a lot of really cool tapes. But you know, it's like that's a place that I go to shop like most of the time. I actually went to the Newbury Comics at the mall for the first time in like 6 months, 7 months, however long it's been. So, and that was like, you know, usual like humdrum small Newbury Comics experience. I'm like, what's the new records on Metal Blade? Okay.
For me, the
check out this tribulation
record, I guess. The used bin is what judges a good record store, because you can walk in and anything they have for sale. I mean, most record stores price things everything according to Discogs. So you might as well just buy your new shit online and just raid the used bins. That's where you're going to get the deals, and that's what's fun, you know?
Yeah.
That's what I usually check for.
Yeah. And like when I go to like what, like, and then you have a certain expectancy for different types of stores. Like when I go to the store I went to today, like I'm going to look for more like that Def Leppard record. And like, I bought like a Grand Funk Railroad record there today. And like, I'm not necessarily looking for like extreme metal, although he does have a lot of that stuff, but like, I don't know, like used LPs. Like, I'm like, okay, what kind of weird shit can I get from this guy? Like, cause he curates a certain thing. Like he's into extreme metal. He loves black metal and death metal stuff, but he's also into like weird noise and like a lot of stoner and doom stuff. And so it's kind of, but when I go to Armageddon, that's a completely different story, because it's like, cool, I can get like $30 worth of like Crust and Power Violence CDs that I can guarantee nobody gives a shit about other than me, because I remember when they came out for like $3 a pop. So sweet, you know, like. But like if I go to Newbury, it's just like, oh, poor Newbury. I want to give them some money. I used to work for them. It's a chain record store, and man, they're surviving off of Funko Pops. Why don't I buy a couple CDs? Poor kids, Jesus Christ!
I find stuff every time in Norwood, dude. I plucked that place clean.
Yeah, I haven't met the Norwood one. Was cool. Like it was kind of more like Newbury used to be.
They've added
former glory of that place. Like it's crazy to think like what it is now compared to what it used to be like in the late '90s or early 2000s.
They added like a metal section that's like a little bit bigger, and a used metal and a new used metal section. They had like had a couple Manowar records in it last time I was there. I already had them though, original press ones, not those the expensive repress ones.
Yeah, like that's the thing. It was actually kind of nice. The one at the North Shore Mall used to have a metal section of vinyl, and it was stuff it was all overpriced, like Burzum shit that I could give a fuck less about. But at least they had a dedicated metal section. The one that I used to work at 10 years ago had a massive metal CD section that I wish I took advantage more of when I was less of a vinyl snob than I am now. But it was just like so much good shit. Like, and people would come in and flip shit used all the time. And it was all this like, I mean, I kind of wish Ben was still in the conversation, because it was like stuff that goes for like $50 on Discogs now, like all that grindcore record stuff and like Red Light Records and like JL America stuff. Like 10, 12 years ago, people were like, what is this crap? Who gives a shit? You know? Because like and the guy that runs the Crypt and Dark Symphonies there, Ted, used to come in and like paw through the bins and buy shit, and I used to talk to him all the time, because it was just when he was starting to reissue all that like awesome classic stuff on the Crypt, and he was totally nice dude. The only thing that I remember about that though, like we had conversations and the stuff that he bought, I remember one day he bought an original press of Death Leprosy on Combat and a Sade CD. Like sweet Death and Sade.
Well, do you ever hear his band Rain Fell Within? It's very gothic-y. They had a couple ladies singing ethereal type vocals.
It seems like that's what the Dark Symphonies in the Crypt, or I think it was just called Dark Symphonies.
Well, he was in that band. I mean, he was very much into that style stuff too. You know?
Well, before he started doing the reissue stuff, I think that's like mostly what he released on that label.
Yeah.
Which is like, I went through a big Tristania phase like in my early 20s, but that's the farthest I've ever gotten into shit like that. I really liked Tristania though. Holy fuck. I don't want to talk about it too much. Tristania, tons of weed, and Final Fantasy VII was my life for like a year. It's okay though. I'm fine now.
Right.
Is there any of that available in Michigan? Like, are there stores open or
what
like
stuff?
anything?
The
like record stores or anything like that?
What stuff in like any record stores? What are you talking
Any
about?
records? Like, have you gone shopping? Like, you know,
We've got an FYE in the mall, which is basically dead, and then we've got a place called RPM Records, which is a really beautiful record store, but they do not separate their metal. And anything I pick up and want to buy, it's anywhere from $30 to $50. So the only thing I've bought there is been used tape and some used CDs. They've got a lot of really nice refurbished old stereo gear and shit. I mean, so it's a beautiful store. I like going in there and digging, but I often leave there mad because everything's so overpriced.
Yeah, that certainly can be frustrating for sure.
I think there was Scorpions Tokyo tapes in their new arrivals bin. I'm like, oh, and it was well loved. I mean, it was old and the cover's all fucking jacked up, and he wanted like $30 for it. I'm like, fuck off. I mean, really?
Yeah. I remember doing that like a couple of times. Like I remember buying I don't know if either of you remember or know of Macabre Manscaped. I follow that dude, and I follow each other on Twitter. That's like one of the I use Twitter for nothing other than like liking his stuff or whatever. But anyway, I bought a really shitty beat up copy of the King Horse record. Do you remember that band? They had like cover art. And they weren't like I remember being a kid and expecting them to be like a thrash band, but they kind of sounded like Danzig. The record was produced by Danzig. They were from Louisville, Kentucky, and they were like the biggest thing in Louisville. Louisville, sorry.
Louisville.
Like, I'm like over here, like
I bought that record just because I was like, dude, I feel like I should own this, but it was like beat to shit. It was like a record store copy with like part of the cover like almost like rubbed off, and like the record radio station shit like drawn on it, you know. And I was like, this is. At the time, it was probably actually like less than $20, but it was 2010 or something. I was like, that's way too much for this beat up ass record. And now, like, I've gotten way more into that record. I'm like, I'm glad I own this. It's a ridiculous album and like so disappointing because I expected it to sound like fucking Prong or Wrathchild America, and it sounded like weak Danzig. But even weak Danzig is pretty good.
Yeah. What's up, Eric?
So.
Hello,
How are you?
Eric.
Hello.
How's what?
How are you?
I just had to go to the store to buy a lighter. So awesome.
How in the hell you're gonna probably open up a drawer tomorrow and find 5 lighters in the drawer.
No, there was 2 and they're both gone. So
they're in the couch. In the couch.
Not in the couch. Believe me, I checked everywhere before I had to like put shoes back on, get my wallet, fucking find my car keys, and go back to the goddamn store to buy a fucking lighter. But I got a delicious treat. Oh yeah.
Is that the V8 fruit juice?
No, dude, it's just spicy V8.
Oh, good. Good. I only expect the real V8 to just come in a can. I don't know about real V8 in the bottle. I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, man. Spicy hot. 100% vegetable juice.
So did you find any recent listening things to show the class?
Did I grab any to show and tell?
Show and tell.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I grabbed a few things.
Let's see them.
Okay. Whoa, hey, no.
You're big.
All right, so this is something I've been listening to a shit ton.
Oh, nice. Chromium
Tank.
dioxide.
Huh?
Chromium dioxide tape.
I know, man. This is their 4th album. And it's a little bit different than like the early Tank stuff. If you're familiar with like Power of the Hunter and Filth Hounds of Hades, it's a bit more slowed down and like driving and pummeling. But it's fucking good, man. I like every song on here. Even the cover of Chain of Fools by Aretha Franklin.
Urethra Franklin.
Urethra Franklin, yeah. This shit's awesome. I listen to that a lot. I'm sorry, it's a tape. I know everybody's like, I'm just gonna show vinyl.
I showed a tape earlier.
Oh. I know Jason showed some fucking still sealed Bathory tapes.
Yep.
Boggles my mind.
He bought a year ago.
It's a few months.
I bought those at the same time and I opened mine immediately. Immediately.
I know you don't even want to know what I still have sealed over
And
there.
then listen to that shit. That's what I did. Because when I buy music, I listen to it.
Listen to music? I thought it was just for collecting purposes.
Here's something else that I've been listening to a lot.
That's one of my favorite Motorhead records. I love that record.
I think it stands out, man. Like as far as like the 80s Motorhead stuff goes, like honestly, as far as top 5 Motorhead albums go, this is definitely in mine for sure. Yeah, it's just a reissue, but it's a bronze reissue, so it's not like cheap feeling like those Mercury or Sanctuary fucking reissues that came out.
I mean, it's very much got a lot of Thin Lizzy in that record.
Well, yeah, it's got Robbo.
Reasons.
The one Robbo record. It's got the melody, man. Fucking Dancing on Your Grave. That song alone worth the price of admission.
Yeah, and Shine.
Shine. I got mine. Fuck.
Oh yeah, I got mine. Fuck yeah.
Fucking great. Let's see what else. I've already got this on like CD and tape, but I had to pick up the vinyl, and I've been spinning this pretty much since it came.
Oh yeah, that's it's a weird record, but a great record.
How is it a weird record?
It's just them being thrashy is just kind of strange after all the super hardcore punk stuff before.
Trips of Tomorrow is thrashy, man. Let's Start a War has thrashy
moments. Yeah.
The toughest thing for me to get my head around with Death Before Dishonor was the production. It was real weird to me.
Really weird. It's a clunky production,
but it's awesome. My favorite is Massacre for that era of the Exploited, but like that record still fucking rips.
Massacre is great, but I mean that's just a full on thrash record. Like that's
pretty much, yeah. I love it.
I mean more than Death Before Dishonor. I think. I don't know.
Don't pay the poll tax.
It was funny. We were listening to it, and it was on the last song, and then I was like, "What are they saying? It's only one lyric. What are they saying?" I'm like, "Oh, sexual favors."
Sexual favors. Sexual favors.
You ever watch the video for that they made?
No.
They made
a video.
Yeah, it's like them playing it live, and I think they like. I mean, I can't remember if it's just footage of them playing it live and they play the song, so it like looks like they're playing. You know how they do that, where it's like they'll take a live set, but then like dub the song over it, so they kind of match up the parts.
That's hilarious. I did get. Did I get it from the same? I got it from the same seller. I got the Jesus is Dead cassette single.
I love it. That was the first thing I ever bought by them because
that shit rules. But it's got the Sexual Favors dub version.
Yeah, the wicked echo.
Like, how is this a dub version? Is this because there's a drum machine? It's a dub version all of a sudden? Like
sexual favors. Sexual favors.
It sounds basically just like the original version, but with a drum machine. Like that's the
more or less
difference. Okay, what else? Oh, this is a good one. I pulled this back off the shelf.
Is that is New wave of British heavy metal, right?
French.
Oh,
French.
French, sir. Look at those guys.
French toast, French fries, French metal.
It's got raisins in it.
You like raisins.
But yeah, this is weird. Okay, so Sortilege, like really legendary French metal band. I pulled this because I finally got a copy of the EP, the Sortilege EP. It got repressed on cassette last year, and some distro in the US finally got one in stock. So I snagged it as soon as I saw it was available. And in the meantime, I pulled this, and there's like 3 or 4 different pressings of this. So there's the original, I want to say the original French pressing. I might be wrong. It was on Devil's Records. I could be wrong about that. And then there was a Bonsai Records issue that came out in Canada, and that's the English language version. So they released an English version and a French version at the same time. And there's a US version, which I'm fairly certain was on either I don't know what the label would have been, but so this is a Japanese version on Steamhammer, but the Japanese version is the English language version, which I think is strange, but it's killer. The lyrics are a little bit weird because it's in English instead of French, so like doesn't sound quite as fluid as the French language version does, but French language versions are hard to come by and expensive when you see them. And then the last thing I pulled, I hope this isn't too many.
No, hell no.
Was this. I found this last weekend at a shop kind of near me, and it was super cheap, used. And that was this Artist 100 mile per hour LP. It was like $12. It's fucking new wave of British heavy metal from 1980, recorded live, and this thing's in like pretty pristine condition. I was surprised because it still had this fucking intact poster that I'll never do anything with.
You're not gonna hang that up?
Side of it? No, I'm not gonna hang that up. Come on. Shit's 41 years old. I'm not gonna fucking do that to it. Are you kidding?
Up your poster.
But I knew who they were. I knew they were a new wave of British heavy metal band, but like I thought they might be one of those new wave of British heavy metal bands that was kind of like along the lines of like Praying Mantis or like Truffle. And so, I queued up Aaron, the metal theologian, was like, hey, is this trash? And just sent him a picture of it while I was at the record store. And he's like, it's good. And I was like, okay, I'll buy it. And I listened to it in the car on the way home on YouTube because I couldn't wait after buying it blind. And I was like, this is everything I want in a new wave of British heavy metal record. Like it's equal parts like Tank and Motorhead. Yep. And you hear like elements of like fucking UK pub rock, like Slaughter and the Dogs and shit like that, like early Cockspar, like in there. So it's pretty great.
Oh my God.
So we're getting a lot of love from the turntable lately.
That's sweet.
Yeah, I actually like checked it out and I was like, this is really fucking good. And like somebody talked about it on their channel. It might have been Bip Bop Boom.
I think so. I've seen a couple different people show that.
And I looked it up and I was like, this is fucking rad. And then I forgot about it because
it's really great.
So
that's a good score.
Yeah, I was pretty shocked because I was, like new British heavy metal shit's usually like, and there's some that's like affordable, like in that realm of affordability where it's like, okay, I can justify $30 or $40 on this 45 or this LP or whatever. Like, but when they're like that cheap, I'm a little suspect.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
So I didn't even ask the guy at the shop. But yeah, that's what I pulled. I mean, I can go grab more because there's always more, but
oh my God,
I haven't what I pulled.
I've been slow with updates, and I have like a mountain of like 40 CDs behind me.
I got a lot of shit to show too. Lot.
See, I purposely avoided pulling out anything that I plan to do an upcoming video on.
Yeah, similar. That's why I just pulled records. I was like, I'm just gonna. These are ones that I've thrown on in the past couple of weeks with like the stuff that I've gotten. So that's fine. Like I ordered a bunch of like reasonable with shipping from Germany. Like I got I spent like $100 on like metal records from Germany. The only one that I've listened to so far was that Mordred record. I was like, this translates to like $12 American. And I think that's worth it. It's like thrash songs on that Mordred record are pretty good.
They're good.
It's got good artwork.
Yeah, like because I bought some other stuff. Like I bought like an Angel Dust record and like the second Gravedigger record and like a bunch of other shit. So I was like, all right, what else does this dude have to like justify the expensive shipping? I'm like, all right, we'll throw in this $12 Mordred record. I think that's pretty. Yeah, all right. I can skip over the Rick James cover and the fucking Every Day's a Holiday single. That's fine.
I haven't bought anything from overseas since I bought some tapes from Poland a couple months into lockdown, like right around when we got our first stimulus.
Yeah.
But I hadn't bought anything from overseas since then. And I just finally pulled the trigger on that fucking French version of the Third Tank record, This Means War.
Mm-hmm.
I could have bought it. The Rockadrome has a copy of the US press for a pretty good price. But I just like the artwork on that French pressing more. So I went that route. That just processed through New York City. So I should have it in a week. Maybe. Yeah.
Was that
I've told you guys a bunch of times. Like that one order that I just got, I was like, man, I hope this didn't get fucking long, because it did take like a month and a half. And the poor dude was freaking out. He kept messaging me. He's like, oh, I just remembered there's a scratch on the second side of the second Gravedigger LP. Please let me know if it's a problem. Like, I'll refund you some money. And I was like, dude, whenever it arrives, I'll give it a listen. If it actually skips, I'll let you know. It was a reasonable price. Don't worry about it. And he's like, has it arrived yet? Has it arrived yet? I'm like, yo, fucking calm down. It's all right.
Is that fucking Gravedigger? Is that the 45 RPM 12-inch? The one with like the red and black borders?
I think it's the monster truck.
I can think about Gravedigger show that Griffin is into.
This is the second LP, right? Or am I wrong?
Hold on. Show it again.
Oh, that's not the one I was thinking.
I've never even seen the cover of that one.
Yeah, I've never seen that before ever.
They've got a million fucking records, but
fucking how Manhattan Project is that shit?
Yeah.
Noise pressing. Look. Yeah.
How long is the neck on that fucking?
Yeah, look at that Explorer. Why is that 9 feet long? Holy shit!
Is that like a
measuring stick for Andre the Giant's fucking spine? What the fuck?
Is that like is it a bad photo edit? So they're trying to get it to cover the whole back, or is that actually?
I don't know. Check it out.
They had to screw up the crop of the picture just to accommodate that bass neck.
Hey, we are a little insecure about other things, so here's this Explorer. Just be distracted by this.
Is it a lefty too?
Ooh.
No, it's a righty flipped upside down.
That thing is huge.
I'm trying to distract from the checkered pants and stripy top at the same time. What is my guitar doing? Fuck.
Fuck, dude. That's crazy.
I don't know which record that is. It's really good. It's a fun fucking listen. I mean, nothing beats Heavy Metal Breakdown for me, but I'm a fucking pleb when it comes to that kind of metal. So.
That shit, Heavy Metal Breakdown is fucking killer.
Yeah, I got that too recently. I used to have an original pressing of it, and like a fucking douchebag, I flipped it. So I have a
Did you buy the was it the BMG Noise reissue?
Yeah, they did a good job. Like they did their stuff.
The double with the EP, the 12-inch EP in there also.
Yeah, and it's true. You were right. Like it's the LP and then the EP on another record, so it's nothing that would make Aaron get super upset.
Right, it wouldn't get them all irked. Like, God damn it! I don't need these 3 bonus tracks at the end of the regular LP.
We talked about this earlier, but did you guys see that there was that new creator box set? That thing looks pretty sweet.
No, I didn't see it, and I don't fucking care. I don't care.
What'd you say?
Yeah, it looks amazing. I hope I get it for my birthday.
I sure hope so too.
I already have all those records. I already have them all.
I do too.
They're still it's cool, and it comes with a book and
it comes with an action figure with a USB stick in it that has bonus tracks.
You can stick a creator match on your ass if you want to.
Well, not just that.
You know what's missing from my creator collection is a fucking action figure.
There it is.
Yep. Oh, now I got it. And also, actually, also, I will say, sorry, not to. I'm gonna let you finish. I don't have renewal, which I do like on vinyl.
Getting it again after hating it when it came out, I don't mind it as much.
And I don't have the one that Marty hates that I love. And then
Indorama?
No, fucking Coma of Souls. I don't have Coma.
I don't hate it. I just think it after Extreme Aggression, I think it's a step back.
Okay. So I'm looking at this, and the only reason I would want this would be for the Tormentor tape and the book.
Yep.
You guys,
and those things too, as well.
Hold on 1 second. I'm canceling my surprise order of that box set for Eric.
That fucking the action figure's a USB thumb drive. What? Why?
For fucking holding files, dude. For transporting video.
I'm canceling my flight to Seattle. I'm canceling the cake that I'm going to pop out of. I'm canceling my very tasteful one piece that I'll be wearing. And the box set itself. Because apparently Eric's too good for it.
So I'm taking it right now, moving it to trash.
It's not that I'm too good for it. It's just that it's a lot of extra shit that I don't need.
No, yeah, of course it is. I mean, it's a lot of.
Isn't there a CD in there too?
Huh?
Isn't there a CD in the box set too?
Yeah, but I don't give a fuck about CDs. Like I buy them, and I listen to them. But
I think a 2 DVD thing that's like a semi-concert video, biography kind of thing. Which I kind of want to watch that too.
I kind of watch that. Yeah, I watch that. That band was huge for me back in the day. I mean, I listened to this hit out of Creator.
Well, I mean, fuck, I've got Pleasure to Kill on like every format, multiple copies. Like,
me too.
2 different versions on 12-inch, couple CDs, and like the tape plus all the fucking singles that came out on tape around the same time as.
But you don't have the red and black splatter version that comes in the box set.
No, I don't. You're correct, and I don't care.
The little action figure you could stick in your ass, and then
a little USB thumb drive action figure. Yeah. What's on the thumb drive? That's what I want to know.
Lots of like weird like bonus takes and like demos and live shit, that kind of stuff.
Awkward pics of Miller.
Okay. I'll say that if I didn't have any of this shit already, I would probably want it. Although I don't like the box. I'm looking at the box right now, and I don't really care for that box.
Actually, on the thumb drive, it's a Excel spreadsheet of all the different pressings.
Like 3 or 4 years ago, when BMG Noise they started reissuing stuff, it was great when all those like Voivod records became reavailable, and like they did a really good job with the Celtic Frost stuff. I felt.
Yeah, I agree.
Tom didn't agree.
Yeah, sorry, Tom.
They wanted to abridge my notes.
But the creator stuff sounded good, but the remaster with the skeleton,
that was lame.
Oh, dude, I have it. It's a less glaring offense on the which one is the one that's less like irritating to look at? I think it might be the Pleasure to Kill one is less irritating than the Endless Pain.
Yeah, I think you're right. It just melds back into the cover.
Yeah, but it's real bad on the Endless Pain. Is like they changed like the hue of the colors on that cover and like added that extra wordage, and it's just okay. What are you doing? Why?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the reasoning was. But I had heard CD versions of Pleasure to Kill and Endless Pain, and there were fuck ups on the original CD versions of those that I heard that sounded like it was like, I don't know if it was ripped directly from vinyl at the time or what. I was lucky enough to be around to find like original noise pressings of like the first 3 albums when they were like $7-8, like in Rochester, New York, which is a metal town.
Thanks to the 90s.
Yeah, it was like
didn't give a shit about vinyl then.
I got all my Hugh and a Cryptic Slaughter record and the Creators. Those were like the first LPs that I owned on my own. Where I was like, oh man, I have to buy records. I can't find these on fucking CD anywhere. I guess I
gotta buy records. Oh shit!
Yeah, like where do I get a record player? Fuck. Like,
do they sell those at Radio Shack?
Having like
All right, I'm going to bed.
See you later, man.
I'm going to bed.
Good night.
Good night, Jason. We love you.
All right, I'll see you in like a couple months.
Whatever. I'm not gonna hold my breath.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah,
Just do a video. Just do a video, man.
Someday.
We'll talk to you about South Shore.
Yeah.
Just pull all your records, go in the shitter, sit down on the toilet, and film a video.
All right, I'll see you guys. I'm going to bed. I'm tired. Bye.
Later,
Good night.
See you later.
I love you. You're a good man. You're a good man.
I'm still not 100% correct yet after this stupid plague.
Hey, can you taste shit now?
Yeah.
You can smell?
Yep.
Sounds rough. Like, I know I've had it because there's no way I haven't been exposed to it, but like,
you'd know if you had it. You'd know if you had it. It's weird because it changes. Although I've had a friend that's got it now too, and he's asymptomatic.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like, I got over this. I had this terrible, like, tooth problem that turned into a sinus infection, like, that's affected me since, like, before Valentine's Day, that I'm just getting over, that had sucked real bad. Like, the infection got so bad, it was, like, abscessed, and, like, I was feverish, and, like, I work at a hospital, so I'm like, oh, this is bad. Like, if I don't get this care of, like, it could potentially kill me.
Yeah, because it's so close to your brain.
Right. Not that I would ever let it go that far because I'm not an idiot. So I went to my dentist like as soon as I could and got antibiotics and I'm fine. But like it sucked because I used to get sinus infections when I was a kid. And sinus infections will just last for fucking ages. Like I've just been like blowing my fucking nose and stuffed up in one nostril consistently since it ended. And it's like, I know it'll go away, but man, it's fucking annoying. Like it's fucking gross. But because I had the fever symptoms, I was like, am I finally getting COVID? Have I avoided it until now? I'm immunized, but who knows? Like, what do we know about this disease? This is scary. I hate the future. This sucks.
All I know is it's different for everybody. And I mean,
I hate
I hate the future.
I never thought I was going to die, but I felt like crap for a long time.
Yeah.
Towards the end is where the breathing started to get weird.
Yeah.
That's when I started getting like, oh God, am I going to end up in the fucking hospital hooked up to a vent? That'd be great. And
yeah,
I worried about that for 2 days and it passed. And then eventually my taste came back I don't know if it's full bore yet, but I can taste shit. Not that I eat anything really.
Since you got your taste back?
What's that?
Have you had nachos since you got your taste back?
No.
You should have some nachos, man. Treat yourself.
What's that using nachos?
Yeah, we'll send you some nachos. They'll be tasting great by the time they get to Michigan and the East Coast. But
hell yeah!
Wait, has your taste come back? Or are you still listening to like raw, riffless black metal?
No, I've been listening to a lot of good shit. I tell you,
riffless black metal.
A million times. But this Megaton Sword album is fucking great.
It looks like traditional heavy metal. Is it
Blood
traditional?
hails steel, steel hails fire. It's like epic metal.
Okay.
Probably the best singer I've heard in the genre in ages. It's so much passion and emotion to it. The songs are simple but really well done. Check this album out. It's fucking great. It's great. The singer,
I got one of those. So Eric made these really fucking sweet, like burned mix CDs. That's like hard to find Japanese hardcore.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Nice.
That's Mike Uncommon Powler's copy. I have it set aside.
Nice. I've got more stuff to
Do you
send
have one of those or no?
to you. I have more, and I just purchased a bunch of stuff today to send to Ben. I love sending stuff, but I also hate it because I actually have to do something.
You know what's crazy is I sent those packages. I sent you a package. I sent Jason a package. And I sent Rick that package from the contest that he won. And you and Jason got your shit like a few days later, and his fucking got stalled up for fucking like almost 3 weeks or something like that. Like,
that sucks. Yeah, and like I felt really bad for this really nice dude on Discogs that sold me those records, and I was like, "Don't panic, man. Like the US sucks. Like, yeah, Douglas Adams style. Don't panic. You know, like." You know, what's the answer to life, the universe, and everything? 42, 43? 43, man. Calm down. Don't worry about the scratch on the fucking Gravedigger record. But like, it's hard to explain to people because, like, it's gotten better since we were past the holidays, but still, like, I'll order stuff from New York and it'll take like 3 weeks. And I'm like, why? That's a state away.
That's and a major hub.
One state away.
Yeah, it's weird, man. I don't know.
Metal Mayhem's been asking. He's bidding on Testament, the Ritual, and he says it's a Megaforce copy, and he's got it bid up to $91, and he's wondering if it's worth that. Should he keep going? I told him, "Do you want it?"
On LP,
if you want it, if you're gonna love it, and listen to it, then yeah, it's probably worth it. For me, no, that's not worth it.
Alone in the Dark, jam. Over the Wall, jam.
Burnt
Offerings. Curse of the Legions of Death, Kotlod. Fucking jam. I mean, it's a thrash metal classic. I can only see like that going up in value. It's crazy because I tracked that down on vinyl less than a decade ago, and I didn't pay over like maybe 35 for it. But I can see it be like a Megaforce pressing being that much now. I mean, if it means a lot to you, yeah, like fucking,
if you don't want it, listen to it.
Exactly. If it means a lot to you, get it.
Yeah.
If you're gonna love it and you're gonna listen to it, get it.
For instance,
me, Testament or a tape band. I don't need anything by Testament that's not on tape. So I can pay like very little money for that shit.
Yeah. Like I don't know. It's like as collectors, there's certain stuff that you just really want. If you really want it, you really want it.
If you want it, buy it. You see it, buy it. If you're gonna buy it just to put it in a thing and hang it on your wall, then I would say don't buy it. If you're gonna spend that type of money on a record, fucking play it and love it.
Yeah. Like exactly. I bought the Bolt Thrower debut in Battle There Is No Law like about around a year ago for around $100. I usually don't buy records that are that expensive unless I see them on the record store wall and I'm like, fuck, now I can see it. I can touch fuck. And like, that's what I did. I bought it. And that's not even my favorite Bolt Thrower record. My favorite Bolt Thrower record is Realm of Chaos, which I already own an original pressing of. But I really like In Battle There Is No Law. And I was like, fuck it. And I held on to that record in my now playing box for months and spun it like at least a couple times a week, which is what you should use it for.
Yep.
You know?
I'm trying to find the most expensive thing in my Discogs shopping cart right now.
In the shopping cart is stuff you're going to maybe potentially buy type of thing.
You don't have like 100 items in your shopping cart just waiting.
No, because
I do. Half my weird L right now.
I'm an eBay guy.
Okay, so
I want all of it. It's weird.
I just went through like the A's and the B's, or not the A's and the B's, the A through B's sellers. So far, the most expensive thing I have in my shopping cart is a copy of Black Sabbath Volume 4 on cassette, but it's an Ariston music press from Italy, and their tape presses are amazing.
Okay.
And they they're so like well put together that the tape leader has the label logo on it leading up to the actual tape where it plays.
Interesting. Okay.
I have that pressing of Sabotage, which is my favorite Black Sabbath. Volume 4 is probably my second favorite Black Sabbath.
Sabotage is my favorite Ozzy album too.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could go that way. So that's one of the most expensive. It's $70 for that tape, which is why I haven't purchased it yet.
That's crazy. I guesstimated $68 in my drunken ignorance over here. That's $68.
The most expensive, it's not in my cart. I'm going to put it in my cart now. And I should have bought it 4 or 5 years ago when it came out on Skuld. I didn't even know Skuld was still around at the time. There's a Skaven discography.
A Copton Staben?
Skaven, the band that did the split with Dystopia.
Okay. Skaven.
Skaven. However, it's a
Skaven,
Warhammer.
Skaven. Yeah. The rats. The rat people.
Right. Yeah. There's a LP discography, and like it's kind of fucked up because it came out like 4 years ago, and it was on Skuld, and the only copy available for sale in the States on Discogs is $45, and there's like 6 copies for sale in Europe, and those are after shipping all kind of shake out to about $45 as well.
Oh, see, now I found something more expensive that's in my cart.
Yeah.
It's the band Mare Cage from France. Kind of like Volcane, just a bit more obscure.
Love Volcane.
Yeah, that's $100.
On tape?
No, vinyl.
Wow.
I might buy that if I get any stimulus money for this third round stimulus check.
Man, I hope we fucking get it.
But I'm not expecting to get anything from that.
I'm definitely not.
Let's see. Oh, here's another expensive one. Broken Bones, Losing Control is in my cart. That's pretty expensive on wax. $44.
Not super prohibitively expensive, but weird.
But
Weird polka parties like $22. I want to get all the 80s Weird Al stuff on vinyl eventually.
Oh yeah. Plus this is the Broken Bones album with the best artwork. I say that kind of facetiously, but
I know that one. When did that? I gotta look that up because I have like
it's from '89 on Heavy Metal Records.
Because Traitor in Death is fucking underrated as hell. Like that's a really good Broken Bones record, and I just got that like again last year.
Is that what I just picked up tonight?
No, that was
I got the '88 demo. That's what I just picked up. Yeah, I need that.
Yeah. Some good art.
Are you looking at the Broken Bones?
Losing Control. Is this good? Is this record?
Yeah, it fucking rules, dude.
All right, I've never heard it.
It's just thrash.
Fine with that.
But like, it's got that Broken Bones like vocal swagger, like.
How about the follow-up Stitched Up? I
honestly haven't heard that, but considering that like I like every Broken Bones album that I have heard, it's probably not that bad. I like the cover art.
It was 1991 and it came out on Rough Justice. Like how bad
Broken Bones? Isn't that like ex-members of Discharge? They moved on.
Yeah, Bones from Discharge. Started Broken Bones.
He played in a lot of bands. He played in The Business. He played in a ton of bands other than Broken Bones and Discharge.
Let me tell you, he went the right direction, leaving Discharge pre-Grave New World.
He sold out to metal in the correct way.
Yep.
We were talking. I was talking to Aaron Margosian, and we were talking about fucking Grave New World, and I said something like, "If you buy Grave New World and play it on your record player, no other record will ever sound good again afterwards."
Wow, that's a pretty cursed record.
It keeps returning to my life. I gave it to some friends of mine who actually liked that album.
No,
I gave it to them.
Anybody who says that record is good has no taste.
I think they like it
kind of
in a silly kind of way, but 6 months ago, that the album, a guy was like, "Yeah, this has been in my trunk." I'm like, "What is it?" Discharge, Grave New World. He's like, you want it? I'm like, no. And he's like, I'm leaving it here. I'm like, fuck.
I'm like, I'd be like, well, I know a guy with a shotgun. We can maybe take it out to the country and put it to some use.
Grave New World is bad, but Shooting Up the World and what's the other one? Massacre Divine are also really bad. I don't know how.
No, they're terrible. They're terrible, but they're more listenable than Grave New World.
There's a couple of songs on that Discharge compilation with the cover art with the punk standing against like the zombie riot cops. Like
worst cover.
I don't know. I maintain that, like, you know, if you got to stand up against like undead riot cops, like you're a pretty brave person. Like I think that person's valid. I just don't like the fact they weren't wearing an actual punk vest and they had studs on their hoodie. Like that. Fuck that. Anyway,
I had a hoodie with studs on it when I was a kid.
Well, you know, it's okay. I'm not going to judge.
I had the bottle caps with the fucking what do you call the bottle caps? The fucking the can tab behind the bottle cap to hold it to your hoodie.
Yep,
I had you could bend them in half.
Yep,
to pinch the brim of your hood.
That was like a ugly period in the late '90s in punk. By the way, as an aside, like I'm gonna stud and spike my baseball cap.
Right.
Great. Good idea.
Or I'm gonna put studs and spikes on my butt flap.
Yeah, I had
so that it's really uncomfortable to sit down.
Butt flaps in general, like if you weren't, I don't know why they existed. Actually, I think it was like if you ripped the seat of your pants when you were a train hopper, like they had a purpose or something. And I think like back in the day with bondage pants, they had butt flaps too. But like that was definitely some hot shit. Like you had like your butt flap with like it was like a second back patch, like just for your ass.
Right.
I never.
The whole thing, I think it was because you couldn't fit a patch that big on your pants, right?
Right.
So you had to offset the small patches on your pants with a big patch, like you do on a jacket.
You had to have the punk rock ass cape.
Yeah. Exactly.
Damn it. It's so awful. I have the pictures to prove that I had actually had the front patch as well, like this weird tunic, like Dungeons and Dragons. Like, I don't know. Anyways, I don't even know where we were going with this. I was just talking about crust punk.
Fucking crusty punkies.
Oh, yeah. There's a handful of songs from the records after Grave New World that are like kind of sort of okay because they're going for like a chugging like thrash metal thing, but they're like not really good.
Eventually, they kicked out Cal, and they did some stuff. Let's see here. What's the record? They're like the
record from like 2000 or 2001 is fucking great in my opinion.
You're talking about the fucking
red logo, black and white cover, self-titled, I believe.
Yeah, on Sanctuary Records. Yeah.
Dude
holding a gun. Yeah.
That record rips.
They got rid of Cal for that.
Are you sure? Did he not come back for that? I could be wrong.
Oh no, he is on that. Jesus Christ. Yeah, okay, I'm wrong. He came back for that record.
And then he was only back in the band for like a little while, and then it was like Rat from the Verukers singing for them for like quite a while. But I don't follow any of that stuff that they recorded with it.
I never heard the last one, that End of Days record that went out on Nuclear Blast. I never bothered to listen to it.
Yeah, I didn't follow anything past that self-titled record, but that self-titled record fucking kills. It's really good.
But let's just say I'd rather listen to like Exploited Beat the Bastards than anything after Grave New World by Discharge.
Dude, the thing with Beat the Bastards is like the fast parts are really good, but like in that song Don't Blame Me, it suffers from what like DRI Full Speed Ahead does, where it's like, let's get into a groove like Pantera, and it's like, no, don't, please, don't do that. It's like, yeah, dun, 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 dun. Like, fuck you.
You all heard that Slaughter in the Vatican's getting reissued, right?
That's cool. By who?
That's a good question. Let's look it up.
Is it like Hammerheart or something like that?
You can already pre-order it on Amazon if you want. Music on vinyl of all labels.
My God.
The question is, Will it include the infamous anal rape?
Anal lust?
Anal lust, that's the one. Yeah.
I mean, I think that's what they were going for, like with the theme.
Right. Will it include that song?
Probably. I don't know.
I mean, the original press included it, just didn't include the lyrics for it.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Like, you can hear it, you just can't read what it actually says.
I think it was on their demo too, actually, if I'm not mistaken.
I like that album. I don't like The Law one single bit, but I like Slaughter in the Vatican a lot.
Oh, I should have totally included this so as not to be like a cool guy only talking about my new vinyl records, but I'm not exactly proud of it.
Pat, you're a cool guy.
It's not something I would readily admit, but like I know this is a safe space. I've been listening to Cowboys from Hell like a lot,
dude.
Like weeks.
Dude,
I
was at Daybreak tonight, and they had an OG of that on vinyl, and I was like, "Oh, do I buy it?"
An OG?
Yeah,
because they were just all reissued.
Yeah, I know. They don't sell new vinyl at Daybreak, dude. It's only
right on.
Okay. Well, Anal Lust is listed on this cassette of.
Yeah, but the lyrics won't be in there. I'm pretty sure.
God, I don't even like saying it out loud. That's fucking gross. Oh yeah, sorry. Lyrics too brutal. I'm sorry. That's funny. If you can read it. Yeah, right there. So, autofocus is failing me, but sorry, lyrics too brutal to print. You figure it out. I don't know if I can figure it out. It might be a little too cerebral for me. Anal Lust. Could you be talking about butt sex or something? I don't know. I mean, maybe not. Maybe, trade agreements between, socialist and capitalist nations. I don't know. Probably butt sex, though.
Probably butt sex.
My guess is butt sex between like a preacher at a church and an altar boy. That's
probably.
Oh, ugh.
Every song on that album is about how much they hate religion, which is fine with me. Like,
well, yeah, for sure.
I'm really into that. I'm really into that lyrical theme.
Just couple this with fucking Numbskull's Ritually Abused, and you've got an evening of
right. Yeah, I think the only difference is that members of Numbskull went on to be in like white power music. So,
really,
wait, what?
Yeah, one of the guys in Numbskull ended up in a white power band.
That's too bad. Ritually Abused is a really good record.
It is a really good. I have an OG on Medusa.
Me too. You going to bed?
Me too, but mine's been at a radio station, so it's got writing all over it.
I wouldn't buy that Relapse reissue where they're like, we fucked up the track list. Who cares?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, a lot of people have been complaining about the Gizm reissue, and I kind of want to be like, you're new here, aren't you? Like the James Franco meme of like first time, like
right.
Like Relapse kind of sucks at reissues.
Yeah,
which is terrible because they're a huge label.
Some of their reissues aren't terrible.
I'm going to bed.
Later.
Night.
Night.
Oh, you're coming in for it. That's where it is. You got to work for that shit. All right. Good night.
Good night, darling. Love you.
I don't know. I pre-ordered the Zao fucking LP. No shame.
Oh, the Zoo. Okay, I was like Zao, the Christian metalcore band.
No, fuck that.
Back it, like
no.
If you want to get into that, but
I just don't really. I'm assuming that it's Zao. I don't know.
I don't know how to pronounce it. I
don't speak Japanese, so
nor do I just thought it. Whatever. What was
who was saying that? Somebody was saying though they think that the reason that's getting reissued is because Relapse wanted to put out the dude's new project, and I think the speculation is that he agreed to sign the Relapse if they would reissue the old Zuo,
yeah,
Zoao.
Zuou.
Marty, it's spelled Zouo, so you figure it out.
Yeah, I think your last pronunciation was probably pretty good. Ow!
That fucking record though is fucking killer, and I've been looking out for that record, even just a bootleg, for like a while.
I've also read and heard. I mean, it's kind of whatever conjecture that like Dwid from Integrity has been facilitating a lot of that stuff because apparently he's friends with the Gizm dudes and the Z Word band.
I can see that.
You know, because I mean, Gizm or Integrity covered Zuao like apparently years ago. I didn't know about that, but like weird thing, Integrity being this sort of like jockish metalcore band, but also being like, here's us singing over the Septic Death songs without vocal tracks, and here's us like you know, referencing this Japanese hardcore stuff, like totally random, but
that EP, at least, I don't know what other tracks are going to go on that LP, but the EP is fucking killer. Like, I like it better than probably the Gizm. In all honesty, like, it's just evil, dirty, fucking Japanese metal punk. Like, it's kind of reminds me of like Gates.
Gates is really
a little bit, but like a little bit more metallic, a little bit thrashier considering the era that it came out.
I gotta piss. I'll be right back.
I think I want to say it has members in common with like the Randy Uchida group. I could be wrong about that though.
This Sacrilege repress is pretty nice.
I have that one. Relapse one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. And I don't even dislike the artwork. I think the artwork is cool.
I think the artwork's pretty sweet.
Yeah. I'm a fan.
Demo, and it's got a new track, and it's got, you know, some rework shit, some live shit.
Yeah. I like that one. I like that reissue. I think it's pretty good.
Having not listened to this stuff in a long time, I said this earlier in the stream, but it amazes me how much Bolt Thrower modeled their sound after this band.
Dude, all you got to do to get Bolt Thrower's sound is take old Sacrilege and old Onslaught and put it together, and you have Bolt Thrower.
Exactly. Yep.
Maybe a little bit of Deviated Instinct, like the really old shit.
Yeah.
Those three bands, Deviated Instinct, Onslaught, and Sacrilege, completely informed Bolt Thrower's sound, which isn't bad. Like, I love that Bolt Thrower.
Oh, it's not a bad thing at all. It's great.
In Battle There Is No Law is one of the most ripping crust albums ever recorded.
Oh, yeah.
And Realm of Chaos, one of the best death metal albums ever recorded.
Yep. My favorite from them is For Victory, but none of it is bad. None of it is bad. It's all good.
I can't think of a Bolt Thrower record that I would actually classify as bad.
No.
I can think of Bolt Thrower albums that keep my attention a little bit less than other Bolt Thrower albums, like Mercenary. I'm not a huge Mercenary fan.
Honestly,
like early 2000s Bolt Thrower material. Like,
well, there's like, okay, so there's
Honor, Valor, Pride.
Honor, Valor, Pride.
That's their last album.
Mercenary. The Fourth Crusade's the fourth one.
No, Those Ones Loyal's the last one. What the hell am I thinking?
Those Ones Loyal is killer. That's a great album.
To me, actually, one of the kind of least interesting, even though I love it, listened to it when it came out, but kind of disappointing after Realm of Chaos and like the riffs and the weird, like, not totally as tight as other death metal bands at the time, kind of like blasting and stuff.
You're gonna say War Master? Because I agree.
War Master doesn't kick my ass as much as Realm of Chaos does. Nor, like, I got into Fourth Crusade like way later, but like that record's like, they're a well-oiled machine on that.
Fourth Crusade's like their Doom record.
Yeah, I really like
it. I got into Fourth Crusade about the same time that I got obsessed with the first Asphyx full length without Martin Van Drunen.
Just that self-titled one?
Yeah, the self-titled Asphyx, and then Immolations Here and After.
Oh,
like those three records were on like constant rotation in my apartment.
That Asphyx record I totally fucking hated. But with the big capital B, I was getting out of death metal at the time, and like I went from this weird thing of being like super into death metal and then like finding like Screeching Weasel and being like, holy shit, melody, and like I completely didn't give a fuck for like not long, like maybe like half a year or something. But like I got that Asphyx record right around the time and into like Benediction and some stuff that like didn't hit me as hard as the Bolt Thrower.
I still struggle with Benediction a little bit. Like I know everybody thinks that like what is it, the fucking something, the Rubicon,
Transcend the Rubicon, yeah.
Everybody says that's their best one, and honestly I think it's the Grand Leveler.
Grand
Like-
Leveler, I like them both like a lot.
I think the Grand Leveler is more brutal.
I've never heard the Grand Leveler. I totally missed out on that one.
I think it's heavier.
That newest
sludgier.
Benediction is actually fucking really good.
I need to check. Everybody rants and raves about it. I need to check that out.
Like Dave Ingram, like returning to form. Like he it sounds like he blew out his voice. Was trying to do like a crusty, hardcore yell on like Grind Bastard and those records.
This album,
He
Dave
sounds
Ingram sings on most of this album. This
Yeah.
thing, it sounds like Bolt Thrower, and
Awesome.
he crushes on it. This album is great, absolutely great.
Just Before Dawn. You said that has Dave Ingram on it?
Yeah, he sings on most of it. There's like all these singers. It's got Dave Ingram. He sings on a lion's share of it. Martin Van Drunen's on it, but he's not listed, but you could tell it's him. Matthias Mastelin from Decaying. Matthias Farkilla from Malfitter and Blood Mortized. There's like a whole shit ton of guest singers. There's a bunch of guest guitarists. It's like a couple dudes write all this stuff in the spirit of Bolt Thrower. It sounds just like Bolt Thrower. It sounds like it could have followed For Victory. It's that good an album. Really strong melodies, but Ingram sings on most of the songs, and he sounds fucking great. He sounds really good. This is a great record.
I've never listened to them. How is that Memoriam band that Carl Willits sings for?
Boring.
You know, the new single sounded pretty promising.
I liked the early singles the Memoriam put out, and then I got the full length and was like, ugh. And then I was like, okay, well, it's not all bad, and it's actually kind of listenable. And then I got the second full length, and the second one's just like not good. It's uninspired.
His voice is not good on all.
But this guy just jumped on my lap.
Hey, George.
Hey,
No,
George.
Henry.
Oh, it's Henry.
Is it Henry? Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's Henry. Look.
I should know your cats by now. I'm so
Oh,
sorry.
He got a tummy tuck.
Health stuff.
You can see his tummy tuck.
Yeah. How's he doing? How's he feeling?
He just had his 4-week follow-up on last Saturday, and his blood work was okay. They thought that he might have this thing called liver shunts, which are more common in dogs, but cats can get them too, and they typically always cause the type of stones that he had. So they tested for that, which was expensive. And that came back negative, so that's good, because if it came back positive, he'd have to have another surgery, which is like another $2,000.
Yeah.
His urinalysis came back, and he's got more crystals, but hopefully his new diet, and we're trying to give him more water. We're trying to make him drink more water. We're hoping that the increased amount of fluids in his diet and the prescription food that he's eating now will fix that, so that he doesn't get full-on stones, and it just stays in like crystal form that's coming out right now. But dude, I saw the stones, the X-rays of the stones, and like he had 13 total in his bladder, and 2 of them were in his urethra, and the vet was like telling me, he was kind of giving me an idea of like how big they were. It was like too big for a human to pass, and he got them in his urethra.
Wow.
So
Urethra Franklin joke again.
Right, yeah, Urethra Franklin. Chain of crystals.
Poor bugger.
Yeah, because I see plenty of humans like during my job. Like I'd say like a quarter of the studies that I see are looking for kidney stones, and like I see really tough people, like hardworking dudes, like in like dirty Carhartts, like crappy India ink tattoos, like leathered hands that are like curled in fetal position from kidney stones. Like kidney stones suck. Like for people.
Yeah. I could imagine trying to pass one of those things that he had. Like I'd probably pass out, I would guess. Yeah. But yeah, so hopefully prognosis is okay. Good. Yeah, I don't know. All we can really do is just feed him right and make sure he drinks water, and hope that if he has another emergency, it's not in the middle of the night
on a weekend.
Yeah.
On a
Yeah,
weekend,
keep
right?
'em hydrated. That's the best thing for that shit, you know?
Yeah. Well, because so like cats don't like to drink still water. So like if you put like if you have cats and you put like just a bowl of water down, they'll go to that less than like if you have like a gravity feeder,
Oh, okay.
which is what we have. Um, and then they go to that. It's still even less than if you get them like they're like they look like water fountains basically, and they just
Yep.
spout water up. And so that's what cats like the most because it's more akin to where they would get water in nature is from like actual flowing water.
Right. Okay.
It's one of the things like cats also don't like to drink next to where they eat, just because instinctually you don't want to get the viscera and shit from your food in the water that you're also going to drink. And so instinctually they have that thing in the back of their brain that says water is too close to food, don't drink. So yeah, it's a whole thing. And then the whole thing is like now Henry and George eat different foods, right? So you can't really tell a cat like, hey, your food's different than that food and you can't eat that food.
Yeah.
It's like, dudes, don't eat each other's food. Come on.
Yeah. Like dogs might be like, oh okay.
No,
Yes.
they just try
Sorry,
to.
I love you. Cats are like,
But yeah, I mean, he's doing okay. And it's funny because up to this point, like George has always been the one that's like been sickly. And Henry's just been kind of like a tank.
yeah.
But you know, on the plus side, ever since then, like he's managed to make it to his litter box every time he's had to go to the bathroom. And like
That's good.
for like you know, over a year, like we'd have to clean up pee spots like under the table in like the living room and I just was like, well, maybe he's just like too excited or whatever, like because he never like appeared to be in any discomfort or anything until finally you know, the shit hit the fan and I was like, okay, clearly I have to go to the vet at 3:00 in the morning. This is going to be awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's always a thing with pets, like it's gonna happen sooner or later. I mean, we have a dog that's 4, almost 5 in human years, and I'm like, she's a pit bull, she's healthy, but like it's only gonna be a matter of time before some shit comes up.
Well, it's funny. I was at Daybreak and I was talking to Tim from Weregoat/Parasitic Records because he works there. And we were talking about animals, and his partner owns a dog walking company, and they have a bunch of dogs. And he's like, yeah, one of our dogs is epileptic, and every time the dog has a problem, it's like 2:00 in the morning on a Friday.
Yeah.
Oh, God. That sounds like a nightmare.
And I'm like, he's like, where did you take your cat? And I told him, he's like, dude, that's like 3 blocks from where I live. And I'm like, dude, that's like a fucking over an hour-long drive from where
Ugh,
Yeah.
rough shit.
Yeah, dude. Pets, man, pets.
And when they go, it's like soul crushing.
Oh, I know. I was getting ready for it, like honestly, because of like the amount of time that like so I took him, and I think the day that I took him was probably the last time you live streamed, Marty, because I popped on that live stream kind of drunk and stoned at the end of it there that night. He was supposed to come home the next day after that. And they kept him at the vet for another 2 or 3 days after that. Just like he's not good to go home yet. You know, we don't know. We're just trying to like wait it out and see what happens. There's not much more we can do at this point. But we're not comfortable sending him home yet. And I was like, well, I'm not comfortable with the additional $300 a night that it's costing for him to stay there.
Yeah, seriously.
You know, and they ended up actually being really great. Like it was expensive, but like as far as the service goes and as far as the people that I interacted with there, like they were fucking phenomenal. Like the whole, and just the fact that like they were there at, what I rolled down there. I left here at 3 a.m. to go to the one nearest me, and they quoted me a price, and I was like, I can't afford that. And so they're like, okay, well, we can refer you to this other place in South Seattle. It's about half the cost of what we charge. And this is why. It's not because it's like a worse place to go. They just have differences in how they triage, and some of the procedures that they do are a little bit more like basic at the other place. I was like, okay, so I drove down there. And yeah, they were great. I have no complaints. But they worked with me when I was like, this is gonna be like fucking $6,000 when all is said and done. If you keep charging me every night that he's got to stay there. And so the vet was like, I'm just gonna charge you boarding cost for the additional nights after the one night that he was supposed to stay. So then you don't have to pay the bills that come with like the vet attendance that he has to receive when he's sleeping there. It was just funny too when we got him home. Like he literally slept for like 3 days straight, and I called the vet and I'm like, "Why is he so like lethargic?
Like stressed out as fuck at the vet."
They're like, "Oh, he didn't sleep." I'm like, "Wait, what? He didn't sleep at all?" They're like, "No, he took like some micro naps, but other than that, he was like on high alert, panic mode the entire time he was here."
Poor guy.
Poor like, Christ. So he's like peeing on himself. He couldn't get to the litter box in time. We had to get pee pads, put pee pads down all over all the furniture and on the floor. But yeah, it's good times.
Well, homie, that sucks.
Yeah,
well, I'm glad he's better.
Yeah, he got a nice little tummy tuck and lost a couple pounds, which did him some good. Got some plastic surgery. Some cosmetic upgrades.
Well, guys, I hate to be lame, but this guy needs to call it.
It's all good, man. It's like fucking what, 2:30 your time now?
1:30 on the East Coast. So
yep, there's still 30 people watching. We had a good night tonight. A lot of people showed up.
Yeah.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah, sorry to be lame. I'm just not 100% yet, and I'm just kind of.
You gotta get rest, man. You gotta get healthy.
Yeah.
You gotta get healthy for fucking Boner Jams 21.
I'm gonna go listen to Mordred.
Some good shit on that album. Don't laugh. It's good.
No, man. Like the two funk songs suck. Everything else is like a good 7.5 level.
Yeah. Really punch the trash.
Get this record.
Yeah, I almost bought it before. I think I need to buy it now.
It's
like
really
anything
good.
that's on the Tank Motorhead side of NWO BHM is something I should probably invest in.
It's not as like gruff as like Tank or Motorhead,
sure.
but like as far as like the musical chops go, like it's rocking. It's like
right.
It's not like it's like I have this like kind of fine line of Nuwabum that like I like or lean towards. And it's like pretty much like Tank, fucking that Vardis now that I know about it, Holocaust,
yeah,
the Blitzkrieg EP, the first the
Jaguar
Axe Killer shit is fucking killer.
Didn't Yannick Gears come from Jaguar?
Who?
Yannick Harris from I think he did. I think so.
I don't know.
Sounds right. I don't know.
But
But then on the other side, you've got like the more AOR-ish kind of like Demon, know.
Right.
And stuff like that.
I have a Demon record. I bought it because it was on Clay. And I just don't get it. It does nothing for me.
But I've heard the Uninvited Guest, I think, and
I heard that one. I'm good.
Not good.
But like Cloven Hoof, fucking great.
Cloven Hoof, fucking fantastic.
Yep.
But like
Neat
Praying Mantis, no, boo.
Haven't heard. That's the thing. I haven't heard. Witchfind. I really wanted to like Witchfind.
I don't like
'Cause it's
Witchfind or Quartz. I think they're both boring.
I had
Ben sent me a best of Witchfind CD, and
I had two different Witchfind records, like the occult kind of imagery aesthetically. I was like, it's like a couple syllables away from Witchfinder General, so it's got to be similar sounding, musically. And I'm like, like it is like going for sort of an occult thing, but like the vocals are terrible to my ears. Like they didn't sound good.
So on the album Give 'Em Hell by Witchfind, the first track, Ready to Roll, I really like that song, but the rest of the tracks do not ever match what that song has to offer. Like it's one of those just like super top loaded albums that I don't get the hype. But yeah, I go for that gritty shit. Like the first Tigers of Pantang is like right up my alley. I even like the first Tokyo Blade a little bit. Not like the reissue that. So there's like the self-titled Tokyo Blade, and then they reissued it in America with a different track listing and like different songs on it. It had the same cover, but they called it Midnight Rendezvous. And
all I can remember about that was
shit sucks.
There was the Combat Records commercial after the Ultimate Revenge VHS where they were like Tokyo Blade, and they were like advertising like Tokyo Blade Talus and like something else, like stuff that would like not for the demographic of people that were watching that video for fucking I was
I like that self-titled Tokyo Blade. I think it's good. I like the Def Leppard EP and the first 3 Def Leppard albums.
Well,
like
that's the thing. Like I you were probably watching it, but I rebought like On Through the Night. That record's I loved it as a kid.
It's killer.
And I remember like putting Wasted on my first mixtapes because it was like the hardest jam I'd heard at that point in my life.
It's a dirty, sleazy, fucking rockin' fucking album. Like
yeah. And there's still like some almost like, I don't know. I just listened to it once, so this could be ass talkery here, but like there's some still legitimately like 70s hard rockish kind of like almost proggy things going on with it, where the songs kind of wander off in weird directions, I feel like. But
people tell me they don't like Def Leppard, and I say, you know what you need to listen to is the fucking track on, is it on High and Dry?
I had High and Dry too back then.
I'm a big Billy's Got a Gun fan too, off of Pyromania. That's a good fucking song.
I like Pyromania, but the one track that like when people shit talk Def Leppard is Mirror Mirror. Like that song fucking rages. The twin guitars on that fucking track are so good. Like it sounds like it could be like that album to Iron Maiden is like the same thing as like what's that fucking Witch Trap to fucking Merciful Fate. Or not Witch Trap. What's that fucking Danish band, like 1984 Danish release?
I was gonna say Witch Trap, the Venomy band from
Witch
Columbia.
Trap is the Venomy band. It's like
Sorceress Bitch. I just sold that CD.
Oh fuck! I can't think of the
Sorceress Bitch. Jesus Christ! Sorry.
They're in Denmark. God damn it! This is gonna bother me now.
Oh, fuck!
Witch
I know
Cross.
what you're talking about.
Witch Cross.
Witch's Cross. Yeah.
Yeah, Witch Cross. Yeah, but yeah, Mirror Mirror, killer fucking song. Anybody who's like, fucking Def Leppard's a bunch of pansies. Like, dude, the guitar work and the fucking like rhythm work on that, not just on that track, but on that whole album is fucking great.
Well, like Pyromania. I mean, it's kind of like the Appetite of Destruction of its time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's super well produced. It's a great rock record. It really is.
Mutt Lange, dude.
Mutt Lange, I know.
I always get it confused with Hysteria. To me, they're like the same record. I'm like, I don't remember.
Honestly, I like cuts on Hysteria too. I don't like the whole album. Like fucking, I can never hear "Pour Some Sugar on Me" ever again in my life.
Yeah.
But like, there are good tracks on Hysteria. Like,
I have bordering on like traumatic feelings about "Pour Some Sugar on Me" because
it's so bad.
No, I'll explain why. This will be a quick story, and then we're out. 2 minutes tops, I promise.
Oh, that's okay.
When I was living in Florida for a little while, like in my late 20s, I moved down there to Gainesville, and I got a job working for a blood bank. And this was like my introduction to working in something like healthcare related. And like everybody I worked with was really nice, all norms. Nobody knew what I was about. Like nobody got like the music I was into, which is totally fine. Like I just want to work with normal people. and they were like, hey, we're going to an 80s and I was still straight edge at the time, by the way. They're like, we're going to an 80s night. And I was like, oh, an 80s night. My idea of an 80s night is like a bunch of like weirdos that are like prancing around to like the Smiths and the Cure and like Depeche Mode or whatever. Maybe a Prince song if you want to get crazy. No, it was like a college bar 80s night, which was like literally like people grinding on each other in a really gross way to like pour some sugar on me and like Jesse's girl, dry humping to like Jesse's girl. And I was sober. I was voluntarily sober that time in my life. I was very nailed to the X. And I was like, this sucks real bad. Like everybody's just being real weird to like the worst music imaginable. This is fucking awful. So every time I think of pour some sugar on me, which obviously I'd blocked it from my mind as a part of trauma because like I couldn't remember the name properly earlier in the stream. I was like, dump some sugar on my butt. What was the name of that song? I don't want to remember it because like it was awful because it was like the mid 2000s. So it was like dudes in like pink polo shirts and like fucking visors being like, like to like bird. Oh, so fucking nasty.
See, somebody needs to recut Hysteria with just women, Rocket, Armageddon It, Gods of War, Don't Shoot Shotgun, and Run Riot. Granted, that's like half the album.
Was Photograph on that or was it on?
No, that's on Pyromania.
Okay.
Pyromania is great. I like every song on Pyromania.
The only thing is that the hits were played a lot, and that's probably why,
Yeah. Like Photograph, you couldn't turn MTV on without seeing that video.
Yeah. Well, I feel that way about the Black Album. Like people are like, it was such a sellout, and they're all mad. I'm like, yeah, because the worst song on the record was the main single.
Yeah.
What,
like
Nothing Else Matters or Enter Sandman?
Enter Sandman.
Because I hate both those songs.
Matters also.
I hate them both.
But Wherever I May Roam, that's a fucking riff. That is a fucking riff.
It's a good song.
The deep cuts of Wolf and Man, fucking awesome. Don't Tread on Me, a little jingoistic, don't need that, but fucking great song. Most of them except for the single, like The Unforgiven, I could fuck off with that. Like I don't need that. But like what was the song that they wanted to originally be the single? Holier Than Thou. Like that song's great too.
Bro, you better go down to fucking Walmart and get yourself a pink copy of that.
I got a vinyl copy of it at Walmart.
Yeah.
I don't step foot in Walmart, so it's like off limits basically.
They had like a cardboard Metallica end cap. The one
I don't give Walmart money.
Hey man,
I know that my money alone is not going to affect Walmart's bottom line, but
there is no ethical consumption under capitalism.
Fuck Walmart.
So just give Walmart all your money. It's fine. Buy all your vinyl there. No, I don't know.
Dude, I'm pretty good about that kind of shit. No Walmart, no Hell's Headbangers, no Dark Descent, no Nuclear War Now.
What's wrong with Dark Descent?
They fucking distribute Sketch, man.
They do?
Yeah, go deep into their distro. You will find Sketch.
I never looked there ever.
I think if you look into any metal distro other than maybe $20 spin, you're gonna find that stuff. Like
that's why I don't buy from Nuclear War Now either. I'll buy Nuclear War Now releases from my local brick and mortar, but I won't buy it from Nuclear War Now.
Yeah, Nuclear War Now Nuclear War. I was thinking Hell's Headbangers. They both of those labels kind of don't give a shit.
And, well, that's the sad thing is like I've had interactions as a consumer with both of those labels where like they legitimately give, like early on, I bought stuff from NWN when I was first discovering that label, like over 10 years ago. And I bought diehards and I got sent the regular versions and I emailed Yosuke and he was like, I'm so fucking sorry. Jesus Christ. Like he was like panicked about it. Clearly he was like, I'm ashamed. I'm like, Jesus, it's fine. I just want my Perverser record that I paid for or whatever. And like, he sent me those. I'm like, can I send you back these regular ones? He's like, no, keep them. And I was like, okay.
Like, I'm not saying that he's a bad person.
No. I'm just saying like, it's tough because I'm on the same page with you where I don't want, like, I want, you vote with your dollar, like anything under capitalism, like I said, hyperbolically, it's all shit, but it sucks because I want to support good people. And I don't think he's a bad guy, but it's like at a certain point, these dudes got to realize if they're still just like, fuck politics, I don't care. It's like, yeah, but you realize like some of the bands you distribute would like are behind a agenda that would like eliminate you from the human race if they had their way, maybe, you know, I don't know. Like and it's also a little bit with me, it's a little bit like, well, they also sell a lot of left-wing crust and stuff like that too. I think they generally don't care, but
they do. Like, and I get the emails, and I'm like, fuck, man. But I want this, but you know, I kind of laid down that rule for myself like a couple years back, and I've been pretty successful. Like you said, I'll still buy from my brick and mortar stuff that's released through those labels if there's something
right.
I want.
Well, and I think it's also a tough like judgment call where it's like, well, you're supporting your brick and mortar that supports them.
Well, to a
you know
degree,
what I mean?
My brick and mortar doesn't stock the sketch.
Right. I'm just saying, but they stock stuff from the label that stocks the sketch.
The money's already spent at that point.
Right? I know. I'm just saying, like, you have to make your own. You have to make your own fucking judgment call.
Right. Well, it's like I don't buy new leather, but I don't have a problem going to like a Value Village or whatever and buying a leather belt from there, or used leather shoes.
Right.
But I'm not going to buy it straight out of the store. You know, same sort of thing, I guess.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's a better analogy.
It's weird.
I know it's not impactful from just one person, but like,
no, it's not. But
it makes me feel better about where my money's going.
Well, you have to try to be ethical in your consumption. Like, we don't have a choice. Like, this is our only way of getting this stuff as collectors, you know.
Right.
And you also want to actually support people that are making art, you know.
Right.
Hopefully, not
Yeah.
doing.
I don't consider bands named Goat Semen art, like, or like Goat Penis. That's not art. Anal Blast. That's not art. Anal Vomit. Definitely not art.
Anal Vomit is pure art. I kid.
On that note, are you listening to Anal Vomit?
No, I know it's suck. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird because I like that dude and I want to support him, but it's like, yo, like you're buddies with the guys from Absurd. Like, can you not maybe do that so much?
You want to know what the tipping point for me with Hell's Headbangers was when they did that fucking Hellcast. Is there a problem with racism in metal? And
no, I'll get one more. Like,
Finnish white dudes in sketchy black metal bands talking about how they don't think racism is a problem.
Right, the Dick Candle band. But even before that, they had the whole thing where they were like pissed off that Dagon got called out, and they were like, "Well, I mean, you know, he was looking at porn, but it was like, how old are the girls actually? It's not like little kids. They were like 16-year-olds. So like, what's different?" I'm like, what? Like, yo, like, get the fuck out of here with that, man. Like,
no, there's no excuse.
And also, like, do you actually know that? Like, do you know what grade of porn like Dagon was? I don't know, man. Like, I don't know.
People that haven't dropped that band, like, and I struggle with Season of Mist because they're putting out Inquisition records still, making money off that shit.
Aren't Inquisition on a different label now?
Yeah, it's a different label, but they're still. Yeah, it is. But I can't remember what they are. But
they had a new album. It was Prosthetic, wasn't it? Was it Prosthetic or was it?
No, Prosthetic doesn't touch that shit. Prosthetic's like actually pretty ethical about.
I'm
stuff.
curious. I know you want to go to bed, Marty, but now I'm curious to find out. Let's see who put out the new 2020 Inquisition. Agonia. That doesn't surprise me.
No.
Agonia, Debemer Morty, like those labels don't have many scruples. World Terror Committee, fuck all that shit.
I don't know.
That's World Terror Committee is the one owned by the dude from Absurd.
No, that's Darker Than Black.
Oh, is it Darker? I thought it was World Terror Committee.
World Terror Committee is a different guy. I can't remember his name. The dude from Absurd owns Darker Than Black and the Merchant of Death. Those two labels.
Who owns World Terror Committee though? It's like somebody that's like World Terror. What is it? Committee?
Yep.
World Terror Committee label. WTC Productions. Run by Sven Zimper. Of the bands. Oh, he's an Absurd.
Oh, was he? Huh.
Yeah.
Well, they both.
Black metal vocalist and musician from Germany and owner of World Terror Committee Productions. Oh yeah, he looks like a racist.
Yeah, Hendrik.
Thing about like rediscovering like underground metal in my late 20s, early 30s, and I would go on the Nuclear War Now board, and I was like, oh, here's a bunch of. It's like okay, there's this like Brooklyn hardcore dude that was like in some bands, and I'm like, oh, I know this one punk guy, and I was like, here's a person with like that weird Jewish caricature cartoon with like the greedy. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how is this a real thing that people? And then I realized that I think it was Heinrich Mobius or whatever.
That's
like
owns Darker Than Black. Yeah.
Posted on there, and like somebody actually called him out. They're like, holy shit, you're the guy that killed that guy. What the fuck are you doing here? But there were like a lot of like straight up Nazi people on there, and I was like, at the time I was in more of a centrist kind of position, but I was like, still though, these people are bad, right? They're bad. They're bad people. Like
this guy Sven Zimper, he's also in Grand Belial's Key, so he's just a gem. He's just a treasure.
Good.
Grand Belial's Key's got a German guy in the band.
Yeah, he did stand-in vocals for once was it Kaz that left GBK and then he ended up going in and doing the vocals.
No, the guy from Vinland Winds, Richard, the guy that died, he was a Nazi guy. He sang on the last Grand Belial's Key Kosher Rat. And he died. I don't know. And as far as I know, the band was dead after that. I have no fucking clue, though.
They released a three-way split in 2008 with Absurd and Sigerblot.
Mm.
So, looking at them, they're definitely Nazis too. Okay. Cool. See, that's why I don't fucking buy shit from fucking metal distros anymore.
And the thing is, a lot of people are like, this is just fantasy stuff. Like, this doesn't tie into anything. There was an article in the Daily Stormer by a guy, not Nick Fuentes. The name he writes under is Eric Stryker, and I only know who he is from like researching a lot of like political stuff lately. That dude complained about how black metal bands were getting canceled and Antifa was ruining it. And this dude is a white nationalist. Like, he's an active Nazi dude. So you have a direct pipeline between a guy that's out there being horrible, being an anti-Semite, deliberately spreading lies and misinformation via the Daily Stormer, ashamed of his own roots as being from South American descent, by the way, that I came to learn from reading about him. This Nick Stryker, or
it's so
Eric
stupid.
Stryker guy, but huge fan of all this like sketchy black metal stuff.
So Jeff is asking, Horna the band, not NS, but Horna the band, full of trash people involved in the NS scene in Finland.
There's a lot of sketching.
There you go.
A lot of
Horna, Sargeist, all that shit.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, like, if I find out that something is black metal and also from Finland, it's probably sketchy. Like, that's my general rule.
If it's not Beharit or
what's that?
Like, if it's not Beharit or like Belial,
right? If it's not Beharit or Archgoat, like, chances are it's sketchy. And people are like, "Well, Satanic Warmaster is not sketch." I'm like, "Have you read the lyrics to My Dreams of Eight? It's a sketch song by a sketch band." By a fucking sketchy dude.
And, Werewolf was in Goat Moon, who are very definitely.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Aryan, this and that and the other thing.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, Jeff. Atlas and fucking Nightbringer. Fuck those guys. They can all fucking take a long walk off a short pier. Just trashy, sketchy fucking white dudes playing shitty black metal.
Which in and of itself is a thing. Like, you know, there's always going to be sketchy white dudes playing black metal, but they don't always have to be.
It's basically only sketchy white dudes playing black metal, like as far as modern black metal goes, in my opinion. I mean, I know there are exceptions to that, but I don't have time to sift through the trash.
Obviously not the stuff on like Marty's roster, but that's a different wing of black metal.
Right, which I get. It's so hard to like. There are certain safe labels like Bind Rune, Vendetta has a pretty good roster of like red black metal and like leftist black metal. Trying to think of other ones that I bought from. There's a few out there, you know, but when you get into like the really raw shit, especially from Finland,
yeah,
it's amazing.
There's all that stuff from Portugal. I mean,
I don't know if the Portuguese stuff is like.
I don't think it is, but I also like.
I also don't know that it's good, but it's like it's not. I don't think it's sketchy.
I don't think it's good, but at the same time, like all the nature of that scene is like we're totally apolitical when it comes to sketchy right-wing people. We're fine with them. We're not going to tell them what to do. If anybody from the left comes along, though, this is not about politics. You know, like I've noticed that.
Made it about politics, fool.
It's like, hey there, punker leftist that's trying to co-opt black metal. Don't try to have a message with this shit. This is about evil and darkness. Oh, hey, Jew Death Sturmer 666 Ubenführer Death Reich. Like whatever, like cool. Come, you know, like I don't know.
Well, what's funny is that like I guarantee you that like now, the majority of the people that are probably like my age, playing like sketchy black metal in America, were probably listening to Crass and Discharge 20 years ago.
The funny thing is that this is an interesting thing because like I've talked about this before because there's been a couple of people that I friended on Facebook and then like deleted or stopped following, but like people that are like a couple years older than me that are got into death metal and are like super into it. People that are really into the culture of metal and preserving the whole aesthetic or for whatever it is and being like, it was never a political thing, blah, 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 blah. All this recent influx of like all these punks coming into death metal and black metal and trying to inject their, you know, identity politics and their social agenda. This was never a thing before. Fuck this, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, first of all, Nuclear Assault, every thrash metal band, I mean, granted, it was mostly pastiche and aesthetic, but like,
right.
It was a big political message. Also, every crust punk I knew from and Train Hopper and all those people from like 96 till 2000 were all obsessed with Norwegian black metal.
Yeah,
then you had Skaven.
That's how I got introduced to Emperor was from fucking crusty Train Hoppers.
Skaven, Fields of Shit. And then a little bit later on, Iskra and what was Aesop Decker's black metal band before he was in a bunch of other shit? Ludicra, you know.
Ludicra was great.
Yeah, all that stuff. Like there have been like PC punk kids dipping their muddy paws into fucking black metal since like the late 90s. Like get the fuck out of here with that. I realized that like Wolves in the Throne Room like hurt a bunch of people's feelings or whatever by actually like being like, hey, we stand for something. You know, like
yeah.
Whatever.
Those dudes are but I think a lot of the people's issues with Wolves is that they're a bunch of trust fund kids, dude. Like,
and that's
those
fine.
kids have never seen hardship in their lives.
And that might be true. Fine, you know that, and I don't even like their music like at all. But like,
I do. I like
out over that thing.
I have a Wolves album that I have kind of like nostalgia for. It's Celestial Lineage. I want to say.
Yeah,
I think that's the one that I hung on to.
Mm-hmm.
I like that record. It's pretty good. You know, I still listen to. There's still black metal I listen to, but like, it's just so hard to like. I guess filter what's current. It's like with the old shit, like I know what like is safe, I guess, for lack of a better way to describe it.
Yeah.
You know, like I don't have a problem with listening to like Old Enemy because like they didn't have any sort of agenda at all other than to just sound evil.
Yeah.
They ended up inadvertently becoming one of the most fucked up bands in black metal history because of the dude. My mom's a robot. I'm going to stab her to death with a knife 40 times.
Yeah.
I mean, my only problem is with like things that actually seeps into the discourse and actually influences people. Like I listen to a ton of like stuff that would not be acceptable in a modern day context. Like I look back on like the SOD and MOD records I had
Oh, yeah.
as like a thrasher, and I'm like, God, Billy Milano's a piece of shit, like a really bad piece of shit. Even, like I have like 7 Meatmen albums, and like a lot of those lyrics are not great. Carnivore. What I named my channel after is a fucking Carnivore song, and I changed one word. Like,
I know.
You know, like
I
think about that stuff. I think about that stuff a lot. Like moving forward, like I don't want to like normalize or like excuse any of that stuff, like fear, but all that stuff happened in the 80s where like everything was dangerous. Like,
right.
You know, it was a very like right-wing Christian nation where like you did anything and you would bum people out, like regardless what side of the fence you were on. Things are different now, you know?
Oh yeah.
So, but like the thing, I mean, all the stuff that I like that's like wouldn't fly nowadays and is fucked up, and like I wouldn't expose younger people to because it would bum them out and stuff. That stuff was mostly for. It was badly put, but it was humor. You know, it was.
It's like
bad taste kind of shit. You know,
an example on that would be like the lyrics to fucking Romeo's Distress by Christian Death.
Oh yeah. Or even the lyrics to Race War by Carnivore, you know, ugly words, like a lot of like nasty shit, but the lyric at the end of it is like, we all lose. Like, it's not a thing about supremacy or anything. It's like, we're all fucked. We all hate each other. This sucks. You know? But you know, I like, and there have been times in my life where I've like been really interested in, just out of morbid fascination, but like RAC and NSBM and stuff, and been like, why the fuck do people like this? And there's usually like 1 or 2 really good bands and a ton of bands that are terrible. And it's very similar to me to Christian stuff where it's like, hello, fellow kids, here's a style of music you like. Come join us.
If you like Metallica, you will like Believer.
Yeah. Oh, hey, you like Blitz and the Business? Here's some Screwdriver. Oh, you don't like that anymore? You like Crossover? Here's that shitty Rohoa record. You know, like, oh, you like Tough Guy Hardcore? Here's Blue Eyed Devils. You know,
you
like
get into like that sort of thing, and like you get into that bit of history, and it's like, what's a good example would be, what was that fucking the German label that released all the fucking really great like. What's that? Rockorama. Yeah. Like you guys started out as like a really like radical, politically charged record label for like leftist punk out of Europe. And all of a sudden you're doing nothing but distributing fucking RAC and fucking sketchy oi.
Yeah.
Like, and then they got raided by the German. So the German police raided their fucking headquarters and shut them down because of what they were selling.
And the crazy thing though, and the thing I think a lot of people are talking about nowadays, they're so worried about cancel culture because it's like the new outrage thing. It's like the new war on Christmas bullshit that everybody's fucking freaking out over. Is
Christmas.
Yeah. But you know, Germany had a very serious, for a very good reason, anti-fascist, like, yo, we're going to crack down on this shit no matter what. Like the way our country's like, you know, special services type, like the FBI or whatever, crack down on Jello Biafra for the HR
Geiger. Insert.
Matters Minors thing. In a similar way, there was a raid on Scald offices because of Doom's police bastard 7-inch that had the Bobby with the swastika.
Right. Yeah.
Like, hey, cops are Nazis, cops are bad. But just for the fact that it had a swastika, the Scald offices got raided. And I think there's like a concern about, well, if you're talking about combating fascism, just because the fascism's in the conversation, you can get shut down, which I've seen already kind of happen. Like, I'm going off on a tangent, and excuse me, but there's like that dude Steven Crowder, who's like the worst fucking right-wing chud asshole guy.
Oh yeah.
Where he had said a bunch of homophobic stuff and got away with it because he makes a lot of money for YouTube, like a shit ton of money. And there was a couple of leftist YouTubers that were like, hey, here's him being a shithead, saying like blatantly homophobic stuff about this comic. And they were pointing out, like, and critiquing stuff he said. Their videos got banned because of the language that he said, but his video didn't because he was too big to fail and was making too much money. So like, I worry about shit like that. Just in terms of like, hey, can we talk about why this sucks? Like, like, for instance, if like one of us does a video being like, hey, have you noticed this latest black metal thing that's terrible? This awful label or something, or Ben makes a video calling people out.
Right.
And like gets his video shut down because there's just a mention of something sketchy, even if it's against it. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
That to me is like a concern, but I don't even know how I got there. I'm just gonna.
Yeah. Totes, man. Totes. I don't know who caused that to go in a political direction. If it was me, I didn't mean for it.
Probably me, because I've had a couple of brew dogs and I just kind of fucking went off in a direction which I tend to.
What are they called in Australia? Tinnies?
Yeah, I've had a couple of tins.
Couple of tins.
And you know, that'll happen. Which I don't do as often as I used to, so I'm not as quite as stop talking.
Well, guys, thanks for hanging out. I'm sorry to bail, but I got to go to bed.
All right. Peace out.
Good seeing everybody. Have a good night.
Cheers. Everybody think for yourselves. Make good choices. We love you.
See
or
ya.
At least like you.
Some of you.
Tolerate you.
Yeah.
You're not on my Christmas list,
right?
We'll say that. See y'all later.
I hate fucking yearly Christmas cards, dude. Don't ever put me on Christmas.
You don't want me wearing nothing but a hat and a candy cane.
As long as the note is personalized, it's fine. I just don't want a form letter Christmas card.
This is what we've been doing this year at the Riggin family. Trying not to die.
I can't wait to listen to Mordred. It's gonna be so good. In this life.
I'm gonna listen to that maligned 1997 Final Conflict album.
There you go.
I think there's some dude from Chain of Strength in that lineup, so that's cool.
That's a good record, man. All right, peace out.
Laters. See you guys later. And